Ready whenever you are, council member.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good morning. I'm at-large council member Anita Bonds, chairperson of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. The time is 11:22 a.m. on Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. We are meeting virtually via Zoom to convene a public hearing on Bill 24-0802, the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. This hearing is streaming live and is being recorded on the committee's YouTube channel named HEA Committee. It is also available on the DC Council website. The Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022 was introduced on April 29, 2022 by Councilmember Louis George, along with Council members Nadeau, Pinto, Robert White, Trayon White, Allen, and myself. The bill proposes a model of public financed housing that is city-owned, mixed income, and mixed use. The housing developments created from the model would be 2/3 of the units affordable and 1/3 of the units rented at market rate. The bill would authorize the district to develop land that it owns or to purchase property using current law, that is, the District Opportunity to Purchase Act, commonly referred to as DOPA, into these housing developments. These developments, called social housing, would reserve 1/3 of the units for households earning less than 30% of the family median income or extremely low income households, and 1/3 of the units for households earning between 31 and 50% family median income or very low income households. Today, the family median income for the district is $125,000. The remaining 1/3 of the units would be rented at market rate to raise capital for maintenance and development. The social housing developments would be financed and operated through a new Office of Social Housing Development, which would source funding through the Housing Production Trust Fund, the Green Finance Authority, and other federal and local sources, as the bill states. The bill also includes provisions to ensure that the developments follow high environmental standards and all relevant federal and district labor laws. I'm excited to hear from our public and government witnesses on this important piece of legislation. We will hear opinions on the proposed housing model, as well as, I believe, about the need to build and preserve more affordable rental units throughout the district. More than 150 witnesses have signed up to testify, and I want to thank Councilmember Louis George for pressing the airwaves and the communication systems throughout our city to make sure that we had a substantial turnout. I think she overdid herself, but that's okay. We're going to get through this. We will, of course, take some short 10-minute breaks around 2 o'clock, well, really about 2:30, 5:30, and then 8:30 if we're still here. Individual witnesses will be allotted 3 minutes to present their testimony, and representatives of organizations will be allotted 5 minutes each. If you have not already submitted a copy of your written testimony, please do so before the record closes on December 2nd, 2022. In the interest of time, please make sure that your name is in the Zoom web bar, that it includes your first and last name so that staff may quickly transition between each panel of witnesses. And secondly, I want to remind everyone that the entire written testimony will be a part of the record. So please be sure to submit it to housing@dccouncil.gov. And with that, I'm going to recognize my colleagues. I am happy to have an abundance of colleagues here this morning. And I'll recognize first Councilwoman Louis George, followed by at-large Council Member Robert White, who's a member of our committee, and of course, Ward 1 Councilwoman Brianne Nadeau. And so, Councilmember Lewis George, the floor is yours if you care to make some opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds, and thank you to our more than 150 witnesses for making time to speak with us today. I'm excited that we are here today to discuss my legislation, the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022, which was co-introduced by you, Chairwoman Bonds, as well as Councilmembers Allen, Nadeau, Pinto, Robert White, and Trayon White, together a majority of the council. We would not be here today without the tireless advocacy and organizing of so many. My deep gratitude to each of you. The Green New Deal for Housing Act is about confronting our housing crisis, our displacement crisis, our climate crisis, with a comprehensive approach that puts both our people and our planet first. This bill would establish a new Office of Social Housing Developments, which would be responsible for the construction, maintenance, and growth of DC-owned mixed income affordable housing. When I was growing up, DC was a place where working families could afford to live. My neighbor 3 doors down was a WMATA bus driver, Mr. Taylor. Across the street, my history teacher, Miss Simpson. At my home, my mother supported our family as a postal worker. Now, every year, fewer and fewer working families can afford to live in DC, and we need to take bold action to reverse this trend. In each social housing building, 1/3 of the units would be deeply affordable at 30% median income or less. 1/3 of the units would be affordable at 30% to 50% median income. And 1/3 of units will be priced at market rent in order to cross-subsidize the affordable units in each of the buildings. Global carbon emissions have significantly increased over the past decades, destabilizing our climate and putting our planet at risk. Commercial and residential, 13% of 2020 greenhouse gas emissions are coming from commercial and residential properties. And greenhouse gas emissions from businesses and homes arise primarily from fossil fuels burned for heat and the use of products that contain greenhouse gases and the handling of waste. That's something that has an impact not only on our atmosphere, but in every facet of our lives, the food we eat, the water we drink, the places we're able to live, and so much more. At the same time, there are environmental harms in our communities that we need to address, like pollution in our waterways, congestion in our streets, and hazard lead in our homes. When social housing will be built to net zero emission standards because of this. It would also feature sustainable design elements, utilize solar power, minimize off-street parking, honor prevailing wages, and center tenant voices by creating tenant leadership boards to oversee the management of each building. Whenever possible, social housing also gives us the ability to address many of the other issues that we need to address in the city. And so social housing developments will be located around public transit, and will also be able to include ground floor retail spaces suitable for things like grocery stores, childcare centers, and small locally owned businesses. This bill is about recognizing that DC government must have a more direct and aggressive role in creating affordable, healthy housing. In the same way that we view education as a public good and operate public schools to meet that need. And in the same way we maintain public roads and public transit systems so that people can travel in our communities, we must also recognize that housing is too essential to leave solely to the discretion of the private market. So my questions today will focus on the urgency of our intersecting crisis and the need for action. They will also focus on how we can strengthen the introduced version of the Green New Deal for Housing Act so it can best meet the needs of DC residents struggling to pay rent or find an affordable home. And so this is also about getting feedback from experts in our field, organizers in this field, tenants, and DC residents, everyday DC residents who want to make this legislation better. I know that social housing is a part of DC's future, and moving quickly to make social housing part of DC's present will make a real difference in stopping the displacement that is happening now. This hearing is a major step forward. So again, I'm so grateful to Chairperson Bonds, her committee and team, and to everyone else who is stepping up to speak today or submit written or video testimony. And I look forward to hearing what you have to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. At large, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Bonds. And Councilmember Lewis George will be chairing a committee in a couple months. So you'll make sure that you return the favor. But I do want to thank you for holding this hearing. I want to thank very sincerely Councilmember Lewis George for introducing the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. This really is an exciting moment. It's a moment where we get a glimpse of a possible future for our city, a future where residents of all incomes can choose where to live based on their preferences rather than the restrictions of their income. A future where families won't leave the district like much of my family has had to because they can't afford to rent or buy a home that will support their expanding family. This is a future where a resident loses their housing. When they lose their housing, they don't have to turn to the street or the shelter. Today, too many residents live in subpar housing. Too many residents would rather live on the street than spend their night in a shelter. Too many residents are doubled up on couches, couch surfing because they can't afford a place of their own. We simply do not have enough housing for families or enough housing that everyday people can afford. Residents are often spending beyond their means to pay for housing. In 2019, almost half of DC residents spent more than 30% of their income on housing costs, with almost a quarter of residents spending more than half their income on housing. That means less money for food, clothes, and computers for school or work. It means less space to dream, hope, and achieve their goals because they're working just to keep a roof over their heads. This crisis persists despite DC spending more and more money each year on housing development and on preserving affordable housing. The only hope of addressing this crisis is to dramatically accelerate the pace of building deeply affordable housing. We have not been able to do this with the programs we currently have. Social housing would add a new set of options. The social housing model treats housing as a public good. It takes away the need for profits in housing development, which may allow us to provide more dignified housing for people who don't have a lot of money. Projects using this model already are being built in our backyard in Montgomery County, Maryland. They deliver mixed income units that support the ongoing operational costs of the building and future housing projects. These projects might look similar to projects currently being built, but the difference is that we can build more affordable units and reinvest revenue right back into building more social housing projects. The district can do this. It's going to take money and public and political will, but we can and must marshal these resources and make these investments for our future residents and for the future of the district. People in our city are suffering terrible housing conditions and being displaced because of insufficient housing, despite all the money we spend. That necessarily means that we have to try new things. This is a time when we have the means to try something new, and we have to be bold enough to seize this opportunity. I want to thank all the witnesses who are here to testify. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay for the entire hearing, so I'll be listening to some of the testimonies later, but I look forward to hearing those testimonies and working with my colleagues to get this done. Thank you again, Chairperson Bonds.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm so happy to be here supporting my colleague, Councilmember Lewis George, and her legislation. It's clear there's a lot of enthusiasm for transforming how our government interacts with the housing market in a way that meaningfully furthers our climate goals. I've been working on advancing the cause and spirit of social housing in Ward 1 for the last several years as our toolbox continues to expand. Starting with 965 Florida Avenue, one of the first projects to be built under the new 30% affordability requirement for public dispositions under Section 10801 of the DC Code. Continuing with Park Morton New Communities, a mixed income project on public sites with 2/3 of units affordable and half of those deeply affordable replacement public housing units. And we just closed on construction of close to 150 units on that project last week, which is a huge milestone. Now we're working on advancing significant opportunities on U Street, where we've increased the allowable residential density on public sites. Thank you to colleagues for supporting that in the comp plan. On those parcels, I want to take what we've been able to do elsewhere in the ward and go even further ground lease property as much as possible so the district retains the land, increase the amount and depth of affordable housing we're delivering, and add new public amenities. Many of these things are only possible when the public sector takes more of a commanding lead in development and ownership of land. I'm proud of a lot of these victories in Ward 1, but it shouldn't be so hard to advance this cause on a project-by-project basis. As we're starting to hear, we're approaching a significant slowdown in housing construction due to inflation, interest rates, and rising construction costs. But our need for safe, dignified, and attainable housing does not slow down. It's clear that we need a counter-cyclical mechanism for meeting our residents' housing needs. This is one of the core functions of a well-run public sector, but a role that the district has not yet risen to meet. And that's why it's so important for us to consider how we build out a government that is nimble enough to acquire and maintain a significant land portfolio and well-resourced enough to be able to utilize those assets to address our housing crisis at the scale that's needed. I'm looking forward to taking the energy present today into the new year and new council period to work with Councilmember Louis George and our colleagues on continuing to advance the cause of social housing at scale. I'm especially interested in addressing land acquisition and retention by the district, which will be fundamental to new district-led development of housing. And I want to thank Councilmember Louis George for introducing this bill and Councilmember Bonds for holding this hearing, which I think will help elevate key questions this council should be considering. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you all so very much for your comments. And now we can turn to our panel. And the first panel that I have, why don't I do this just to make sure we have everyone. Tosha, can you announce those that are on panel 1 that are here, please?
Yes, Councilmember. We have Michael Starnes representing DC Yimbys, Meg McGuire representing the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, Kush Karad, Public Witness, and Margaret Dwyer of Ward 3 Housing Justice.
All right, we will hear from this group of witnesses and then we'll move to next. We'll continue. All right, good morning and welcome. I think, yep, we still have morning. We'll start with you, Ms. Stars.
Okay, thank you. Dear council members, I stand here today to support the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act on behalf of DC Yimbys, a local affiliate of Yimby Action, which is devoted to expanding opportunity for affordable and equitable housing for everyone. In light of that support, I also express the ways it can be improved. Specifically, I want to highlight density, parking, and zoning. Social housing, in addition to more market rate housing, are both key parts of addressing the housing crisis. First, density. If we want to have the same model of social housing elsewhere, such as in Vienna, Austria, we must make it legal to build like they do in Austria. And this is a sidebar, but my background is actually a photo of one of the social housing developments in Austria. And Austrian social housing developments are dense, often up to 10 stories, with limited setbacks and parking. In comparison, over 60% of the land in Washington, DC is reserved for exclusively single-family zoning. If we want to build social housing at scale, we simply must alter exclusionary zoning, which de facto bans working class people from most parts of the city. Density determines the price point of what's built. When things like setbacks, mandatory green space requirements, and floor area ratios, as well as arbitrary height limits, they all reduce how much we can build, and we simply increase the price of housing. When fewer units are built overall, social housing won't scale, and its purpose is largely defeated. Secondly, parking mandates. Even under the reduced parking requirements of the existing bill, it would still mandate additional parking spots. Every additional parking spot requires an additional $50,000 of construction costs, in addition to excess environmental harms and vehicular deaths. For social housing to have the highest potential impact, as well as highest potential cross subsidy for below market units, we should look at removing all parking mandates. These mandates force nonprofit developers, as well as the city, to waste money building homes for cars instead of people. Working class people actually drive less on average, making any requirement to have parking more of a benefit for the rich rather than the poor. In addition, transit-friendly and active communities are healthier And being in line with the city's comprehensive plan, it makes sense to emphasize. As such, we should remove all parking mandates for the proposed social housing bill. And lastly, environmental measures. Social housing is a great vehicle for building more housing, obviously, especially in an equitable way. However, we should be cautious about letting environmental non-issues take precedence over housing. The environmental impact of reducing carbon footprints and making sustainable lifestyles downtown possible is greater than any microscopic environmental harms that come from slight reductions in things like urban canopy. Recent research shows that the environmental policy that has the largest impact is building urban infill housing like this social housing bill will in fact do. So rather than hurting the environment, taller buildings and denser developments actually help reduce our carbon footprints and improve environmental outcomes. So dense apartments use about half the electricity of larger developments, helping residents live affordably in addition to helping the planet. In market rate housing, projects that are often cut down to size by excuses on the part of people who don't want to see more housing choice, it harms outcomes. And so we shouldn't let fake concerns about environmental non-issues get in the way of choices that are actually good for the planet, such as this social housing bill and additional housing options. In short, the proposed bill is an excellent way to increase the housing opportunities available in the city. And in that light, there's 3 improvements that I think could be made. Minimum density requirements. The proposed bill is a great start, but the acquisition of land and funding would be wasted if we simply build more single family homes or duplexes. We need to be building very densely and very tall to make an impact and bring prices way down. We shouldn't be wasting land with 1- and 2-story developments. Given that the height limit exists, we should be aggressively building on every bit of land acquired for this purpose, even beyond what traditionally would have been frowned upon, such as 80 or 90% lot coverage, and frankly, sometimes even more than 5 stories with the option of 0 parking being built. A dedicated zoning class for social housing developments. This bill envisions many bespoke characteristics around the environment and limiting parking. Given this goal is relatively new and unique, it isn't crazy to create a type of zoning or a zoning class for such projects, whether they be social housing or not. And third, simplified permissions. Regulatory uncertainty adds costs and reduces likelihood of successful and affordable outcomes. The more regulation there is, the more costs are added. If we want housing to be affordable, we need the legal and regulatory framework to be simple and straightforward. I support this endeavor wholeheartedly and think it's a unique opportunity, and it cannot be done by building more of the same expensive and wasteful way that laws have mandated in the past. We should build much more housing. Now is the opportunity. This is the bill. Let's build densely and build now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. McGuire, you're next. Ms. McGuire.
Thank you for
okay, there you go.
Thank you for bringing this bill forward. It's a real pleasure to be able to testify. I'm Meg McGuire, a trustee of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, a planning advocacy organization that will celebrate its centennial next year. We are testifying in broad support of creating social housing in the district. There are many attractive aspects of this innovative model. Public land is used for the public good. Housing is considered part of our essential infrastructure, not a commodity. Residents represent a broad range of incomes. Rents are capped at 30% of income. The public owns the land and buildings that are guaranteed to be permanently affordable. Rents are reinvested in the property and expansion of the program rather than as profit on private investment. Tenants organize and manage their own buildings. Building design is exceptional, adding sustainable and beautiful buildings to our neighborhoods. How do we create this desirable end result with maximum efficiency, transparency, and replicability in social housing projects throughout the city? The bill establishes an Office of Social Housing Developments within the city government to foster the construction, maintenance, and growth of district-owned social housing properties. Would this office be high enough in the city bureaucracy to cut through red tape, secure land in a timely manner, and produce and maintain a growing housing stock? Would there be a meaningful role for highly successful nonprofit affordable housing developers and the Douglas Community Land Trust in producing, managing, and permanently ensuring affordability in these social housing properties. We urge council to consider other alternatives, such as creating a quasi-governmental organization with bonding authority, land ownership, and tough performance measures for tangible success. Whatever model is chosen, it must explicitly address and reverse the structural and administrative problems in the district's public housing program and build instead on what we have learned from successful, affordable housing communities, including robust ongoing resident involvement and role in the oversight of the property, ongoing support and technical assistance for tenant organizations, effective maintenance and management of the property, on-site services designed to build a sense of belonging and support, including early childhood education, after-school programs, and so on. Quality building materials with no downgrade in the affordable units, and availability of multi-bedroom and accessible units. One provision of the bill needs clarification. Section 1032, under duties of the Office of Social Housing Development, states, upon the purchase of privately owned housing accommodations pursuant to the Rental Housing Conversion and Sale Act, convert these housing accommodations into social housing developments. Would this provision require all TOPA conversions to become social housing, or would this simply permit conversion to social housing if the tenants preferred that model over the more typical conversion to a limited equity co-op or continued renting? Finally, we urge the council and the administration to immediately initiate at least one social housing demonstration project on existing city-owned land, both to test the underlying assumptions and to show what is possible. The Chevy Chase Library and Recreation Center is an excellent site for social housing, and we urge DMPED to specify this model in the soon-to-be-released RFP for the site's redevelopment. While the broader administrative structure of social housing is being debated, designed, and developed, let's build a model and document the results. Our city is nationally acclaimed for making substantial affordable housing investments. But it's time to stop bragging and show that we are also cutting-edge promoters of racial and economic equity through social housing. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll turn to Mr. Karad.
Yes, hi, Councilmember Bonds.
How are you doing?
Yes, my name is Kush, and I have been organizing around the Green New Deal for housing. I want to thank you for co-sponsoring this bill, as well as holding this hearing where so many of us can testify. A special shout out to Tosha for working with us. I'm here today alongside 150 neighbors because I believe that communities deserve to be safe and well-resourced. I've seen the effects of the climate crisis here in my grandparents' home in India. I've also seen how the housing crisis here leaves so many of us vulnerable. As you know, there's 150 people testifying 2 days before a holiday. This isn't a miracle. It happens because people are directly impacted and need change now. Over the next few hours, you're going to hear from a variety of people. You're going to hear from policy experts who are going to talk about their knowledge of social housing and why it's a feasible solution. You're going to hear from young people who are going to talk about their families' housing struggles, as well as their growing anxiety due to lack of climate action. Most importantly, you're going to hear from renters, many Black DC natives of the city who struggle to live in the place they love and have always called home. This coalition of people from different paths of lives uniting for a common goal is truly amazing. We've met with hundreds of people about this idea at tenant association meetings, rallies, mutual aid drives, ANSI calls, policy chats, everything. And in all these interactions, we would ask people a simple question: what do you want your neighborhood to look like? It didn't matter if they were a young person or a senior, Black or white, renter, homeowner, housed or unhoused. Everyone says the same thing. They want to walk outside and see a metro or a bus stop. They want a grocery store alongside a medical center. They want public schools and parks and restaurants nearby. They want to live in a diverse community where they don't have to fear eviction or displacement the next month. And they want to feel heard by their government. It is clear from these conversations that we have had a collective vision for housing in this city. And I know that you've had these conversations as well. But if these little things like this bill always seem like they're big dreams, impossible to accomplish, then we're always going to fail. DC residents deserve each of these good things I mentioned, but we can't just keep saying that it's too much or the price tag is too high, because the point is that this vision shared across all of us for a better tomorrow, all 8 wards, is priceless. So today, you're going to have the opportunity to right these wrongs and take a necessary step for a DC where no one is sleeping on the streets. The Green New Deal for housing is that necessary step. So I hope council members, Councilmember Bond, that you join us on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Dwyer?
Hello, good morning. It's good to see you all.
Good morning.
I'm here testifying today on behalf of Ward 3 Housing Justice. We are a grassroots advocacy group of primarily Ward 3 residents working for truly affordable housing and economic opportunity in Ward 3. We're also an affiliate of Empower DC. We're excited that this committee is considering a proposal to add an important tool to the possible responses to the district's deep and complex affordable housing crisis. We strongly support the goals of social housing. We have long advocated for mixed income housing that includes generous amounts of housing for families and individuals with incomes of 0 to 30% and 30 to 50% of the MFI. A social housing model is designed to ensure that there's a wide mix of income levels in each community. We also believe that these communities can be designed with explicit guidelines to ensure quality and equity. For example, we would want to see that there would be a commitment to using only high quality building materials with no downgrade for the affordable units. We would also want to see strong policies about non-discrimination among residents, and that residents who pay market rate have no more rights or status than any other resident. This legislation really speaks to us in Ward 3, where we urgently need bold solutions. For 2 years, we've been pushing for the necessary levels and amounts of affordability in developments and redevelopments in the ward. But again and again, we're told that it can't be done here and that it doesn't pencil out and that the land is too expensive. Absent bold solutions, we'll never achieve a more equitable distribution of affordable housing across the city. Affordable housing should not be concentrated only in what HUD designates as economically distressed census tracts. It should be available and plentiful in every ward and neighborhood. As you know, in addition to supporting social housing, we are also supporting the Northwest Opportunity Partners CDC proposal for an affordable housing property acquisition fund to enable development teams to move quickly to purchase non-residential properties for the purpose of creating mixed income communities with generous amounts of affordable housing. We think that there could be a beautiful relationship among this fund, social housing, community land trusts, and other existing programs. We invite this committee to imagine a demonstration case of the social housing model in which dollars from our proposed acquisition fund are used to buy a property that is then redeveloped and managed as social housing, whether by an entity such as a community land trust or by a new management entity that may be created. In fact, as previously mentioned by a previous speaker, there's an opportunity for a demonstration project right now in Chevy Chase. DemPed has announced a community surplus disposition meeting on December 12th for public land in Chevy Chase. But why dispose of something as precious as public land in an expensive area? This could be a great place for the creation of a social housing demonstration project. We understand that a new city agency for social housing has been proposed, and we recognize that it's the job of the council and the mayor to figure out how the district's social housing would be overseen. When we think about a management entity, we look for something nimble and not overly bureaucratic. And we wonder if something totally new has to be created, or if the capacity of existing entities like community land trusts could be built on. Regardless of the ultimate decision about the management, a clear mandate, policy, and practices are indispensable. Corrections to deficiency in previous models and the ability to move quickly would need to be built in from the very beginning. It's a tall order, but the potential benefits are worth the investment in the effort, and we would love to be part of this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our witnesses from panel 1. I will now open it to my colleagues. I know they may have some questions. I'm hoping not too many because we're talking 156, but I will start with each of us will get, I think it's about 6 minutes each. Okay. Councilwoman Lewis George, if you have questions of the panel.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and I will keep in mind rounds of questions. And thank you to each of the witnesses who've testified on this first panel. I want to start with you, Kush, because you stated that you have been speaking to organizing and speaking with tenants. One of the provisions of this legislation is around empowering tenants. And I think Margaret was speaking to this, and so I'll come to her after this, but about the making, empowering tenants through the management process and having them be empowered to sort of manage what's happening within their buildings. What have you heard, if you have, from tenants regarding how they would feel about being empowered in this way to sort of make decisions over what's happening within the buildings?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, I think first of all, I think we're going to hear from tenants, and I definitely don't want to take away from their stories and their thoughts. And I think they're a really valuable source because they've dealt with it personally. I think when we were knocking on doors, we've heard very similar things from tenants. One, that rents are rising really high and they're trying to find where to live, but they can't really afford a place, so they're going to have to leave DC. Now we're seeing places like Montgomery County and PG also being very expensive as well. So it's creating a state of flux where people don't really know where to go. 2, we're seeing that landlords know that we could kick someone out and someone will be there the next day because housing is so scarce. One story I heard from a tenant was when they were talking about how they were raising 5 kids on their own because their partner had passed away. And they were telling me about the one apartment they were in, that it was always flooding, the landlords would never respond. And they're telling me about how their kid did not learn to walk until they were 3 because what they heard was what they couldn't put their kid on the floor because every time they would be on the floor, rats would run by. And I think we really have to, I've used that story to really ground myself that's really impacting not just their current behavior, but it's their future too. Kids can't walk when they're 3. Who knows what's going to happen to their physical health and mental health when they're later. So when I talk to tenants and when I talk to people, this is like something that's really powerful for them. This bill is really powerful for them. To have a bill where they're in control of a budget or in control of management companies and they can work together to decide what their community looks like is something that we really haven't seen in DC a lot. And I think a lot of people are excited. And that's why when this hearing date change happened out of nowhere, we were really stressed out that our tenants and renters are going to be able to testify. And a lot of them were like, yes, we still can. Like, I don't care if I have to move my flight. I don't care if I'll talk on the way I'm going home. I just want to talk about this bill because it's really important to me. So I think people are really excited about this bill. Despite the organizing that we did, it was really easy to communicate with people with how special this bill is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Margaret and Meg, you both, one, thank you for uplifting the necessary affordable housing needed, especially in Ward 3 area. And I agree with you. There are plenty of ripe opportunities for social housing in Ward 3. If I could ask both of you to speak to this, a few things. One, I heard you speak about sort of what are some properties in the district that might be ripe for creation of social housing. I think you've named some of them. And then two, what is the city's, what are some other ways you think the city's sort of surplus disposition and DOPA process, other reforms that could be better, we can use to better acquire and hold on to housing for affordable housing? In what ways can we utilize those even better to make things, to create more housing in the city?
Well, let me just say that, we come out of a ward where there's very, very little public land. And so the options for disposition or all these other tools that could be used and should be used much more sensibly around the city are really not the issue here. We've got, on the other hand, a lot of land that has been upflummed in the comprehensive plan. And so the development opportunities here are very ripe. And if you drive up and down, particularly Wisconsin Avenue and Friendship Heights, you can't help but be struck by the opportunities there to acquire private land for mixed use development. Right now, the city's tools are primarily to acquire housing for other kinds of housing, but we really are going to have to acquire public purposed land through another mechanism. And we would love to see that in a social housing model. So these two ideas, as Margaret said, are very, very compatible.
Thank you.
And we could definitely see this kind of thing being done, not only at public land like the Chevy Chase Library or the Tenley Library, but also at much more ambitious sites. For example, the Lord and Taylor site, which is up for sale now. I think WMATA has an interest in that, but a lot of people have an interest in that. So maybe there's a way to make it work for everybody and create the kind of housing that we really need to see. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I believe my other colleagues are no longer here, so I just had a few questions that I wanted to pose to both to Margaret and to Meg. As you know, we have a variation of social housing in that we have the TOPA process. How do you find the TOPA process yielding itself to the provisions of this bill?
Well, I think that, TOPA allows for conversion to limited equity co-ops. That, as I understand it, is not an option within the social housing model because limited equity co-ops help at an incremental level to build wealth. I don't know if there's a mechanism within the social housing model to accommodate limited equity co-ops. We certainly wouldn't want to see those taken off the table.
Okay. I was thinking of the TOPA deals where the tenants continue to be tenants in and on the property, and they in fact just switch out, and in acquiring the property they also have the opportunity to have a new management company. So I was thinking about that particular model. Not all of the TOPA deals become cooperatives, and so that's what I was wondering, if they had been given any thought as to how we may already have in existence variations of the social housing process, and perhaps looking at what we have, we can begin to see how we can embellish it so that it has more meaning, particularly as we're attempting to give tenants an opportunity to own, because ownership is ownership. And so if you're going to own it and run the property, you are in fact becoming an owner. of the property. So just wondered if you'd given any thought to that.
Well, I wonder about a rent to own model that might be incorporated here so that over time, there could be some form of ownership while the underlying ground lease remains in the public. Again, I think your question is exactly right. How can we make sure that all of these things are working under a set of principles that are very clear and very people-centered, very tenant-centered, and not overcome with bureaucratic delay? I think that is something we're very concerned about.
Thank you very much for that. And thanks to the entire panel. I'll just rush along so that we can hear from the next panel. And thank you, Kush. Thank you very much for being here as well. I don't see Michael, but Michael, we appreciate having you with us and reminding us of processes that exist on other continents where we sometimes forget that there is housing and housing issues across the globe. Thank you. So we'll now turn to panel 2. And again, would you tell me, COHEA, who we have, please?
Absolutely. So we have Megan Macareg representing Beloved Community Incubator. And then we have 4 witnesses who will be testifying in Spanish: Eloisa, Artemi, Ana, and Paula Enriquez.
Okay. All right, well, we'll begin with, let's see, the first name you gave me was?
Megan Macareg.
Okay, and then I have Ana. I can see that on our list.
We also have Eloisa, Artemi,
Okay.
and Paula Enriquez.
All right, I see. Okay. All right. So Megan, we'll begin with you. If you could get your witnesses online. So we can hear from them.
And Councilmember Bonds can hear us?
Now we
Perfect,
can
thank
hear
you.
you.
Perfect, thank you. I'm here with members of Vendors United. I'm an organizer and the organizing director with the Beloved Community Incubator. I'm here today to testify in support of social housing and the new legislation for a Green New Deal. We're bringing multiple people with us today, and we're a little late to this bandwagon as we've been busy fighting for street vendor reform. But so many of the people we work with, for whom these people are, like, they have struggled through the pandemic, and they're here with me today, and have come to testify from my house. They're so eager to talk with you about the struggles they've had in struggling to stay in the homes, their traditional homes, in the neighborhoods they've grown to love and live in for decades of their lives. You'll hear from members who have been deeply rooted in their communities in Ward 1 and Ward 4. Some people may be coming from Ward 2, who are very much in favor of this kind of approach to housing and who want to see a DC where they can stay and live. Many of our members are currently on the brink of being unhoused, and some of our street vendor members have lost their homes during the pandemic. I think if we learned one thing during the pandemic, it was that we need to take approaches that are strongly rooted in a solidarity economy. We leaned into a solidarity economy by creating unlikely relationships between producers and consumers in the co-ops we organize, so that people of mixed income can support each other around creating an economy together. We love the idea of social housing because we feel like it's one of the only sustainable ways forward so that urban dwellers can stay in the neighborhoods they love and they want to see and be part of communities that they described to my colleague Kush so many times around their vision for DC. So with no further ado, and also, you know, social housing would be great for me. I would love to live in social housing and live with like my neighbors and friends from various mixed incomes. So I'm really excited you're considering this bill, and I would really consider I would really urge the council to move forward with some of these really creative initiatives that have really been born from a time of great struggle for our city, right? And continue to move forward with these initiatives while there's the vision to do so, especially with social housing today. With that said, I'll close. I want you to know our witness list has changed a little bit because in the interim, a few people couldn't make it. So I do not believe you have Artemis White Neptune with you, but we do have with us Eloisa Diaz, Arely Andrade, and we have Ana Limus on the phone. I've been talking with Tosh, and I believe Paula Enriquez is with us as well from the Beloved Community Incubator. Thank you so much, Councilmember Mons.
Thank you very much. And we are ready to hear your first Spanish-speaking witness. I think you said it was Eloise. All right.
Let me get her ready. One
right.
second, Councilmember Bonds. Okay. Sobre la cosa que la vivienda, como tú practicas. Okay. ¿Lista? Okay. Okay.
The interpreters are ready as well.
All
Yes,
right.
I'm here.
Buenas tardes, señora Anita Banz. Mi nombre
Good
es Eloisa.
afternoon, Anita Ban. My name is.
Mi nombre es Eloisa Díaz.
Sigue adelante.
Yo pedir, por favor, si nos puede cooperar para tener una libertad de compartir en una buena vecindad con personas mezcladas.
Déjeme interpretar, ¿ok? Un momento. I would like to ask to be able to share. No le escuché lo último que me dijo porque se cortó la voz.
Otra vez.
Que si nos da la oportunidad de continuar viviendo en una buena vecindad, que nosotros queremos vivir con personas mezcladas de diferentes clases económicas y nacionalidades. Esta es la vecindad que queremos estar nosotros unidos en la área en Washington, D.C. Que nos puede ayudar.
I would like for you to give me the opportunity to continue to live in a community where I live with different mixes in Washington, D.C. So I would like for that opportunity.
En que nos ayude a tener un razonable pago para que vivamos con todo tipo de personas, quien pueda pagar mucho y quien no tiene cómo, que nos ayude, nos dé un soporte para estar todo unido, no importa quién tenga más, quién tenga menos.
I would like to be able to get your help, to be able to live in a community with all kinds of people who have more, who have less, but who where we can help each other.
Personal de pagar, tu lucha de pagar la renta.
Y así puedo yo pagar mi propia renta con lo poco que gane, que tenga yo mi libertad de ser independiente de pagar la renta, porque me la da favorable, por favor.
And I would like to be able to help, to be able to pay my own rent with the little bit that I make. That way I can be independent.
Y yo he estado luchando muy duro para sobrevivir. Yo soy una vendedora ambulante y con lo poquito que pueda ganar, con eso sobrevivo felizmente. Por eso no puedo prometer una renta altísima, sino a como pueda yo sostenerme y sentirme que me alcanza el sueldo, el pago que es económico para una persona que no...
Un momento, por favor. I'm a hardworking individual who works as a street vendor. I work hard to survive. And I would like to be able to live in a place where I can afford rent.
All right, well, thank you very much, and we'll hear from your next witness.
Muchas gracias y vamos a escuchar de su próximo persona que va a hablar.
Muchas gracias, Councilor Miss Van. Nice to meet you. The next comment.
Thank you very much, Councilor.
Buenas tardes, señora Banks. Mi nombre es Arely Andrade.
Good afternoon, Council Ban. My name is Arely Andrade.
Soy vendedora de la calle.
I'm a street vendor.
Y pues para mí es difícil poder pagar bastante en un apartamento porque nosotros no tenemos un cheque definido como mensualmente, pues las ventas varían en mí.
Un momento. So for me as a street vendor, it's very difficult to be able to pay regular rent because we don't have a stable income. It depends. As a street vendor, payment or income normally varies.
Pues nosotros buscamos la mejor manera como sobrevivir porque yo soy madre soltera. Pues en un cuarto vivo con mi hija y también bien difícil cuando también salgo a vender porque como tengo cáncer, así es que un apartamento o un cuarto es más accesible, que sea accesible para poder pagar los que no podemos tener una economía avanzada como un cheque mensualmente.
So I'm a single mom. I currently live in a 1-bedroom with my daughter. I have cancer. It's hard for me to be able to afford and pay more rent. It will be nice to be able to have access to an apartment.
Y a veces en la pandemia pues estuvimos a punto de que los desalojaban porque no podíamos pagar la renta y hay asociaciones donde decían que nos podían ayudar a pagar la renta, pero nosotros que ganamos cash no podíamos, no tenemos ese acceso para que los pudieran ayudar económicamente.
During the pandemic, we almost got evicted because we didn't have enough income. We could not pay rent. Since for us who get paid cash, we couldn't get help from some of the organizations that were helping to pay for rent during the pandemic.
Y como una trabajadora excluida, hemos también andado en mesas de la comunidad cuando daban repartos y todo eso. Así hemos pasado esta pandemia con ayudas de organizaciones con la comunidad. Y yo le agradezco por su tiempo que los ha tomado en cuenta. Muchas gracias.
We have been excluded workers. During the pandemic, we were able to survive with help the organizations had provide to the community. We're very grateful that you are taking us in account and are giving us the opportunity to speak today.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por su testimonio. Gracias.
And do we have another witness? I think it were 3. No?
¿Tiene otro testigo? Creo que eran 3 testigos.
My apologies, Councilmember. We couldn't find Paula Enriquez in the attendee room. So
All right.
that's all for this panel.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you very, very much for your testimony. Councilmember Lewis George, do you have questions or
No, I
comments?
just want to say thank you to this panel for taking the time to speak with us, and thank you for sharing your stories. And we will be taking all those things into consideration. I think as a council, we all deeply care about making sure you have a dignified housing and a place to live. So thank you.
Gracias a los panelistas por compartir su historia. Nosotros nos importa que ustedes tengan un lugar decente donde vivir y vamos a hacer lo que podemos para ayudar.
Councilmember Lewis George, your constituents want to say hello. This is Eloisa. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all very, very much for adding to the testimony that we're going to accumulate today. And some of the points that you made, I must say, I think we can begin to deal with those issues now. We do not have to wait until a bill is passed. So please be in touch with my office so that we can assist now, okay? All right, I guess we're moving to panel 3. Tosha, again, if you'll do the honors and tell us who's here, please.
Absolutely. So in panel 3, we have Brian Wivell representing ATU Local 689. We have Pamela McKinney as a public witness. We have Coy McKinney representing Southwest Action. We have Eleanor Hart as a public witness. We have Patrick McCannany representing Somerset Development Company. And we have Karen Caston representing the Wardman Hotel strategy team.
All right, well, thank you. We'll begin with Brian. We're ready to hear your testimony.
Sure thing. And first of all, I want to thank everyone who's going to be here until 9 p.m. or so. So thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to meet with you today. Amalgamated Transit Union Local 689 represents 15,000 transit workers and retirees across this region, including many of those at WMATA, the DC Circulator, and the DC Streetcar. Local 689 is proud to support Councilmember Lewis George's B24-0802 Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. Affordable housing is one of the great crises of our time. We've watched over the decades as our membership moved further and further out of the district. Fewer and fewer of our members, the very same people that help keep the city moving, are able to afford to live in the city where they work. We know firsthand that our members' work, it's billions of dollars in real estate value for this region, value that often goes directly into lining the pockets of the real estate sector without necessarily benefiting those who have been most hurt by the housing crisis. Social housing promises a future with new buildings and new housing without displacement. Social housing offers us a path towards our city, taking on our housing challenges without having to rely on waiting for outside industry to do it for us. Montgomery County has already finished building its first social housing development, with more in the pipeline. DC must fight to be the leader in the struggle for more housing, more affordable housing, and we need every tool in the toolbox. Seeing as we're a transit union, we also want to touch upon the ways that social housing can specifically work to promote transit-oriented development. Most people have come around to the idea that we need to increase density around transit centers. The issue is this new development is often luxury apartments with luxury occupants. Many of these new residents often have cars, making the entire point of transit-oriented development as a way to decrease car dependency pointless. With that being said, the core issue is that without non-market solutions like social housing, affordability and transit accessibility are in direct opposition to each other. Social housing allows the city to take the transit-oriented development into its own hands. This region knows it needs to get cars off the road and commuters into buses and trains. Leaving the private sector to its own devices will only lead to a metro rail for the wealthy few, run by transit workers that drive an hour and a half into work every day. Social housing as a model also allows for several new interesting opportunities for fusions with DC's existing tenant laws. Could tenants one day have an option to exercise their tenant opportunity to purchase rights, but instead also have an opportunity to seek purchase by the Office of Social Housing? WMATA is currently looking in across the region to partner with jurisdictions to carry out joint development projects. What better partner could there be for WMATA than DC's very own Office of Social Housing? We could even imagine a future where the social housing model could be used for workforce housing opportunities, similar to projects across the country, where transit workers would be welcomed back into the city they used to call home. For these reasons, we encourage this committee to issue a favorable report.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Brian. Next, we'll hear from Ms. McKinney. Pamela, are you? There you are. All right.
Hi, my name is Pamela McKinney, and I'm a Ward 6 resident. I submit this testimony in support of the Green New Deal for Housing Act. I'm a member of Southwest Action, a local community group in Southwest that fights for equitable and anti-racist development. Since 2019, we have as a group studied social housing to learn how these tools can be used to create lasting, affordable housing for residents. Given the myriad examples of social housing used in the US, such as in Jackson, Mississippi, and Houston, Texas, we need to move away from the same old process of depending on IZ to develop affordable housing. Of the 3,564 affordable IZ units currently in the city, 65% are studio or one bedroom. A mere 8% have been 3 bedrooms or more. Only 2.5% of all IZ units offer affordability at 30% AMI or below. And as we know, the median income for a Black household in DC is $49,652, which is below 50% AMI, meaning that the majority of Black households are excluded from IZ units. So in addition to having few affordable units in the city, there's also a lack of units that the average Black family could even qualify for. This has led to the inequitable outcomes we have seen in our city. In Southwest, we've seen the white population increase 157%, while the Black population has decreased 21%. That's a policy decision, not an unfortunate event. Social housing, in conjunction with community land trusts, known as CLTs, allow residents to make democratic decisions about the land rather than a for-profit entity, and also provide the option of permanent affordable housing. Social housing and CLTs create opportunities for deeply affordable housing and larger units, ensuring that Black residents do have access to housing in the city they grew up in. There's momentum behind social housing, especially community land trusts. This past summer, Southwest Action initiated a petition to purchase 2 lots at 4th and M Street Southwest and convert them to a CLT. The petition acquired over 1,000 signatures, with residents noting that the CLT model was a proven model for equitable development and one they wanted to explore for Southwest. I urge the council to support this bill and take an innovative and means-tested approach to providing affordable housing. Our city residents deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. McKinney, COHEA, representing the Southwest Action organization.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm testifying in support of the Green New Housing Deal for Housing Act. We desperately need to change course in how housing is developed in the city. Social housing is a model worth investing in. My only addition to the legislation would be to make sure that community land trusts are also included in this historic legislation. Community land trusts are well-tested and proven models for creating permanently affordable housing, especially for minorities and people who have struggled to own or obtain housing in the past. Also, it provides permanently affordable retail space and allows residents to have a direct say in future development of their neighborhood. A 2019 comprehensive study from Grounded Solutions looked at over 4,000 shared equity units in 20 states over 30 years and found that 99% of the people avoided foreclosure. 73% of the units looked in this study belong to a community land trust. If providing housing that is accessible and sustainable is the goal, then community land trusts must be included as part of the solution. If the city is looking to address the racial gap in housing and home ownership, community land trusts are well regarded as models for addressing that issue. The Grounded Solutions paper noted that the number of minorities living in shared equity housing has jumped from 13% to 43% in recent years, and quote, confirmed that shared equity models provide affordable home ownership to lower income families generation after generation, and provides financial security and mitigates risk for homeowners facing housing market turmoil, end of quote. The DC Council Office of Racial Equity, COHEA, whose mission it is to eliminate racial disparities and achieve racial equity in the city, also agrees. COHEA recommended that public land should be developed, quote, to include innovative long-term models such as co-ops, community land trusts to address the current racial disparity in home ownership rates, end of quote. It's clear then that community land trusts are a model worth investing in if equitable outcomes are the goal. As a city that was once crowned the most intensely gentrified city in America, it's past time we pivot from prioritizing corporate-driven housing development, and I'm hopeful for the possibilities that this proposed legislation puts forward to make sure DC is never again named the most gentrified city. Between 2012 and 2021, only 9.5% of the new units were quote-unquote affordable. The priorities of the cities can't be to house the affluent. Instead, we should center those with the most need and those who have been historically and intentionally underserved. A great opportunity to implement these ideas would be the Wardman Hotel and the lots at 4th and M in Southwest. For this reason, I encourage the council to support this legislation with the addition of including community land trust in its final makeup. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Hart? Let's see, Eleanor?
Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds and Councilmember George. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC for Democracy's Affordable Housing Group. But I am today speaking as an individual. Alex Dodds, chair of DC for Democracy, will speak on behalf of the organization. But I do want to make clear that our housing group, as well as many others in the organization, are very enthusiastic about the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. Thanks to you for this very important hearing, and to Councilmember George and the co-sponsors for the legislation. Also, thanks to Will Merrifield for his vigorous advocacy of social housing. DC can be very proud of the resources our city has provided for affordable housing over the past 8 years. Yet the gap between the need and what has been provided has continued to grow. The social housing model makes it possible for housing dollars to go a lot further. I am very hopeful that this legislation will make it possible to narrow the gap between need and resources. I am surprised and disappointed that the committee did not arrange for someone from the Housing Opportunities Commission in Montgomery County to take part in the hearing. I do hope the committee will consult with county officials as you complete the housing legislation, the social housing legislation for DC. Since over 100 witnesses will be testifying, I will be brief and conclude by urging this committee to do two things. Send this legislation to the full council and make sure that the Office of Social Housing Development is adequately funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Patrick?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Patrick McEnany, here today representing Somerset Development Company. We're a mission-driven developer that specializes in the preservation and production of green, affordable, and mixed-income housing in both the District of Columbia and Baltimore. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today and hope that we can provide useful feedback for the council to consider based on our professional expertise in both green building and affordable housing development. We fundamentally share this bill's vision of promoting green affordable housing, including supporting electrification and on-site energy production, prioritizing transit-oriented development and multimodal transportation, utilizing natural landscaping to promote cooling, guaranteeing permanent affordability, finding creative financing strategies to cross-subsidize market rate and affordable housing, utilizing our existing toolkit, including the Housing Production Trust Fund and the DC Green Bank, and involving tenants in decision-making processes. We work to incorporate all of these concepts into our projects and have significant experience working with partners in both DC government and the private sector who help us bring these concepts to reality. In reviewing this bill, what primarily stood out to us is that it is not very clear how this concept is different from the existing work that our agencies already do, or how it would incentivize participation from the existing community of affordable housing developers. DHCD already finances affordable housing and oversees the District Opportunity to Purchase Act program. DCHFA already issues bonds. DEMPED already manages public land dispositions, and the DC Housing Authority develops and manages residential properties. It appears that this bill attempts to combine all four functions into one new office, but there is a real concern that this approach could be duplicative rather than additive. We believe the more prudent approach would be to improve the functioning of each existing agency rather than create a new overlapping one. Creating more agencies to navigate is not necessarily a path to getting more housing built. And if the concern is that existing agencies aren't capable of doing the work, the question then becomes why we would expect a new agency to fare better. Beyond questions about the governmental organizational chart, our primary concern about this bill is also that it does not appear to build on the work the existing affordable housing development community is already doing, and especially our understanding of what is and is not economically feasible. For example, while we support the goal of projects that are 1/3 30% AMI, 1/3 50% AMI, and 1/3 market rate, in practice, the feasible unit mix varies enormously by project and depends on prevailing market conditions such as interest rates, construction costs, tax credit pricing, and many additional factors. Furthermore, projects with this approximate unit mix do not pay for themselves under any circumstances. They depend enormously on both federal and local subsidies in order to pencil out, especially when the project needs to pay market price for the land acquisition. Any projects pursuing this approach will therefore have to compete for funds, a competition that is already getting significantly tougher as the district reaches its volume cap on private activity bonds, thereby limiting the availability of low-income housing tax credits. So while we strongly support the goal of building significant new affordable housing in a financially sustainable and scalable way, it is not clear how this bill would actually work in practice or incentivize professional affordable housing developers to participate. We strongly encourage the council to solicit more feedback directly from experienced project managers who have detailed firsthand knowledge of the complex nuances and economics of this field. Another area where we believe this bill is very well intentioned, perhaps not practical, is tenant governance. We pride ourselves on partnering and collaborating with tenant associations at our properties and running robust resident resources programs. We absolutely believe that tenants have a right to actively participate in the management of their communities, and that properties are ultimately better managed when there are robust mechanisms for soliciting and incorporating resident feedback. However, in our experience, we've also learned that tenant governance has to be structured in a way that still allows property managers to keep properties running smoothly, including managing staff and vendors, enforcing lease provisions and rules of conduct, and overseeing repairs, maintenance, and capital expenditures. The language in this bill regarding tenant approval for all service agreements and management contracts is very broad and likely not workable in practice. We recommend the council work to improve this section by soliciting more specific language based on successful existing affordable housing projects. As I stated at the beginning of my testimony, we strongly share many of the goals of this bill, and we intend this testimony not to be critical, but rather to provide constructive feedback aimed at creating a stronger final product. We are happy to make ourselves available as needed to provide further input about specific aspects of affordable housing development. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move to Karen.
Unmute. Okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Bonds, for holding this hearing. And I'd like to say congratulations first on your great win in the recent election. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm testifying on behalf of the Wardman Hotel strategy team in support of the Green New Deal for Housing bill. The vision of the Green New Deal is especially welcome and urgently needed because its focus includes lower income residents. In a city where building new housing has usually meant providing homes for high income earners, plus those who make 60 to 80% area median income, which is still called affordable. You know, it's still considered that those people need assistance with housing. And maybe they do, but not to the same extent that people who make 30 to 50 AMI need assistance. As we know, the Green New Deal instead focuses on mixed income housing with up to 2/3 priced to be permanently affordable for those whose income is below 30% of the AMI, up through those whose income is 50% AMI. The Wardman Hotel strategy team has fought for close to 2 years to convert the COVID bankrupted and now auctioned off venerable Wardman Hotel in Woodley Park, which we have wanted to convert into mixed income affordable housing. A very good fit for this Green New Deal bill. The hotel was bought at auction by Carmel Partners with the intention to demolish it and build instead 2 towers of luxury rental housing totaling 900 units, of which only 72 would be affordable at the highest level of affordability. Many neighbors have written to the DC Council and the mayor in support of the Wardman team's vision of converting the hotel to genuinely affordable housing. Councilmember McDuffie asked Mayor Bowser to buy the Wardman for affordable housing. A design concept created by a consulting architect showed the hotel could be converted into 500 units of multi-income affordable housing, which would be 1/4 of the affordable housing units that Mayor Bowser said she wanted to see developed in Ward 3 by 2025. The Wardman Hotel site is a perfect match for affordable housing at the deepest levels of affordability in a transportation-rich and amenity-rich neighborhood. Neighbors had hoped for community amenities such as a grocery store and badly needed overflow classroom space for nearby schools. Carmel has spurned all of that. In addition to Councilmember McDuffie's support, Mary Che twice contacted the Office of Planning about a process called large tract review, which mandates that sites of more than 3 acres should be reviewed by various city agencies for example, transportation and traffic considerations, environmental safety, the requirements of nearby schools, as well as requiring community input. Carmel submitted design plans to OP showing their site was 9.5 acres, yet OP still declines to invoke large tract review. Chair Mendelson said he'd support large tract review if Councilmember Chase supported it. Ward 3 Councilmember-elect Matt Fruman told the Wardman Hotel strategy team that he supports large tract review. And did I understand correctly, Councilmember Bonds, that you yourself might reach out to OP and ask for large tract review? We so very much hope you will. Carmel is now starting external demolition, but they have not notified nearby residents of basic information, such as the date when the demolition will start, even though they seem to have kind of started it, nor have they notified residents of specific permit requirements, such as hours and days of work, dump truck routes, impact on neighborhood driving patterns, noise and dust abatement, and monitoring of structural impacts of neighborhood buildings. Notifications of these permit decisions are supposed to be given by a developer, but Carmel has not done so. Carmel can and should be stopped. It should be required to provide due notification of construction details to neighbors, and OP should be required to perform the city mandated large tract review of the site. This site could still be saved for multi-income affordable housing, a perfect match for a demonstration project for the Green New Deal, which has been presented by Councilmember Louis George and 6 council co-sponsors so far. We urge you to take action to immediately put a hold on the Wardman Hotel site demolition and to pass the Green New Deal for housing as quickly as possible.
All right, Ms. Caston, I hope that concludes your testimony. You're
It
2.5 minutes. Okay. All right. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
All right. I'll turn to my colleague if there are any questions or comments. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you. First, I want to go to Coy McKinney. Coy, thank you so much for your testimony and also testifying from very real experience on the ground. I wanted to, and thank you for raising the work of the Council Office of Racial Equity. Wanted to see if you can say more about how community land trust would align and complement with social housing. How are land trusts helpful in building permanent affordable housing? And then we heard some comments during this panel about, tenant governance. I know community land trust operates sort of under governance, community governance. Can you speak to how that works and could work within this model?
Yeah, so the main thing about community land trusts is that they're not seeking profit, which is similar to social housing. So the land trust owns the land and then they lease access to it at affordable prices. And so if, let's say, a homeowner buys a home buys a condo that's on the community trust land, when they go to sell it, the amount that they can sell it at is restricted. So they'll still get the equity that is accrued. They'll get the initial investment that they put into it, but they won't be able to sell it at full market price. And that keeps it affordable in perpetuity. And so then the other part is that community land trusts are, I'll use the example of the Douglas CLT, are run by the members. For the Douglas CLT, anyone in DC can become a member. They elect the board, and the board follows a balanced approach. So 1/3 are people that live on community land trust land, 1/3 are industry professionals, and then 1/3 are community members. And so that provides a balance that, people's strengths and weaknesses can be balanced out that way. So similar to social housing, where the residents have a say in the ownership or what goes on in the building on the land. Same thing with the community land trust. The people who are most impacted, who have a say in it or who have knowledge of what it takes to make it successful, have a say in that and can elect in a democratic way who makes those decisions. I hope that answered your question.
It does. It absolutely answered my question. And I appreciate your feedback on this. And we have heard about ways in which this can work hand in hand with community land trusts. And we can actually learn some of the best practices from community land trusts as a way and when we look at formulating this. So we definitely will take that feedback in making and strengthening the legislation. So thank you again. It sounds like the Douglas Community Land Trust is one that is working out well and doing well for our neighbors. So I appreciate that. Patrick, I want to come to you and thank you for your constructive feedback. I want to ask you, what percent of developer buildings created with city funds have generated more than 60% of their units at affordable rates? I can think of only one project in my own ward, and that doesn't seem like a way to solve our crisis around the need for deeply affordable units. And so why are the current tax credit-based affordable housing efforts not generating the permanent deeply affordable units that we need?
Well, so certainly we're limited by the amount of funds available, right? There's an annual RFP that GHCD will put out that projects will come to for funding. Those are competitive funding rounds. Not every project that gets in receives funding. Many projects have to go in several times over to get funded. So there's a competition, and that's traditionally it's limited by both the district funds, but increasingly it's limited by federal funds. So we have 9% low-income housing tax credits, which are by law. There's a limited amount of allocation that comes from the federal government. The key thing to understand, low-income housing tax credits are by far the largest federal source of affordable housing dollars that exist now. And for a long time in DC, for the 4% credits, you had to tie them to bonds from DCHFA, but we weren't at the bonding capacity for DCHFA. So more and more projects could come in, and you could always assume that you're at least getting a big chunk of federal dollars. Now we finally hit that cap because we put so much money into the Housing Production Trust Fund that we're bumping up against this other limit on the federal side. And there's going to be no fixing that unless you're somehow changing federal budget rules or federal legislation. And so that's also going to become a new limiting competition that projects, wherever it is in the city, in Ward 4, in Ward 3, anywhere else, they're going to be coming to DHCD in these RFP rounds and DCHFA for bonding room, and there's only going to be so much to go around. So I think that's the fundamental challenge is if we're designing projects that are going to need federal and local subsidies, and it is very, very, very hard to build significant amounts of affordable housing without doing that. That's just the way the math works out. Then we're fundamentally just limited by the amount of dollars that are there. So to your point, if we're trying to get much more, and that's exactly what we want, we're desperate to do more projects, desperate to do more housing, we have to put more money into it. Or if we're not just putting direct government money into it, because obviously there's a limited pool of money to go around, you have to find creative ways to build more market rate housing and then use that to subsidize these projects, which I think is exactly what this bill is getting at, trying to do, and what we try and do with our projects as well. It's just that the challenge is that the ratio, it's not 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 that normally pays for itself. You need usually at least 2 market rate units to pay for 1 affordable unit. Usually, by the way, the math works, sometimes even more. It can be 3 to 1, depending on where construction costs and interest rates are.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the feedback, and I think I agree our existing strategies need fixing. But given the crisis that we're at this point, I think we need a sort of a new tool to address this issue. And this is, I don't see it as in sort of in conflict with you, but also I see it as sort of a tool, an additional tool that we need to use to be to as aggressively address the crisis that we need to address. As I think ATU's witness Brian talked about, sort of drivers can't afford to stay in the city, afford to be in the city. So I think I appreciate that. I know my time is up. I wanted to ask about construction, green construction, and doing it affordably. I know you all do some construction green, keeping in mind the climate. So I wanted to ask about that, but I can follow up with you offline on that. Thank you.
Happy to talk about it separately.
Thank you very much to this panel, and I'll move to the next panel. And thank you all profusely for sharing. And Patrick, I would like to have an opportunity to talk with you at length, because you pointed out a couple of things that I think are important, and primarily that some of the tools that are included in this bill are tools that we already have. They're separate into their individual buckets. And so it makes sense to talk to you about those so that we can learn how we can improve those tools that we already have as we are creating additional tools. So thank you very much for that. We'll now move to panel 4. Again, Tosha, can you tell us who is in the room? Thank you.
So from panel 4, we have Mark Agard representing Claudia Jones School for Political Education. We have Alex Dodds representing DC for Democracy. We have Eliana Golding representing the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. We have Will Flagel as a public witness.
All right. Well, welcome to everyone, and Mark, we'll start with you.
Thank you so much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, lovely. Dear council members, I'm honored to voice my unequivocal support for the Green New Deal for Housing Act on behalf of the Claudia Jones School for Political Education. My name is Mark Agard. I'm a student and a resident of Ward 2, and of course, an organizer with the Claudia Jones School, a grassroots education initiative seeking to empower the working class and other marginalized peoples here in DC. It is no secret that DC is facing an urgent housing crisis which disproportionately affects our multiracial working class. Even before the pandemic, Black residents and families were getting priced out of their own homes. Since daily life has been upended in the last few years, real estate developers have relentlessly sought to make up for lost profits at the expense of the working class. The cruelty of this push for profit is only exacerbated by the tactics used to displace vulnerable tenants. The poor are criminalized even as they face increasingly severe conditions, whether it be routine flooding, mold, pest infestations, or landlords who refuse to maintain their properties. This is unacceptable. Quality housing is a human right, and we need bold action to make it affordable to the working class. This legislation offers the opportunity to build sustainable developments into the fabric of DC. To combat the coming climate crisis, we need to be bold and willing to reimagine urban life. As is acknowledged in DC's Climate and Energy Action Plan, buildings cause a massive portion of our emissions. In constructing developments to high environmental standards, as this bill seeks to do, social housing can serve as an example for the future of DC. More than reducing our emissions, social housing demonstrates that sustainable living is an improvement for our working class and an affordable one at that. Chocolate City should be carbon neutral, mixed use, and actually accessible to Black families. The model of social housing is not new. We can make this a reality for our residents if only we muster the political will to do so. This legislation directly empowers working class tenants to exercise more control over their communities through the tenant leadership boards. It is my view that the power of these boards to provide agency to tenants, namely through the ability to procure new vendors and seek outside support as needed, are particularly important for the protection of our working class. Such powers help to shield tenants from exploitation and discrimination. Black DC natives should not be pushed out of their homes, nor should they be forced to endure unjust living conditions just to line the pockets of real estate developers and landlords. The late Claudia Jones, a Black immigrant from Trinidad, suffered lifelong medical issues as a result of poor housing conditions in Harlem. It is unacceptable that almost a century later, Black tenants remain vulnerable to health issues caused by their substandard housing. In the capital of the wealthiest country in the world, our multiracial working class should live with dignity. Rather than be forced to live in deteriorating residences, our working class should live in ambitious and affordable developments. This will take political will and it will take money, but that cannot be a reason to delay. Mixed income, mixed use developments provide the opportunity to strengthen communities here in DC. The displacement of longtime community members and the disruption caused by COVID-19 have at times weakened the bonds that connect us to our neighbors. As we face down long-standing issues of affordability, we can use public intervention to build housing that is not only affordable, but that bolsters the social fabric of DC. The council has the opportunity to rebuild our communities to be stronger than ever. I humbly ask for the council to support this important legislation and hope that it quickly moves beyond the committee to a full vote. I extend my gratitude to those on the council who have already taken up the cause, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to testify here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alex, are you in? Yes, I see you're here. We'll hear your testimony now.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds and the full committee for hearing this. My name is Alex Dodds. I'm a resident of Ward 4 and I'm the chair of DC for Democracy. Several of my fellow DC for Democracy members are also testifying here today, including Eleanor Hart, who testified on the panel before me, who is the chair of our housing working group and spoke a little bit about the working group's housing work in particular. I'm very glad to join Eleanor and all of the other DC for Democracy members here today in voicing my support for the DC Green New Deal for housing. DC for Democracy as an organization works towards policies and leadership that puts people over profit. And housing is probably one of the single places where we see those two things at odds most intensely in DC. The desire of developers to profit off housing, but people's fundamental human right need to live somewhere that is safe and sound. My personal support for this bill is informed by the experience of my younger sister. She works as an assistant teacher at a preschool here in DC, and she's also neurodiverse. Both those things together means that she pretty easily meets DC's threshold for income for affordable housing. And when we helped her, my family helped her apply for the housing lottery a few years ago, it got clear fast that we would likely need to wait years or potentially forever to get a unit. And now when units become available through the lottery, we just say, well, you might as well apply, knowing that her chances of getting one of the very few units offered in any given lottery drawing are a needle in a haystack. I think it's likely clear from everyone's testimony today, or many people's testimony today, that DC's approach to affordable housing is not working well right now. I know many of the other people who testified here today will share stories about what it's like to try to navigate this system and find housing within a dysfunctional system that DC has right now. But there are a lot of ways we could potentially fix affordable housing in DC. So why is the Green New Deal for housing the right approach? It's the right approach because this bill invests in our communities and we all benefit from that. Publicly owned resources like libraries, parks, and schools would benefit everyone. They make our communities richer. Social housing would add housing to this list as a shared resource from which we all benefit and in whose success we should all be invested. And DC desperately needs that. The Green New Deal for housing is the right approach because housing affordability and the climate crisis are connected. As people travel further and further out to find affordable places to live, emissions go up, and we can't think about DC's lack of affordable housing outside the context of climate disaster. In addition to creating more housing near jobs and transit, this bill would also mandate strong environmental requirements and net zero emission standards for the housing it creates. And we need more of this at every level of affordability. The Green New Deal for housing is also the right approach because it takes practical steps toward a radical goal of becoming a community that meets the needs of our neighbors with care, because we recognize that this is how we all thrive. Speaking personally, I know that my sister would jump at a chance to move into a net zero, mixed income, affordable building near transit. And I know many other people here today and in DC would do the same. I ask the committee to please pass this bill, fully fund the office, and ensure its complete and thorough implementation. Thank you for your time and attention today to this important effort.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Elena?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds, Councilmember Lewis George, and members of the council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Eliana Golding, and I am a policy analyst at DCFPI. DCFPI is a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities in our research and analysis, community partnerships, and advocacy efforts to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. My testimony lays out why social housing could be a transformational tool that fills some of the gaps in DC's ongoing fight against displacement, which disproportionately harms residents of color. I offer recommendations to strengthen the bill based on existing models and urge council to invest in the creation of social housing infrastructure, which could offer stability and well-being for district residents. While the district is among the nation's leaders in prioritizing affordable housing, the increasing cost of housing places an ever greater burden on the residents with low and moderate incomes. While groundbreaking investments in tools like the Housing Production Trust Fund should help the district meet residents' needs for affordable housing, progress is slow. Furthermore, the priorities of private developers, as is reflected in their development proposals, shapes the landscape of affordable housing. Federal and local vouchers also fail to mitigate the district's affordable housing shortage and to house residents in safe, healthy units. As you know, nearly 40,000 eligible district residents are waiting for but have not received a housing voucher, which makes very clear that existing voucher programs cannot meet residents' needs for subsidized housing. It is clear that DC's current policies, programs, and practices are insufficient to meet the need for affordable housing, and that the district needs to invest in new tools. So in creating a social housing paradigm for the district, it is also particularly important for the council to learn from the history of public housing to ensure that social housing is managed differently. Designed with segregation at its core, the US public housing system has suffered as a result of decades of federal disinvestment motivated by racism. In developing its social housing program, the district must maintain stable investments in the upkeep of social housing buildings and also ensure sufficient building oversight and management that is accountable to the residents. The bill as proposed indicates that social housing developments may maintain a tenant leadership board to participate in the management of social housing buildings. The bill should require that tenants be given this opportunity. Council should work closely with tenant associations, tenant organizers, and those who have participated in co-op or condo boards to develop a tenant leadership model that ensures accountability to tenants, but does not place undue burden on tenants for the management of their buildings. Social housing will help the district meet residents' need for affordable housing while avoiding the challenges faced by existing programs, and if appropriately funded, would be a powerful new tool for slowing and preventing the displacement of Black and Brown residents in the districts. I want to briefly touch on existing social housing programs abroad that offer lessons in this promising model. While programs vary from country to country, social housing generally refers to publicly owned housing that prioritizes affordability, democratic resident control, and social equality. Several witnesses today will likely reference Austria's social housing program. While Austria's model cannot be precisely replicated in DC due to differences in governance and economic systems, I want to highlight a few instructive elements. First, eligibility for social housing in Austria is almost universal, meaning that social housing is treated as a public good rather than a time-limited safety net program. As a result, social housing communities are stable, mixed income, and do not produce economic segregation. Social housing, the second point, is social housing is abundant and accessible because there is political consensus that housing is a basic human right. Roughly 24% of Austrian housing stock is social housing. In Vienna, that number is 44%. The prevalence of social housing in Austria and the government's robust involvement in the country's housing supply has the effect of capping market rents. In other words, the existence of social housing keeps rents more affordable for everyone, not just social housing residents. Similar to Austria, the UK has heavily invested in the construction of social housing following World War II. By 1977, almost half the population, about 42%, lived in social housing, but this rate vastly declined in the 1980s due to mass privatization of the Right to Buy program under then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher's government. While the tenants who were able to purchase their units through Right to Buy benefited from the policy, the UK's significant reduction in housing supply meant that the UK's current need for truly affordable housing far outstrips its supply. The district can avoid UK-style social housing decline by preventing provisions allowing the sale of social housing units on the private market. Tenant purchase and homeownership are clear priorities for the district, but can be better achieved through other existing tools. And I might add that tenant purchase tools are also in need of bolstering. A social housing policy for DC should guarantee public ownership and affordability in perpetuity. If the council chooses not to safeguard against if the council chooses to safeguard against privatization, tenants of those buildings should maintain the first right to purchase under the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. In other words, if the council chooses to end its social housing program, TOPA should come into effect, but otherwise it should. The Green New Deal for housing is an opportunity for the district to create an innovative model for affordable housing that centers on community stability, affordability and sustainability, and social equity. Council should work closely with tenants, their advocates, and values-aligned nonprofit housing providers to develop a robust and sustainable financial model that will allow DC to maintain properties as affordable, district-owned housing in perpetuity. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer questions, especially as it relates to how social housing relates to TOPA. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Will, okay, I see you're here, all right.
Hi, My name is Will, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I'm here today to express my support for the Green New Deal for Housing Act, and I would like to thank my council member, Janice Lewis-George, for introducing and supporting this bill, and the committee and Chairperson Bonds for holding today's hearing. In his 1944 State of the Union address, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt proposed a second Bill of Rights based on economic liberties. FDR proclaimed that, quote, true individual freedom cannot exist without economic security, and he called for new economic rights, including, quote, the right of every family to a decent home. Like FDR, I believe that liberty requires economic security. I believe that housing is a human right. That's why I'm so excited about this legislation. There are a lot of things I like about the bill, like the democratic tenant control, but I want to focus on two of its features: the fact that the housing would be mixed income and mixed use, and the fact that it would be district owned. The mixed income component is important to me because I want to live in a diverse community. I don't want to contribute to the displacement of my neighbors. Opening up public housing to everyone through a mixed income structure would allow me to live in accordance with my values. I would love to know that part of my rental payment is supporting affordability, or that when I shop with a ground floor commercial occupant, their rent is cross-subsidizing affordable housing. Cross-subsidization is particularly impactful when paired with public ownership. Public ownership can ensure that subsidized units remain affordable in perpetuity, unlike LIHTC funded units, for example, which can revert back to market rates. Cross-subsidization combined with public ownership also makes fiscal sense. Once a development has paid off its initial loans, rental payments in excess of maintenance costs can deepen affordability and help fund additional social housing. Existing programs simply lack this tremendous benefit. As of 2020, deferred maintenance costs for DC's public housing units exceeded $2 billion. Why not create a reliable income stream through cross-subsidization to cover those costs? Finally, the public option for housing is popular. Last year, polling by Data for Progress found that likely voters prefer a public option for housing to a tax credit by a 32-point margin. This year, incidentally, a Washington Post poll asked residents of the district to name the biggest problem they face. Housing was the second most common response. So today, I am asking this committee to support the Green New Deal for Housing Act. I am asking the committee to combat racial and economic segregation and to reduce stigma, to open up new funding streams, and to give everyone a public option. I am asking the committee to help us move one step closer to a world where housing is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And
we've also been joined by Gianpaolo Baiocchi, representing the Urban Democracy Lab at New York University.
All right.
Shall I start?
Yes, welcome.
Well, thank you so much, Chairwoman and Council Member Lewis-George. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm so excited about this bill that you're all talking about. And I wanted to congratulate you for putting it on the table. When I think of and I think of housing, I actually think of the beautiful Langston Terrace, which was designed by a very famous African architect, the first WPA building, Hilliard Robinson. It's really incredible testament to the public sector at that time. But the last speaker, I had some prepared comments, but last speaker said something about FDR. And you know, when FDR ran, oh, sorry, I'm represent Urban Democracy Lab. Sorry, I was so excited about FDR. FDR, when he ran, one of his speeches that he would repeat was this line: 1/3 of the country is ill-clad, ill-fed, and ill-housed. And we're coming up on 100 years of that. And the 1/3 ill-housed is a number that we haven't been able to move on in this country. It's really remarkable. I'm not going to talk too much about the fact, because the testimony of the residents coming in, and lots of people have been talking about the difficulties in housing, but I'll make a general comment that housing is an issue. There's so many other issues, and it's hard to think of any social issue, from recidivism to domestic violence to property, that is not touched by housing. And when we think about providing solutions to housing that are different, solutions that actually address housing, improving it, we talk about positive externalities. That is, we don't even have math to think about how much lives could improve. But if you think about if you could solve the problems of housing, that is, make quality housing really affordable for the communities that need it, think of the community benefits, the family benefits, the individual benefits. Talk to a public school teacher anywhere in the country, and they'll tell you one of the difficulties they have is students have unstable housing. And this is why we're looking for these kinds of bold solutions that you're thinking about today. I wanted to address something that the Patrick McNaney of Somerset Development was saying about the difficulties of social housing. And I was hoping he would provide some evidence and some facts or examples against. But I have to say, I didn't hear much except this rhetoric that social housing doesn't work, it's too difficult, it's too expensive. I'm happy with you about the finances of public housing and social housing. I've been working on social housing issues for the last couple of years. I have a fair amount of experience with the European and the Latin American examples. I'll say a couple of things on this financing and feasibility piece. Social housing worked at scale in Europe after World War II. Some countries had as much as a third of their population in social housing. How did it work? Differently than the US, it was well funded from the start. So this idea was too important to fail. Differently from the US, and this is something that the developers can't get their head around sometimes, you're taking speculation out of the price of housing. When you think, why is housing so expensive? Part of it is that we're constantly speculating on the price of land. Housing that's off the market, that's no longer part of the equation. This cross subsidy that people are talking about is very important. That is, you have people system. And another part successful, where it has been successful, where it continues to be successful, like in the Netherlands, is very powerful mechanisms of tenant control. One of the differences with current US public housing that we have today is tenants in public housing can't even control the color they're going to paint a community room, let alone make the big decisions, let alone have the oversight that's needed. So real tenant control is a very, very important part. I'm happy to answer any kinds of questions that you may have, but I'll say by providing this bold public solution that you're talking about in DC, you're talking about doing a kind of justice to communities. You're talking about doing repair to communities. You're talking about making things right in a way that market mechanisms can't and won't. I'm happy to take questions, and I'm happy to be at your disposal as the conversation on this bill goes forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Professor. Thank you so much. I'll turn to my colleague, Councilwoman Lewis George, for a few questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you to this panel. To Will, I really appreciated your testimony around racial and economic segregation, and this is a solution to that. Eliana, I want to start with you, and I wanted to ask you, can you say more about how TOPA and social housing can actually complement one another?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking. And I want to be really clear that I think they are different tools. I don't think that TOPA is a manifestation of social housing. TOPA is a tool to give tenants a bargaining chip in the private market. It allows tenants a seat at the table, even just to negotiate with developers when their building is up for sale. In the way that it works right now for most small and large buildings, the way that turns out is that tenants have to assign their rights because the district does not have currently a program that supports tenants with the financing to actually purchase their buildings in a robust way. We lack that. We had it. We need it. Again, it used to be the first right purchase program. We have that again. What social housing is, it's a completely different animal, but I think it complements in that it gives tenants options. Because if through TOPA, for example, tenants might be able to purchase their building should they have the resources and create a co-op, limited equity or otherwise, that would be considered some sort of ownership. And there's a certain level of obligation in terms of management, financial obligation that is implied there. Whereas with social housing, While I fully support the, tenant leadership boards who are advising the management of the property, they're not like on the hook for, if the HVAC system breaks or something like that. And I think that is important in that it is a complement. Not everyone wants to own a property, but people deserve the kind of stability that comes with homeownership. And social housing, I think, offers that, because you are not, if we have social housing, it is district owned. You're not worried about like, when is the owner of this property going to decide to sell it? And then what am I going to have to do? What if they raise the rents? We know that inherent in this structure that there is some rent stability. And so that's why I want to say that they are both important tools for the district in providing affordable housing and opportunities for tenants at multiple income levels, but they are not the same. But both should be heavily resourced.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that perspective. I absolutely agree that there are different mechanisms that they are different mechanisms that do really different things. And so I appreciate that. I own my house because of TOPA, but it shouldn't be that only owners get to take charge of their housing conditions and quality of life. I think we need to create more mechanisms as well. I want to ask you, I'm going to ask Professor Giampaolo a question, but also if after he goes, I would love for you to weigh in as well. Last panel, we heard that this proposal doesn't math out. Do you agree? What factors sort of are intrinsic in social housing that help to make this model more affordable and more amenable to cross subsidization than developer produced housing? And can you say more about the role of housing speculation and arbitrarily inflating housing costs?
Yeah, so, as you know, there's social housing conversations happening in many parts of the country. And there is this kind of talking point that you need to pencil it out, needs to work out. But I never hear like what it is that doesn't pencil out. So, in European countries where you have a third of the population living in social housing, somehow it pencils out, right? So here's some of the parts of so every social housing on the planet gets money from three sources. So one, it gets money from rent. So you kind of set the, public housing doesn't have middle are paying higher rent. So this is this cross subsidy. So that brings in money. Second, there are subsidies that go to social housing developments that would not go to private housing. So for example, resident tax break on resident, or if you think of maintenance, you're using a public source for that. Often when you're building social housing too, you're doing it at scale. So a developer does the math on one building. We're doing the math on all the social housing developments that are going on. But this thing you mentioned about the speculation is kind of like the key part, which is, if you think about, I work and live in an extremely expensive city in Manhattan. And the reason, and sometimes you say, well, to build a single family home in downtown Manhattan would be $1.5 million for a one bedroom small house. And the reason for that is because people are speculating on the price of land, which is you put that land for sale, there's a private equity fund, everyone is trying to buy, so it's inflating the price. So with social housing, you're taking that out of the equation. And I'll say one more thing about social housing with the numbers that I think we have to keep in mind. So we have to put money into housing somehow, right? We're going to fix the housing problem. It's a problem. The problem with some of the solutions that we have, which is incentives to developers, their incentives are to make the profit as opposed to make affordable housing. The other thing people talk about is they'll do vouchers. The thing with a voucher, which is unavoidable, is you're paying forever for an inflated price, as opposed to paying upfront or borrowing upfront. It's a one-time investment that then, the Vienna houses that were mentioned earlier have been around for 100 years. It was a one-time purchase. I'm happy, I can go on forever on this, but I'm mindful of your time, and I'm mindful Eliana wants to say something also.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I think finding tools to disrupt the speculatory housing market is so important in super expensive districts like ours in DC and NYC. And we're definitely going to follow up with you and continue to have your part of this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
If I can add just one thing, I just want to second everything the professor said about about speculation. And I think that there's also some other factors that we need to consider here. When considering the profit margin or like what makes things pencil out, and some of the things that may make these deals or these buildings and development different are things like property taxes. You're not going to be paying property taxes on that, and also purchase price. And so how I'm not going to say this is how it will pencil out, but those are two things that would be different for social housing development rather than a private development. And also, yes, it is okay, and we should be subsidizing. So it's okay if this, the market rate units don't fully subsidize like internally those units. We can and should be using public funds to subsidize affordable housing, and we can do that in the social housing model.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you again to this panel.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to ask the professor and Eliana if what we're discussing now borders on whether or not we need to think about the appraisal value of our land for the purpose of social housing. Should we bring that number down so that we can afford it, so that it's basically a one-time purchase price, as opposed to it going on and on and on and on and on? Just get your response to that, please.
Well, so let me give you a concrete real-world example of that, which is the city of Barcelona in Spain, which is very actively building social housing today. When they acquire a property to rehabilitate it, to turn it into social housing or to a nonprofit housing cooperative, they pay below market because they are considering the social use. I worked on a piece of federal legislation for social housing that's in discussion, but we looked into the legality of this kind of thing, and in fact, there's a bigger moral question. What are public dollars? Why should your taxpayer dollars go to play an inflated price? When you have a bidding process, I'm going to bid on behalf of the social housing of DC. Someone is going to compete with me from a sovereign fund who's going to outbid me for sure, mostly because they're looking at it in a different way. When we have this process, how can we tilt it so it's pro-public, right? The public sector that's going to play a part needs to play by rules that give us the advantage because we're the public. We're in the public interest. You're going to be purchasing land in the public interest. What if you're buying from a land speculator who's flipped that land, right? So I think, Chairman Bonds, I think that is a terrific line of questioning, and it's exactly the kinds of questions we got to be asking as we make this thing real.
All right. Well, I'm really getting excited, and I know Councilwoman Lewis George. I mean, we can hardly wait. We're beginning to talk about how the current tools are not the same as the tools that perhaps this bill with a little tweaking might begin to address. So it's a new day. That's what we're really talking about. So this is exciting. Eliana, do you want to add to that, or?
Yeah, I again want to second that. I appreciate the analysis. And I also appreciate the question. And we're thinking about how land speculation directly impacts tenants and real people. I'm really delighted to hear that you and the committee are thinking about how to bring that into check. I think there's a number of ways to do that, including thinking about property taxes and how that might be used as a lever for us to deal with the inflation of land value. And look, I want to say one more thing about subsidizing. We already subsidize the market. We already subsidize and support the inflation of rents. And we do that intentionally so through I don't want to say the outcome is intentional. We intentionally pay above market rent sometimes for tenants so that they can use a voucher to find a home. And that's good. We should be able to subsidize tenants so they can find homes through vouchers. I think when we're thinking about how we can use public dollars, we want to think like, how are we cutting out that middleman, I guess, and directly subsidizing the tenant and their stability through social housing. So I think that there are a number of mechanisms, and I feel I agree with it. It's really exciting to hear all of the feedback, both supportive and constructive here, because we do have a myriad of tools that both have successes and also some drawbacks, including the fact that sometimes we're losing public dollars to make sure that we ensure stability, but we've lost some here. So how can we build a program that most directly benefits those who are in most need of stability and affordability? So I appreciate the question, and I'm really glad to hear that you're thinking about it.
Well, thank you very much to this panel, to all of the members of this panel. And Professor, we certainly look forward to hearing more from you. Lectures.
You have to stop calling me professor, first of all. Only my children are allowed to call me that.
All right.
Jean-Paul is just fine. But I'm so happy. I'm happy to be part of the conversation anytime I can be useful. But most of all, I really, really want to congratulate you. There's lots of conversations about this national problem, and someone is going to take the lead and give us a very powerful example that inspires people. And I'm happy to be talking to the people I think that are going to get to it. So really, congratulations to you. And we're here when you need us. We're anytime.
Well, we appreciate that because, the District of Columbia tends to be put in a position to be an experiment for the nation. So with help from individuals like you, I believe we might be able to achieve this. This could be changing.
I'm getting on that seller right now.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The fifth panel, we're at the fifth panel. So we're moving right along. COHEA, who do we have?
So from this panel, we have Kevin Wu as a public witness. We have Hadia Chowdhury as a public witness. We have Alex Baca representing Greater Washington. We have Will Merrifield representing the Center for Social Housing and Public Investment. And we have Yannick Omasitin as a public witness.
All right. We are ready. And we'll start with Kevin when he is available. All right, Kevin, we'll start with you. There you are. All right.
Hello. So I want to thank, council members for being here today for this exciting opportunity and to join this discussion. So my name is Kevin Wu. I am a DC resident in Ward 1. I've been here for about 8 or so months. So I come today to speak as, a public witness, as an individual, but I'm also a researcher at the National Renewable Energy Lab, and I am also involved with the Sunrise Movement in DC. And so I'm very fortunate. I come from a rather privileged background, but I find that, even I have very little choice for housing in the city. So I live in Ward 1, but I live with 9 other people, and God bless. I mean, I love my roommates. Don't know if they're listening today, but it's just insane that the amount of choice for is so little. And I think to that end, I can't even imagine the struggles faced by those who are less fortunate in terms of housing. And so to that end, I wanted to come to speak today in support of this Green New Deal for Housing Act. So first and foremost, I think that housing is a right. And just the fact that there are unhoused people in the city means that the current system has failed. And we need to introduce change. And I'm really glad to see that this is an effort to really potentially revolutionize that. Simply put, as I'm sure you guys have heard, the Green New Deal for housing introduces the social housing model, and it brings down costs, rents, and it increases the housing stock. It enables more people who need housing at lower income rates to get it at an affordable rent. It decreases housing costs as a whole because it removes the profit motive, and it allows these excess rents to be reinvested into these buildings instead of siphoned off by private developers. And I think one of the, over the long term, if we're able to develop more social housing, I think it'll create this downward push on rents across the city and really start to get us away from this, as the previous panel was mentioning, sort of these speculative, the speculative approach we have to the housing market, and really thinking more of, housing as an end in itself instead of, land and speculation as a means to an end. And I think also, having mentioned that I work in the climate space, I think there's also a sustainability perspective here that comes in. I think that when we empower residents, I think that when we empower residents, especially who themselves are most likely to be affected by extreme weather events, right? Like heat waves, which will become more and more prominent in DC. I think that empowering them with giving them the opportunity to figure out where these excess rents get reinvested, having ownership over the housing itself is an opportunity to give them a voice. And I think that's really, really important because, fair housing is just another portion in the fight against climate change. And I think overall it is something that we have an opportunity to do today. But I think at the end of the day, with the couple seconds I have left, I think it's really, we have to think about the opportunity we have here, which is, do we care more about developer profits, or do we care more about housing everyone, creating a sustainable model as we move into the future? And obviously I'll defer to the experts who can testify today on the specific details and perspectives, but I really wanted to thank the council today for allowing me to testify. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next is, I think is Hadia.
Thank you. My name is Hadia, and I'm a union organizer living in Ward 3. I wanted to speak today in support of the Green New Deal for housing. I know what it's like to not know what your landlord will do the following year in terms of increasing your rent and how anxiety evoking that can be. Social housing would allow tenants to take back some of their autonomy by not being at the whim of private landlords. This bill could help solve the affordable housing crisis by creating a desirable and self-sustaining option for public housing. The fact that the cost for lower income folks would be offset by those making more money is a convenient and easy to implement solution that has been shown to work in places like Vienna, Austria, and more locally in Montgomery County. I'm asking the DC Council to vote yes on this bill and help move DC towards some of the most progressive housing legislature in the country. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Alex, you're next.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying in support of the Green New Deal for housing on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as DC Policy Director. Just out the gate, this bill has a number of drafting errors and redundant statements, contains misconceptions of how the district government and its financial instruments function, and notably doesn't actually mandate that social housing be built in the district. I've already shared with Councilmember Lewis George's staff my red lines of the bill and sent them in as an attachment to my testimony. The intent of fairly harsh feedback like that is to ensure that if and when this legislation is reintroduced in the future, it presents a workable equation through which the district can develop housing that it owns on land that it owns. GGWash constantly advocates for a public developer because we do not believe that tinkering with incentives to try to get private actors to meet a public need as great as more housing at all income levels, low, very low, and extremely low incomes in particular, is feasible. We are grateful to Councilmember Lewis George, her staff, and the advocates who have worked hard to bring the Green New Deal for housing to bear, for lining up extensive support for a bill that is, at its heart, about housing production from quarters that are often skeptical of it. GGWash would like the reintroduction of this legislation, which we're assuming will be necessary since this is a huge bill being introduced at the end of the council period, to enable the district to act as its own developer, to acquire land and automatically increase the density of it, and to develop by right mixed income housing on that publicly owned land. Further, a reintroduction should require such a public development arm of the district to actually produce housing on a tight timetable. This will likely require debt service. DG Wash has no problem with public money being spent on public housing. Development, construction, ownership, and management are conflated in various parts of the bill, but all are individual practices that would require their own team within an agency. Likewise, it is not clear how a social housing portfolio would interact with existing TOPA and DOPA rights, community land trusts, which are commonly but privately owned, and existing district powers, such as HFA's bonding capacity. To address the above, and so to ultimately craft a bill that successfully knocks back opposition from those who prefer the way things currently work to an unproven future, and this is including but not limited to nonprofit developers, Councilmember Lewis-George and her staff will primarily need to decide what they are legislating for. There is no shared definition of social housing in this conversation, and advocates, as I know from my own experience, can and should use more explicit terms to describe what we are all talking about at any given time. Despite the obvious and overwhelming need and support for more housing and more affordable housing, this bill is trying to solve for a bunch of different things, including housing affordability, job access, sustainability, dissatisfaction with land disposition, developer profits, and capitalism are all in there. I get it. I love to pontificate on an ideal as much as anyone, but implementing a new and deservedly huge program will require the identification of necessary inputs and likely outputs based on desired outcomes and goals. Many sections of the Green New Deal for housing proffer practices that are already happening are already legal in the district, especially the sustainability and legal requirements. What isn't happening is the district developing its own land at scale, and it could begin doing so today. DGS, DPR, DCPL, and DCPS facilities can and should have housing built on them, and the district's construction of short-term family shelters provides an actually reasonable model. We do not believe that a social housing scheme will make the district meaningfully more affordable for anyone in the short or medium term, and it absolutely will not bring down the cost of 3-bedroom row homes, which many people, including some council members here today, hold as the model for the right kind of housing for the right kind of families. Nor is it likely to stop immediate threats of displacement. To withstand these, district residents need more money and will be better served by massively expanding the local rent supplement program budget and the continued pursuit of a universal basic income. But done correctly, the district can be made to produce housing that it owns on land that it owns. Social housing should not be considered an additional tool in the district's toolbox, but rather the shorthand for the district owning land, acquiring more land, and developing that land itself. That's an utterly different paradigm for how housing works here that we fully support. Some of the inputs that could enable the emergence of that paradigm include the district legalizing much greater density on all the land that it owns, developing that land into big, dense, towering, shadow casting housing with no parking, retaining ownership of what it develops, and reinvesting the value of the land. This is especially important to integrate affluent parts of the district, but neighborhoods we often crassly refer to as the next frontier of gentrification will require an abundance of new, high-quality, dense housing, particularly near transit, at a range of incomes to provide options for those who are harmed by both decline and speculation. We look forward to working with Councilmember Lewis-George and the committee to reintroduce measures to ensure those outcomes in the coming council period. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Will, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me. My name is Will Merrifield. I'm the director of the Center for Social Housing and Public Investment, and I'm here to testify in support for the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. Before starting the Center for Social Housing and Public Investment, I was a housing attorney at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. My job at the legal clinic was to represent tenant associations whose affordable housing was being threatened by large-scale redevelopment projects. In doing that work, I saw that all too often the district was partnering with private developers and giving away hundreds of millions of dollars in public land and public money to demolish existing affordable housing and build unaffordable housing in its place. In fact, an investigation by WAMU found that between 2003 and 2013, the district gave away a staggering $1.7 billion in subsidies to private developers. In return for these massive giveaways, both politicians and developers promised affordable housing and jobs for district residents, promises which, in many instances, never came to fruition. According to a separate study conducted by the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, over the same time frame in which these giveaways occurred, the number of low-cost rental units in Washington, D.C. fell from about 58,000 units in 2002 to around 33,000 by 2013, a loss of about half of its deeply affordable housing stock. Conversely, during the same time period, the district saw its high-cost housing stock nearly triple in size, growing from 28,000 units to 73,000 units. The policy decision to transfer billions of dollars of public money and resources to private developers in the midst of an affordable housing crisis has essentially had the effect of pouring gasoline on an already hot burning housing market. Currently, the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment in Washington, D.C. is $3,354 per month, which works out to about $41,000 per year. Comparatively, a minimum wage worker in the district earns about $33,000 per year. This leaves a gap of around $8,000 between what such workers make and what's needed to pay average rent. Clearly, these numbers point to a systemic failure of the private market to meet the housing needs of working class Washingtonians. This failure necessitates strong government intervention to protect the health and welfare of the general public. The Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022 represents such an intervention using a proven and efficient model that would bring social housing to the District of Columbia. It does this by creating an Office of Social Housing tasked with developing self-sustaining, publicly owned, permanently affordable, mixed-income housing. This approach would mark a needed departure from the district's current inefficient trickle-down market-based approach. There are different models of social housing that exist both domestically and internationally. The social housing model put forth by the current legislation most closely resembles the model in Vienna, Austria, and is very simple at its core. First, the government looks at housing as infrastructure and uses its public resources to build a system of mixed income rental housing that rationally and efficiently meets the needs of its citizens. Second, there is no private developer, which means that the profit motive is eliminated. The elimination of the profit motive allows social housing to operate with maximum economic efficiency. When apartment buildings do not have to generate profits for corporations or shareholders, the building can sustain lower rents. In a social housing model, 100% of rent paid is used productively to cover the building's maintenance and pay down construction costs of the building. Finally, in a social housing system, buildings contain a mix of income. The rents paid by the more affluent tenants will defray the construction operating costs for the benefit of lower income tenants. This rent subsidization allows for an affordable, vibrant, and diverse housing option for renters at a variety of income levels. I want to end my testimony with a great synopsis of why municipalities such as the district should adopt a social housing policy. This quote was taken from a policy paper that was distributed by the People's Policy Project entitled Social Housing in the United States. It reads as follows, quote, "Local governments struggling with profit gouging developers should analyze the situation and consider the viability of doing it themselves, obtaining a sustainable asset and putting developers on notice that the administration will consider cutting them out in the future. This is a long-term reward. A local administration which can build its own housing can never be held hostage by developers expecting an unreasonable profit margin again. Even if local authorities do not wish to end their public-private housing partnership schemes in this minute, developing a publicly owned alternative affords them greater autonomy and bargaining power in future procurement decisions. And it does not require them to release large amounts of public land in which they cannot easily recover," end quote. I urge the council to pass the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022 so the district can set an example for the rest of the country of how to solve the affordable housing crisis by creating a public option for housing. Thanks for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Yannick, I believe you're next. There you go.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, members of the committee. My name is Yannick Omicton. I'm an advisory neighborhood commissioner representing single member district 2A01. I'm testifying in support of the Green New Deal for social housing, and ANC 2A also passed a resolution in support of this bill as well. Eliana and Alex and a few others have covered portions of my testimony, which is awesome. But I want to first talk about a scenario that I'm going to make anonymous, but is very real. There was a multifamily apartment building east of the river whose owner put the building up for sale about 4 years ago. Tenants organized to kick off a TOPA process, but they couldn't get the financing they needed to buy the building. So instead, they asked a nonprofit developer to step in. Although this developer lacked the funding to rehabilitate the property, they committed to seeking LIHTC funding into the future. They purchased this building and several others in the same year as part of a package, but missed out on both LIHTC and Housing Production Trust Fund funding to rehabilitate the properties. Several years down the line, tenants in this collection of buildings report dire conditions: sewage flowing into the apartment units, leaks in ceilings and walls, broken or poorly functioning heaters, mold and lead, like you name it, it's a laundry list. I'm organizing in one of those buildings right now to hold people accountable for those conditions. The policy tools we have right now simply are not robust and coordinated enough to finance and guarantee good quality, permanently affordable housing, permanently affordable tenant governed housing. As others have testified previously, the tools we have are spread across the public and private sectors and across multiple agencies. With the Green New Deal for Social Housing, a centrally managed social housing development fund could hopefully cover rehabilitation costs of these kinds of properties in the short term, and an Office of Social Housing would guide the process with tenants. DC could have the teeth to purchase these properties through DOPA if tenants can't find the resources and rehabilitate the property fully. In essence, tenants would get a crucial tool in their toolbox to convert their buildings instead of facing a steeply uphill battle. But I can't stress this enough. If social housing isn't actually funded, we can't do, and we don't do cross-subsidization correctly, it's not going to work in the way we intend. And I want to put forward two suggestions as well. The first is that median incomes that this bill uses to calculate tenant eligibility should be tailored to the neighborhood itself, when the neighborhood median income is less than metropolitan statistical area median income. We could use HUD small area fair market rent designations, which we already use for housing choice vouchers. 30% of the median family income in DC is actually close to 80% of the median family income for Black families in DC. And often homes that are restricted to tenants that earn 50 to 80% of the median family income in wards 7 and 8 are filled with tenants who earn significantly more than their neighbors. This defeats the purpose of affordable housing. Second, I think we can go beyond just coordinating social housing construction. I also don't think we're going to achieve the results we want unless the district itself becomes a developer, instead of the district waiting for developers to respond to proposals. In my understanding of the bill and housing writ large, regardless of what happens, we have to rely on some developer, nonprofit or for-profit, to build and convert housing, social housing. I would encourage us to look at some interesting proposals in California for what they call a California Housing Corporation, a state-level public developer that wouldn't just coordinate financing development tools, but would centralize them in a kind of public option developer that could take on these cases. Thank you so much, and appreciate this hearing.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Councilmember Lewis George, turn to you.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel of witnesses for your testimony. Will, I want to start with you, if I could, and thank you for your testimony and your unending work on social housing. Thinking ahead to a world in which social housing is the reality in DC, how should we be designing these buildings that adjust for residents gaining or losing income, and how do we guarantee meaningful affordability in perpetuity? How do social housing models in other jurisdictions achieve this?
I think the key to that is building the social housing to scale. In Vienna, Austria, for example, like Ileana was talking about earlier, 80% of the population qualifies for social housing. About 60% of the population lives in social housing. And they made a very specific decision that if you're in social housing and your income increases, that's good for you. And you should not be kicked out of your social housing because your income increases. And this allows social housing, again, to gain popularity with all citizens because everyone can access it. People don't get kicked out of it. So, in order to create a system in which we're building a decommodified form of housing that's affordable across income levels, we have to have enough units so that, if someone's in there and, they're making 30% of the area median income, and with social housing, what we want social housing to do is to allow that person to have the space to take a class, go to class at night, get some job training, increase that income, that they're still able to live in social housing. So I think we should build in a model that's flexible and allows people within the social housing network to be able to stay within that network as their incomes go up or down.
Yeah. And I agree with you there. And how do we've heard critiques that this bill creates new bureaucracy with the Office of Social Housing. Why do you think a separate or standalone office is needed to operate and coordinate social housing efforts?
Well, a separate office is obviously needed. Social housing is, when we heard from, I forget the person's name from Somerset earlier, social housing imagines a world outside, how we do development currently in Washington, D.C. So we're trying to get outside a tax credit model. We're trying to get outside the current systems of affordable housing that exist today that hasn't got us to the goal of housing affordability. So in order to create a new system, we need an office to, run that system. The office has to be efficient. It has to attract the best and the brightest. And it has to be, completely sold on the concept of the district needing to create a broad, network of social housing and to do so efficiently and to do so well. So yeah, we need an independent development arm, and we need it to be, staffed with people who really believe in the idea, believe in the model.
Yeah, thank you for that. And one last question. Why is the city's surplus disposition and DOPA process ripe for reform to better acquire and hold on to housing affordability, to better hold on to housing for affordable housing creation purposes? And what are some properties in the district that might be ripe for the creation of social housing?
Yeah, I mean, it's essential, I think, that, we use our public land for social housing. And I'll give an example. The professor touched on it in the last panel, but when he speaks about speculation, we gave away $95 million worth of land for $1 to build the wharf in Washington, D.C. And the developer, who built the wharf, he turned that initial land giveaway into an $847 million loan from Goldman Sachs. And when that happened, it elevated the price of land all throughout the Southwest waterfront to where the only thing that can really be built in Southwest right now, the investors that are looking to invest on there are looking to invest in housing that maximizes their ability to make a profit. So you see that, the initial land giveaway, $95 million worth of land for $1, to build housing with penthouse condos going for over $12 million, acted as a speculative, it's the gasoline that was poured on the housing market fire that I talked about earlier. So what this bill does, it encourages the district to use its public resources to build social housing, as opposed to turn it over to a private developer to build, penthouse condos going for over $12 million. And that doesn't mean that we can't have really nice development and can't have, neighborhoods in underserved communities have high quality, mixed income, deeply affordable housing. I mean, in Vienna, Austria, one of the things that people comment all the time is just the quality of the housing, the amenities that are a part of the housing. So social housing doesn't skip on any of those things, but what it does is it's just a better investment for all Washingtonians.
Yeah, thank you for that. We do have 3 dispositions bills in the council right now that we're about to give away for $1 in Hill East. So keeping that in mind for sure. Yannick, I want to come to you, Commissioner. As an organizer of multilingual and immigrant communities, what factors of tenant-centered housing do we need to be thinking about to ensure social housing is well set up for immigrant residents in DC?
Yeah, we have had to facilitate trilingual meetings. It's one of the few, I would say, places in the country, maybe besides New York or LA, where this is a regular thing: Spanish and Amharic, and even Tigrinya. And so I think that first, language access has to be baked into this. We talk a big game on language access in DC, and oftentimes we don't have those resources on hand. And so I'm hoping that within the actual tenant governance component, there's funding for interpreters if a tenant association or a tenant council needs interpreters. Funding for these kinds of language access things to translate materials. Another component of this is that I know that for a lot of folks who are voucher users or who live in government subsidized housing, there are barriers for folks who don't have legal status in the United States, and who are asylum seekers. There's a slate of federal housing resources that are not available to them. And so I'm hoping that there's, very explicit mention in this bill or in any social housing endeavor that folks who are here seeking asylum, who are green card holders, who are not fully citizens, can still access social housing and live in social housing. And so those are the two things that come to mind most prevalently.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. My time is up. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yannick, I wanted to ask you a little bit about, from the ANC perspective. We heard earlier from some of the witnesses that we needed to have a demonstration area, or like create some sort of pilot area, just see how this social housing might actually work. Is that something that you can visualize from the ANC perspective? And if so, what do you think it would contain? Because let's look at Southwest waterfront. We were just talking about that, and how the value of land has escalated because we have this new thing. So all of the surrounding area, I'm sure they want to have a greater value, assessed value of their properties. But wondering if we were to take that as a pilot, would we then look to restrict some of the assessed value of some of the properties there? What do you think about that? And how do you think, as a commissioner, we could do something like that?
Yeah, Councilmember, that's a really interesting question. I'll try to tackle a little bit. I know I have other ANC commissioners who are going to come after who can maybe tackle this too. Let's see. As far as a pilot, the concept of a pilot, I am of the sort of personal opinion that we do a lot of pilots in DC for a lot of things that I think we should just do. And so, the idea of having like a first, place where we have a social housing, where we try social housing, I think I want to just, kind of distinguish it from the concept of piloting it and then kind of seeing where it goes. I think we should just try it and tweak it along the way, right? I think the Wardman, I think that there are a lot of areas, Chevy Chase was mentioned, certain ANCs that I think have expressed in resolutions, in testimonies, that there are parcels of land that they've looked at, or there are specific areas that they really, really want to host sort of new and innovative models of housing. I'm thinking of like some of the conversations that happened around the comprehensive plan amendment process a couple of years ago, where lots of those sort of things were came up. And I think ANCs can play a proactive role in communicating to an Office of Social Housing and to their council members, like, hey, this is an area, these are projects within our ANC that we're seeing, could be really viable. To your second question about sort of the value, the assessed value of properties and things like this, and of land in our ANCs. I'm not going to speak too much to it because I think ANCs don't have a humongous role in it. I will say that I don't see it as our role as ANCs to protect the value of property, essentially. I don't think that that's our specific role. I think we're expanding common good, making sure that people can remain housed, making sure that people have good jobs, making sure that folks have a say in local government. That's very crucial. But I think when it comes to something like, an assessed property having a value of like 1.3 million, and that value reducing to 1.2 million or 1.1, I don't think an ANC has a role in that, and shouldn't be weighing in to say, well, actually, no, that property should be 1.3 million instead of 1.1 million, right? I think that if we're really serious about building affordable housing in the district, this kind of thing will happen. I mean, land costs are ballooning out of control. They're far beyond where where it becomes feasible for even nonprofit developers to buy land and to develop affordable housing on that land. And so at some point there will have to be some reduction in the land value that exists here. And if the district can play a role in helping spur that just a little bit and ease the speculative costs of land, then I think the district should take that role on.
Thank you very much for your comments. Alex, do you have any thoughts about how, I know that you are indicating that we need a workable concept, but do you have some thoughts from your organization about whether or not a pilot or a beginning location would be a process that we might want to try?
I'm with Yannick here. I think you either build the building or you don't. And if you want to call building a pilot, then that's fine. But that's effectively doing this, right? I had mentioned in my testimony the short-term family housing shelters, which I think provide a very small thing to look at and a really aggressive program evaluation of whether those worked or not, could provide a template for moving forward with this. Those did, as I recall, require debt service, but they were built on district-owned land, and the process was managed by DGS, which seems roughly like something we are trying to do here. So instead of seeking a new pilot, which seems like putting an awful lot of emphasis on a single project, we should probably look at the things that the district is already doing, which a number of witnesses have spoken to today, try to figure out how to make that work. So, is this sort of thing possible? But all this also rests on what are we talking about when we're talking about social housing? So if you do want to pilot something, can we look for those existing examples? I feel like I'm kind of talking in circles a little bit here, but we do have some demonstrable stuff, especially around new communities projects. I know that new communities does not have the best reputation. Totally get that, but it is still worth looking at their pro formas to understand what worked and what didn't, to look at the procurement to see what worked and what didn't, and what would need to change if all of this were living under a single office of social housing.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted that clarity. Thank you. We'll now turn to panel 6. We're moving right along and we'll see how long this takes. Tosha, can you tell us who is in the room?
Absolutely, Council Member. From panel 6, we have Commissioner Trupti Patel from ANC 2A03. We have Zachary Parker, who's currently the Ward 5 representative to the DC State Board of Education. We have Samantha Delgado as a public witness, and we have Lena Moffett as a public witness if she's still available.
All right, we'll start with Commissioner Patel when she's available.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds, and good afternoon, Councilwoman Lewis George. Thank you for having this hearing today. I just want to let you know that I am actually supposed to be at work right now. I actually called my boss to tell him that I needed to testify, that this was super duper important. And the reason why I'm flagging this is there are a lot of people that would love to have testified today, but they don't have the flexibility that I do to go ahead and ask their boss, hey, can I come in an hour late to testify? A lot of voices are missing from this very, very important conversation. And I just want to acknowledge that as you are thinking about this legislation, that there were a lot more people who should have been able to testify and couldn't because of the timing of this hearing. I've been working with your staffer, trying to get another worker to testify, and he's not going to be able to make it because he's got to work today. He just could not get his boss to give him that time. So I just want to acknowledge that in the room. I want to enter all of this into the public record. my colleague just spoke before, Commissioner Yannick Micton. We put up a resolution in ANC2A last week. It unanimously passed. And, this is something that's deeply personal to me. I am the daughter of immigrants. I'm the legacy of 2 state cases and $8. And the struggle to find housing, especially when you're a new immigrant in this country, is even if you're not a new immigrant, you're just a person who just wants to survive. You're spending 40 to 50% of your income. And I know because I have been that person that has spent 40 to 50% of their income to have safe, affordable housing. And this kind of anxiety is untenable. I think the right to safe, affordable housing is an inalienable human right. And the fact that we are having to have this discussion and we are having to sit here and justify that we want to spend funds to have this reality, I think is just really, really ridiculous. Like the fact that we have to have hearings where they're not convenient for all of the citizens is ridiculous. And so I don't want to ever hear pushback from council members or other advocates. Well, there isn't support for it. There is. They just can't be here in this room. And I have to do that job of amplifying and telling their stories. And, I just really want everyone in this room to recognize that this is a basic human right we're talking about, and we shouldn't be trying to talk about the challenges of executing it. I think we need to be big, we need to be bold, we need to be innovative and inspirational, because we are at a crucial time in DC where we can make this happen. If anything, COVID-19 has taught that there are no guarantees, and that there were a lot of people who lost their housing, got displaced through no fault of their own because the safety nets were not working. Right now we are in the process of having the DC Housing Authority going right back to federal is going to be pivotal in addressing those anymore. And if anything that I can do to serve as a resource to help amplify, to make a more just and equitable DC, I will help do that. And just a little personal caveat, my mother's favorite member of the council is Councilwoman Janice Lewis George. She always asks about her every day. She's just so proud of you, Councilwoman. She just wanted me to tell you that, she just loves to see you advocate. So, that's one of the reasons why, I'm here, because your legislation has touched her. So just thank you for putting this forward.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner. Mr. Parker, my colleague to be.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. I'm here today to provide testimony in my capacity as the Ward 5 member to the DC State Board of Education in support of Bill 24-0802, the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022, and the system of social housing development envisioned under it. If enacted, the Green New Deal for Housing would create a pathway to establish a program for financing and developing DC-owned social housing, structure rents in such housing at 1/3 affordable for extremely low-income households, 1/3 affordable for very low-income households, and 1/3 at market rate, to cross-subsidize the affordability, meet operational and maintenance costs of the housing, reimburse development cost debts, and grow the social housing portfolio in the district. It would also require high environmental standards for social housing developments and empower tenant leadership boards to oversee building maintenance and management. There is an urgent need for affordable housing in the District of Columbia, and I'm sure you all are very well aware of that. And that need converges with our efforts to improve student learning in the district. The displacement of families contributes to heightened truancy and inconsistent funding for our schools. As stated by the lead author of the Green New Deal for Housing Bill, Councilmember Lewis George, social housing is the critical missing piece in confronting our severe affordable housing crisis, and I agree. With social housing as a tool, we will be able to build more densely near our metro corridors and accelerate climate resiliency, which is a critical need in Ward 5 that sees roadways like Rhode Island Avenue flooded annually, and where many of our communities are anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees warmer than other parts of the city. Let's not forget, climate injustice impacts Black residents in the city the most. What's more, we will be able to empower tenants to counter the efforts of some to game the system at the expense of providing housing for those who need it most. Over the last few years, my team and I have been approached by so many renters asking for government support to stay in the city they love. With rising gentrification, we try our best, but there's only so much we can do when the options just aren't there. The Green New Deal for housing is an opportunity to correct these harms and make sure families here can thrive. Questions that I look forward to wrestling with along the committee. How will social housing complement existing tools like community land trusts, TOPA, and others? And I've heard some of those questions come up already today. How do we actually incentivize this against current market forces? How do we ensure that any social housing models empower tenants equally across income levels? And how will this body conduct oversight so as a new team or agency doesn't suffer the same fate as our housing authority, among others? It's imperative that we double down on every existing tool in our toolbox, but also that we be willing to pursue promising new approaches. If we don't, we co-sign ourselves to a future where only the wealthy can afford to live in this great city, while lower income residents continue to be displaced. This is not a new theory. Social housing is successful all over the world and right in our backyard in Montgomery County. So how can we make it work for us? Why not us? I look forward to working with the committee and as you consider and refine this bill, and thank you for entertaining my testimony today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see Samantha. We will take your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember. And thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I am Sam Delgado. I am a resident of Ward 1, and I am testifying in support of the Green New Deal for housing because this is exactly the kind of powerful legislation and sustainable legislation that our city needs. I'll just lay out some of the very simple facts. We all know that there isn't enough affordable, high-quality housing out there. We all know that the affordable housing crisis affects and displaces Brown, Black, immigrant, disabled, and working class communities the most, which some panelists have already pointed out in their own experiences, and I appreciate that. We all know that the current housing systems that we have just aren't cutting it for the vast majority of people in DC, and it's very likely that a significant amount of people who are currently in this meeting have struggled to find affordable housing, at least at one point in time or another. So that's why I think that it's time for new, bold, innovative, and people-first solutions. That's exactly what this bill, the Green New Deal for housing, offers as a sustainable social housing bill. Social housing can end the ongoing affordable housing crisis by treating and creating housing as a public good that should be optimized for the people, not a private good that should be optimized for profits. We often talk about the very real and very dangerous physical impacts being houseless can have on people. And I also want to raise the very real and very dangerous mental and emotional impacts of not having access to an affordable, safe housing, which can often turn physically dangerous too. One example that I have is that there's someone I know and love very deeply. They don't live in DC, but live in another area in the US that lacks affordable housing, who needs to leave a toxic home environment and move into another place. But unfortunately, they can't because they can't afford to live somewhere else without another income. It cuts me to my core, knowing that they have to stay in an unhealthy situation purely because it is not possible for them to live on their own in the community that they have lived for in so long. And my loved one is far from alone, unfortunately. There are so many people in DC who desperately need a safe, permanent living situation and do not currently have it for a variety of reasons. So when we pass this bill, there will be so many people who will finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that they will have the ability to leave behind a chapter of their lives where they felt powerless, scared, and left behind, and enter a new chapter where life is truly full of potential. And we will only inspire other cities to do the same. The possibilities this legislation can create for our most vulnerable communities in DC feels almost impossible to describe adequately. So I'll put it simply, this bill will save lives. On the topic of possibilities, though, what really excites me about this bill is the way it will create community and tenant power. This bill makes it so that tenants are empowered to come together and oversee how their mixed income building, their home, is being managed. In a time where we might be the most isolated that we have ever been, I am so excited to see what beautiful relationships, diverse communities, and deep community engagement this bill has the power to cultivate on top of being sustainable. With all this in mind, I'm so excited that DC has the opportunity now to make history and change lives for the better, which is why I urge the council to support this legislation and lead in housing justice, racial justice, climate justice, and economic justice. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Lena, I believe you indicated.
She does not seem to be in the hearing.
All right. So does this complete the panel? Anyone else? So
That's all the witnesses from this.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. I'll turn to Councilmember Lewis George for her comments, questions.
Thank you. First, I want to also say thank you to, I think, ANC 2A for unanimously passing a resolution of support. I know we have a number of ANC commissions who have passed resolutions in support, and I appreciate our ANC commissioners in their support and in their role in the work that they do. I want to come to Samantha, if I could. Samantha, I think you really brought up a point that is important in considering sort of the totality of this. Can you say more about the tangible mental health impacts of housing insecurity and displacement?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll try to keep this short, and by no means am I an expert, but when you think about it, your home should be the absolutely most safe place on earth. It should be the place where you can be and live freely and safely. And unfortunately, there are many people who cannot live freely and safely, whether it's because they might live in an abusive home, whether it's because their home quite literally is just not hygienic due to or safe due to lead pipes, or due to just pests, just because the building is not properly upkept, which is out of their control. Or for people who just simply do not have a home and have to live outside, like that deeply impacts someone's psyche, and therefore it impacts the rest of their life, how they might interact with others, the opportunities that they have. So really having access to safe and secure housing can truly be the one thing that saves someone and sets their life on an entirely different path.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to come to Councilmember-elect Zachary Parker of Ward 5. In your role on the School Board of Education, I know you interacted with a number of families and some of them having personal experience as tenants. Can you speak to sort of the importance of why we must, make these efforts towards producing affordable housing as a district? And I know Ward 5 particularly has been at the forefront of fighting for environmental justice issues, the intersection, the ways in which climate change deeply impacts Black and Brown communities most deeply. So if you could just speak to the reason why we have to consider housing and climate justice in a racial justice lens as well.
Absolutely. It is no secret that Ward 5 shoulders the majority of the city's industrial land, that we have heat islands that are on record much warmer than other parts of the city. Our roadways are flooding. Facilities are falling apart. In terms of the student learning piece, I just want to underscore there are some schools, particularly our charters, that are rated on re-enrollment. And so when a housing facility or development is closed down and families are displaced, schools are punished. We also know that funding dollars follow students. And so when families are displaced and truancy is heightened and or students aren't able to make it to school, that directly impacts the funding for that school. Not to mention that every day that a student is not in a classroom learning, that is impacting their all around wellness and student learning. I would also just say, as we are also housing many of the migrants coming to our city, as well as a number of unhoused students, there is just a lack of coordinated services provided to our young people that have housing instability from out of school time programming, academic supports. And so what this model provides is an opportunity for us to address holistically many of the supports that our families and our students need.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And one last question. If this legislation has to be reintroduced, would you consider being a co-sponsor in the new session?
I am giving my testimony today in my capacity as State Board of Education representative, but hypothetically speaking, I think that is a very real possibility.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to this panel.
Thank you to the panel, and thank you for answering those questions. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back for panel 7. Right? Thank you. All right, we are back to our hearing on social housing. Back from our first break, which took a little longer than we had anticipated, but we're back and ready for panel 7. Okay. Tosha, is the panel ready?
We are about to promote them now.
All right.
I see Mike Warburton, Samuel Bonar, Oscar Villalobos, and James Salt.
All right. And so Mike, we'll begin with you when you're ready.
Yeah, one sec.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm set. Hi, council members, and council chair or committee chair. My name is Mike Warburton. I'm here strongly, enthusiastically in favor of the Green New Deal for social housing. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I couldn't be happier that my council member has introduced this bill. As a member of Sunrise DC, I've been aware of the legislation for a little while now, and I'm so excited to see it get hearing time and to hopefully get passed. As some have mentioned, yeah, maybe this bill could go a little further. I would support it becoming its best self, but even in its current form, I love the bill for many reasons. The net zero emissions are huge to me. Since I'm actually going to be living through the next 60 years of climate change, I want as much on that front as we can get. The tenant powers are incredible. I've lived under mild slumlords myself, and the lack of agency is a mental and emotional burden on top of the physical housing issues. The capture of rents for reinvestment is powerful. When rents go to private landlords, especially the corporate landlords, that's a wealth transfer from our residents to those corporations, and it's a net financial loss for our community. The mixed use nature, having commercial space on the ground floor of these buildings is wonderful to me. Local businesses can be a lovely and crucial part of a neighborhood's vitality. And then the requirements to be affordable, as many others have said, are sorely needed. Past and current policies that treat housing more like a financial investment rather than like a social good have had a terribly racist impact on the district. The bill excites me most, however, for its vision to address our district's issues in like a comprehensive way with material conditions at the root of things. Housing prices affect birth rates, energy choices affect the job market, parking allocations affect the social dynamics of neighborhoods, tenant governance affects personal health and well-being. All this stuff is what we mean when we say housing justice is racial justice, is climate justice. And I imagine that being on the council can lead to cynicism at times, right? Change can be slow. People love to hate on council members. But this is potentially quite a big win, I think, all around, right? Not only would it be a massive boon to our city, the people want it. Because like how many hearings have there been where this many people show up excited about what's happening, not here to like complain, right? So I think this is a real chance to begin transformative change in the district's housing and all the things that housing intersects with, as many people have elaborated on. And I think it's a chance to really be a champion for the sustainable, livable city that so many of us are yearning for very deeply. And I believe if it were up for a referendum, it would pass with great support. So I would like to once again enthusiastically urge you to pass the Green New Deal for social housing out of committee and then into law. It would help so many people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. And Samuel, are you with us? All right, there you go.
Hi there. Apologize, I'm in the airport. I was thinking it would be last week, but here I am. So hello, Chairwoman Bonds and other council members on the committee. I'm Sam Bonner, Ward 5 neighbor and co-director of Delicious Democracy, DC's creative advocacy lab, focused on building joyful systems, community wealth and power. I'm testifying here today in solidarity with my neighbors who, when I worked on a campaign in Ward 5 this past year. I heard consistently that people were desperately looking for a new housing system, a system that treats them with respect and sees that the problem is not just some performance of affordability that's only affordable for some for a little while and not for the families that need it most. We need to move beyond just talking about affordability and start talking about ownership and power. In our system, business and home ownership are fetishized and held up as the only way to build wealth within the current structure. But we fail to mention that in our system, if you don't already have wealth, individual business ownership and home ownership is also a burden of maintenance and liability and loss. It is not accessible to many folks who do not have the family wealth or the stability of being well-connected and overeducated. Individual hierarchical wealth building as a way to build stability for everyone does not make sense in a system that always finds ways of keeping people stuck at the bottom. Individual ownership is unsustainable and unrealistic, tenuous for everyone who doesn't already have that stability. Stability for everyone should be the goal, which starts with understanding that community-controlled wealth is the first step to get there. We, the people, are the economy, not property values or investment portfolios. We need to prioritize the stability of our neighbors if we want to stabilize our economy and ensure our safety. We can't only focus on individual ownership and wealth. We need to also build it through cooperative business ownership and cooperatively controlled owned housing. What I call permanently affordable housing. And what I really want to highlight is Marion Barry understood this in his vision, his work on the Commission for Cooperative Economic Development. As he said, although private enterprise has neglected or abandoned some areas of our city, we must not give up the fight. It is time for the citizens of these areas themselves to become owners and providers of the basic services needed for daily life. The cooperative movement is just what is needed to provide this opportunity. This movement of cooperative control and ownership could transform so many parts of our government and our systems that people feel are failing, including housing, which this is one basic tool in that, but also energy and utilities and economic development in general. This bill is an incredible tool to build a more comprehensive city-owned approach to cooperative housing, and I would hope it would be paired with money for cooperative businesses to be prioritized in mixed-use development and with other forms of permanently affordable housing, like Councilmember Henderson's bill, the Community Land Trust Opportunity to Purchase Act, B24-1066, which would give expand TOPA with a second right of first refusal, as well as more incentives and support for limited equity co-ops. I just want to thank everyone here for holding this hearing. And I think it's really important that we think about ownership and power, not just affordability and levels of affordability. So if we're using government money, we need to make sure that that money we're having the most return on our investment, not just financial return, but also stability return. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Oscar? All right.
Good afternoon. Is my audio working?
It's working.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for giving us the opportunity to testify today, the Housing Committee, for this bold proposal. My name is Oscar Villalobos, and I am the Coalition Coordinator for the Green New Deal for DC Coalition. This is a coalition that was newly formed this year to push for bold climate legislation, and I am here to testify in support of the Green New Deal for housing. First and foremost, I do want to echo on earlier testimonies on giving feedback to the Housing Committee and any other committee that might want to do testimonies on changing dates. I recognize it's difficult, and I recognize that schedules can be challenging, but I do want to say that working class people do not have the luxuries of the flexibilities and wanting to change their dates. I am an immigrant myself. I have worked many of the jobs that our community members work, and even just taking the time to get a phone call, it can be challenging. So that's a piece of feedback for council in general, not just this committee, on scheduling hearings and changing them. The reason to support this bill is because it's transformative. It really upends housing policy the way it's been done in the district. And the priority are the tenants and not landlords, no developers. The money truly goes to the people. The people own the buildings. The people have a say in how their buildings are run. This is a climate bill for the working class, and as Mike earlier mentioned, there's a reason why people are excited about this, because this really helps the most vulnerable in our community. We have seen some of the horrific conditions in the district in housing, not just in terms of like lead or mold or rodents, but also heating and air conditioning and all these things that are very important. And also in the climate components, we have various weather components as well, because the climate crisis is real. Not too long ago, like a week ago, it was like 80 degrees and now it's suddenly 30. So also it's very important that these units have the proper utilities and also air conditioning that uses electricity, which is one of the components that also are very exciting about this bill. As we mentioned, there's a climate crisis. Our in-house community are suffering with in the tents outside. We need to have a proposal that helps them as well. So I guess an add-on component to the social housing bill is how do we integrate those that also are living on tents around the city as well. We saw how housing is important. We went through a global pandemic. We went through a 2-year virus that was affecting all of us, and specifically the most vulnerable. And so now more than ever, we understand how important housing is in DC, and probably the top issue for good reason. But there's reasons to be excited, right? Mixed income levels allows for social housing and rent stabilization. It does empower tenants to have leadership and oversee building management. And the surplus, it does go to stabilizing rents across the board. So all in all, this is a very exciting proposal. This is a very bold proposal. There's a lot of voices on how to pay for it, on the details and all that. And I recognize that bold proposals are challenging, but that's the reason why we're doing this, because we really want to change the way things have been done in the past. And so unequivocally, we support the legislation. I look forward to working on the Housing Committee, working with Councilmember Bonds to strengthen the bill and pass it out of committee so this can help a lot of people. Again, I want to thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for the hearing today. I want to thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for introducing this exciting piece of legislation. And I'll yield my time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Salt. Nice to see you. Haven't seen you since a long time ago at one of the conventions. Okay.
Thank you. I'm glad you remembered that. We served together on the DNC state delegation in 2012 for Obama's reelection, and thank you for your service. And again, I echo Oscar. Thank you for this hearing. It means a lot to us. My name is James Salt. I'm a resident of Ward 4, a father of 2 children, Alice and Dylan. We live on New Hampshire Avenue, and I am here to testify in support of the Green New Deal for social housing. When my family moved to Petworth 20 years ago, we moved into a community that was rich in diversity, both racial and economic. But frankly, over the last 20 years, we've lost a lot of that. Here's an example. A number of years ago, we started a basketball tournament, 3-on-3 pickup tournament for kids at Petworth Park. You know, the idea was to try to be there for at-risk kids in the neighborhood, and to get different people from different areas of the neighborhood working together, just to be in solidarity. The winner of our first basketball tournament, the captain of the team, was a young man named Brian Crutchfield. His family rented a house just off Petworth Park on 7th Street. The year after they won, Brian's house was bought by a developer. They lost their lease, and I haven't seen Brian in 7 years. His family was displaced. I believe they live somewhere in Southeast now. In that place, in his place, we now have new housing that's not really affordable for the vast majority of the people who've been living in this neighborhood. And take, for example, Park Place at Petworth, an apartment building above the Georgia Avenue Metro Station in New Hampshire, on New Hampshire and Georgia Avenue. That was a city-owned parcel of land that the Anthony Williams administration gave to a developer for $1. And it's a highly desirable parcel. It's in the middle of the center of a commercial district, and it's right above a metro. After this watching this land giveaway, and being in this neighborhood for so long, we've seen the storefront commercial slots stay vacant for the majority of the 15 years that this building's been in existence. And they still have residential vacancies as advertised on the banners hanging down from the building. This past weekend, I visited Park Place for the first time in the 15, 20 years that it's been around. Any guess what a modest 900 square foot, 2-bedroom apartment is going for? $2,700 to $3,300. This isn't affordable to me and my family, and I don't think it's affordable for people like Brian's. DC has suffered historic displacement of low-income people of color. If we really want to do something for the people of the city, I don't think there's anything more important or consequential than passing this legislation. I say that again. I don't think there's anything more important or consequential to fighting displacement of low-income people from our city than passing this legislation. And so we're asking, give us a chance to show you what social housing can do and what it can be. Let's get it done. We trust in this, that we can do it, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony to the entire panel. And Councilmember Lewis George, questions or comments?
Thank you. I'm going to keep, I know we're on a 30-minute average right now, so I'm going to keep it short to questions last of the panel, but I do want to thank all of you, specifically Oscar, for all the organizing and great work that you've been doing around this Green New Deal and the passion which you bring to it. And I appreciate you really highlighting using your voice here to talk about specifically the ways in which climate change also interacts here, especially that piece. So I want to thank you and thank you to the entire panel for your testimony and for showing up for district residents as well.
Thank you very much to the panel. We appreciate getting your testimony. Now we'll turn to panel 8. COHEA, again, you'll tell us who is in the room, please.
So from panel 8, I see Natalia Mushigan. I see Ben Gilvar Park, and both of whom are public witnesses. And I see Charles Lockett, commissioner from ANC 5A02.
All right. Natalia, we'll take your testimony when you are ready. All right, here we go.
Thanks, everyone. Was I just called? I actually.
Yes, we're happy to have you.
Yes, I had to jump off of another meeting at work because, like many people mentioned, trying to schedule testifying when schedules change last minute can be challenging, but I'm very happy to be here. My name is Natalia Mushigan, and I'm a Ward 1 resident. I'm testifying to express my support and excitement for the Green New Deal Housing Act introduced by Councilmember Lewis George. I'm excited to see an approach that works in places as close to DC as Montgomery County and as far away as Vienna, Austria, introduced right here where there is undeniably an affordable housing crisis. I have been incredibly lucky to find housing I can afford through word of mouth networks. I've had a room and house in Columbia Heights, then Petworth, then Mount Pleasant. However, in each of these houses, my feeling of lucking out has always made me hesitant to ask for even the most basic repairs. I've always had a sense of wanting to stay under the radar and not look too needy, lest that somehow put my lucky find of affordable rent in jeopardy. While asking for a toilet repair might not actually make my landlord double my rent in retribution, a dynamic where housing is scarce and so people put up with whatever housing situation they can get can absolutely have devastating impacts. People in abusive partnerships cannot easily find new places to live. Parents of children experiencing health issues from mold can't just move to somewhere their kids will be safe. Workers lose hours of their lives to commutes, missing time with friends and family. This bill has the opportunity to change the dynamic around housing entirely, turning housing into a good that knits communities together, rather than a commodity that only appears when it can make profit for a developer. Please take this opportunity to transform our city for the better by passing this bill with the strong commitments to deep affordability and tenant control that's in its current language. Do not bow to pressures to maintain the status quo of how housing is built in DC. I thank you for the chance to testify in support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act. And fortunately, I do have to jump back to my meeting at work, but thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll turn to Ben. I believe you're here.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Thanks so much, Councilmember Bonds, Councilmember Lewis George. Really excited to be here testifying in support of the Green New Deal for Housing bill. My name is Ben. I live in Ward 1. I live in a group house with 5 other people. We share the house with mice. We have a collapsing back deck. Leaks fall through the 3rd floor when it rains. And truthfully, I think similar to Natalia, I count myself lucky to be able to afford where I live. I don't have to live in the basement unit, which floods really regularly in our rental row home, but I get to live above ground. And so I'm here to testify for the Green New Deal for Housing Act because, as everybody has probably pointed out, we have a housing crisis. Our housing stock is old. Our housing stock needs repairs. We need more housing, but we're also in the midst of another crisis, which is the climate crisis. And I think, this summer, if anybody hadn't woken up to the climate crisis, this summer will have done it for them with major monsoon flooding in Pakistan, with heat waves in Europe, as we've seen over the last couple of years, with Hurricane Ian striking the community in Florida, blackouts and brownouts all over the world. I could go on and on and on, but this affects DC as well. And so I think I just want to emphasize our housing stock is old, with lead pipes, with lots of environmental hazards, like the house I live in, and it's too expensive. And so families shouldn't pay thousands of dollars a month to live in flooding basements with lead windows, with lead pipes, with these other environmental hazards. And there is so much to be done to fix this issue. And I'm being totally honest, this bill is not a silver bullet, but it is a moderate start. And it's the kind of start we need after a series of false starts in DC and lots of displacement. And so we must maintain and retrofit our housing stock so communities can live in safe, environmentally healthy places. But we can't do this easily by mandate. We can improve DCRA's infamous regulatory ability, and that has to happen, but we need other tools in our toolkit. And that means that social housing and public housing needs to be on the table. And so a bill like this that allows some market level rent to be part of the solution of funding affordable housing that is publicly owned and can be held to the standard that we see in Vienna, in Paris, and some of the best cities to live in the world, can really set the ball rolling for really positive safe public housing for the rest of the market. And of course, as we all know, more homes will lower prices. And so I think this is a great solution. And I want to thank you all so much and yield my time.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next is Commissioner Lockett.
I'm here.
All righty, you're on.
Okay. Good afternoon. Councilmember Bonds and George, I'd like to thank you very much for putting this in place. And you have my 100% support in doing this. It should have been done 10 years ago. I am a disabled Vietnam veteran, but I lost half of my hand, my gut in Vietnam. 30-year employee of the federal government who overseen the Naval Observatory for 13, 14 years, and a ANC commissioner that ends this January. Okay, in your bill, is it possible to put some type of requirement in there that would support teachers and law enforcement to live in Washington, D.C. Majority of officers that I've talked to, as well as teachers, I ask them where you live in Maryland or Virginia. They can't afford to live here in the city. That's bad. Okay, from the environmental standpoint, possibly I think the DC government should have been involved in this some time ago with the developers building in the city that will put up solar panels or some type of program to make it beneficiary to developments you're talking about, as well as the present developments going up. Okay. Now I go into Ward 7. Anything above Minnesota Avenue in the East Capitol, Benning Heights, and places of that nature over there, there's plenty of land there, but they have no supermarkets, no medical needs at all. Here in Ward 5, we negotiated with a developer that's building off of South Dakota Avenue by Bacchus 13 years ago, that we would get a supermarket as well as a sit-down restaurant. It's going in 13 years, we've not got anything, not one thing. That hurts a community when you deprive them of these things, as well as closing our hospital, Providence, and things of that nature, that stops people and force them into what gentrification and structural racism. That gentrification and structural is taking throughout every major city in the United States. And that's a bad problem that nobody has had addressed it or do anything about it. In order for you to live, one other question is, I would think that the government by now would have took some actions or put some requirements in place for the developers, as well as for these flippers. I live in Ward 5, North Michigan Park. When I moved here in 75, these houses were barely $30,000. I seen them get to $300,000 or $400,000. As soon as the flippers came in here, they've taken these houses to $800,000 and $900,000. I could not afford it. But the problem that worries me when I have a senior citizen who's 80 years old, who's lived here for more than me, 50 years, that once you take that up, the assessment on your property shows it at $800,000, $900,000. Here come your tax bill. Now, doing so, that really hurts a resident, that forces them out of the community. They cannot live here and absorbing that type of taxes, because if the average amount to live in an $800,000, $900,000 home, you need about $160,000 a year. I don't think too many of us here got that kind of money. But at the same time, the taxes on that, even with homestead exemption, is going to drive people out of their homes. So, and what I see here, what you're doing is trying to make that affordable for people to stay in it, stay in Washington, D.C. I deeply appreciate that. But again, this should have been done 10 years ago. As one gentleman said with Marion Barry, it looks to me, as soon as he died, the city was up for sale. And they're building everywhere. And when you talk about the metro sites that you're looking for property there to try to build these homes, I don't know of a metro site in DC that not already have development apartment buildings around them where the rent is $3,000 or more. That's not good for the city. That's one of the things that drive up some of the crime we have in the city. When you displace people, they get upset and they get mad. And here they come into causing crime. You can't tell people that they have to live in rat-infested homes, no supermarket, and no healthcare, and don't think that these individuals are going to function with crime. I grew up in government housing, East Capitol, and they built those houses there, tore the government housing down about 13 years ago, put up beautiful townhouses, and at the intersection of 58 East Capitol Street, they promised a supermarket and a shopping center there. All I see is a sign saying a supermarket coming. So you can't let these people live in poverty and not think that they're going to come out here and not do crime to the city. And as far as your program here, that may be the solution to solving this problem in DC. You have my full support. And if you need me for any help to deal with it, I deeply appreciate it. And I'll give you all my all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Lockett. Councilmember Lewis George, if you have questions or comments for this panel.
Just quick comments. I just wanted to thank Natalia and Ben for their advocacy for housing opportunities and their work to bring climate action to DC. Thank you for your testimony. But I really want to take a moment to really thank Commissioner for your words, Commissioner Lockett, and for your advocacy and for your service. And especially for your advocacy for Black residents in Ward 5 in the district and to keep families in our communities. Thank you for your service and your words, and I look forward to working with you and following up with you on many of the feedbacks you gave about this. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel for your testimony. And as some have said previously, surely this piece of legislation will be featured in the next council period, when we'll probably have a few more questions. But thank you very, very much. And thank you, Commissioner, for stating the situation very, very tediously and nevertheless pretty accurately. I hear it no matter where I go in the city, that there is a nexus between our housing and the affordability of our housing and what seems to be the escalation of criminal activity, or at least the fear of crime. So thank you very much for that. We'll now turn to panel 9. Tosha, can you tell us who is in the room?
In panel 9, we have COHEA Chatterjee representing the U.S. Climate Action Network. We have Dante Comparetto as a public witness, and we have Ed Lazier representing the United Planning Organization, UPO.
All right, thank you very much. And Kenda, we'll start with you when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Chair Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George, for the opportunity to testify in support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act. My name is COHEA Chatterjee. I am the Executive Director of U.S. Climate Action Network as listed. I'm also the Vice Chair for ANC 6A, representing the H Street neighborhood in 6A01, hence my sweatshirt. As the ANC Commissioner for 6A01, I see every day the effects of the current broken housing system. On the bright side, in my single member district, DC has secured an affordable housing building, the Baldwin at 1300 H Street Northeast, that was developed with a 99-year lease from DC, which is great, but the tenants do not have as much say as they need in that building. It's not a net zero building. Excess rents from the ground floor retail do not accrue to DC. It's a positive for sure to have it on our street and in our neighborhood, but it could be a lot better. On the very ugly side of the story, in another building, the Havana at 1219 K Street Northeast, the owner, K Street LLC, gets $700,000 a year plus from DC vouchers. He owes DC over $40,000 in fines for health and safety violations. He sold the land out from under the building to another owner to make money and then proceeded to declare bankruptcy, leaving over 30 families who are voucher holders with no trash pickup and not paying the electricity, dozens of other health code violations. The landlord refuses to secure the building, so the front door and the back door are open 24/7. The 5th floor is vacant. Missing persons have been found there. There have been multiple crimes that have been committed on that vacant 5th floor that's unsecured. Gun violence is a regular occurrence, and tenants are living in unhealthy conditions that offer no sense of security. The slumlord has now declared bankruptcy. Families are now finally being moved. We wanted to keep families in our community because many of those families have kids who are thriving at our neighborhood DCPS elementary school, J.O. Wilson. Now staff at the elementary school are busy scrambling to keep kids enrolled in school because they're losing their housing. Landlords like the K Street LLC that own the Havana are a danger to our community. They are also the ones that benefit from the current system. This band gets $700,000 a year plus from DC. Tenants lose in this system, and so does our community. These voucher holders do not qualify for TOPA because DC pays the rent via vouchers. It's possible that we could use DOPA in this case, and I'm guessing that the bank's getting nothing now, so they would be happy to arrange a below market rate purchase of the building. But there's no clear structure or office that would put in place, the kinds of systems we're talking about: cross subsidy, making the building green, giving tenants a voice, that all the things envisioned in this bill. I want to be clear that failing these families is a policy choice. An affordable housing shortage is a policy choice. Failing to address the climate crisis is a policy choice. And a Green New Deal for housing is a simply better policy choice. Wearing my hat as the executive director of U.S. Climate Action Network, it is critical that this bill codifies net zero housing and gives tenants a voice. Because of the impacts of climate change in DC, many have said this before me, there's more mold, there's more rats, there's more flooding. Because the time between our freezes has become shorter, we have more breeding cycles for rodents. We have more mold spores in the air, so when there's moisture, it leads to mold more easily. Tenants need to be organized to fight back against these problems as they emerge, and other problems. We also know that climate impacts make housing incredibly important, as others have talked about. We had a tornado hit H Street Northeast for the first time ever last summer. We have more low quality air days. We have polar vortex days. Living on the streets is less safe in an era of a climate crisis. We are just out of time, and we can't continue to delay and kick the can down the road in implementing these concepts behind a Green New Deal. We need more affordable housing, and we need it to be consistent with our climate goals. And for DC to be able to afford more affordable housing as a community, we need it to be social housing and land trusts. ANC 6A unanimously voted to send a letter enthusiastically supporting this bill, which I'll attach to my written testimony. Some of the requested changes to the bill, I'll just go through quickly here. One is asking that existing DC laws be modified to provide an exception for this agency so that it can purchase land without legislation needing to be passed. Another is that the bonds issued by this new agency should in fact be backed by the full faith and credit of the District of Columbia, so they don't become junk bonds. We actually think that they should be backed. Another is that the agency is encouraged to look at the parking requirements for buildings developed under this program and encourage alternatives to private cars and parking. And obviously it is already stated that it should be near public transportation. Thank you for considering my input, both in my role as Executive Director of U.S. Climate Action Network and in my role as Vice Chair of ANC 6A.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Dante, we'll take your testimony now.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for having me, Councilmember Bonds, Councilmember Lewis George, and the Housing Committee. My name is Dante Comparetto, and I'm a new resident of Ward 7 and in the process of becoming a licensed social studies teacher. It has been a long, hard road to get to where I am today. I grew up poor. By the time I was in high school, I was homeless, and the violence of poverty was overwhelming. Tired and hungry and developing an addiction, I would eventually drop out of high school. My friends and family were dying and going to jail. And when I was 17, I was almost killed in gun violence. It was at this point that I got lucky. Through mentorship and wraparound services, I was able to get housing, meaningful employment, and rehabilitation treatment. I would go back to school, become an organizer, start a nonprofit that works with homeless youth, start a business, serve in public office, and I'm about to complete my second master's degree to become a teacher. All of this would not have been possible without affordable housing. But the sad truth is that there are thousands of people in DC going through the same situation that I went through, and most will not be as lucky as me. It is important that we pass the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022 in this legislative session so that we can save as many lives as possible. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. Ed, oh, there you are. We'll take your testimony now.
Great. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ed Lazier, and I'm the Director of Legislative Advocacy at United Planning Organization, UPO. UPO is the district's community action agency and has been working since 1962, celebrating our 60th anniversary in just a month. to improve the economic security of DC residents with low incomes. I'm here to testify in favor of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act. There are many, many aspects of this bill to lift up positively, but I'll focus today on how the bill creates permanent housing for households extremely low income. UPO serves households exclusively with incomes under 200% of poverty as required under federal law. Nearly all have incomes under 30% of median family income. We see the negative impact of the lack of affordable housing in all of the services UPO provides. And that's why affordable housing
Tosha, is there a way to fix this?
I'm not sure from our end, council member.
Okay. Ed?
Am I frozen? Can you hear me?
You were frozen, so yes, we missed
Am I back?
whatever you were saying.
Where should
So
I
you
pick
can
up?
start over. Yes.
All right. I'm so sorry to say that. Well, I will, yeah, sorry about that. So I think maybe what I was saying was that UPO serves households with incomes below 200% of poverty as required under federal law, and nearly all of them have incomes under 30% of median family income. And at UPO, we see the negative impact of the lack of affordable housing in all the services we provide. And that's why affordable housing has become a prominent part of our recent community needs assessment. In recent years, UPO has joined the effort to address the housing shortfall in DC as a partner in developing hundreds of units of housing that are all affordable to households under 50% of MFI, many of them under 30% MFI. A sign that affordable housing at that level is financially viable. Increasing the supply of deeply affordable housing, I believe, is the single most important thing the district can do to tackle economic and racial inequities. That's because stable and affordable housing contributes to better outcomes in health and nutrition, improved mental well-being, educational outcomes for children, employment outcomes for adults, and many other benefits. Yet the district is falling short specifically in delivering deeply affordable housing by not meeting the Housing Production Trust Fund requirement that half of its funds be used to create deeply affordable housing, and by funding only a limited number of housing vouchers each year. The Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act thus is important for the fact that it would create a new commitment to developing deeply and permanently affordable housing. Beyond that, the bill would combine the best aspects of other DC affordable housing programs to create a very strong approach. It creates a tool for the city to acquire affordable housing, similar to the right under DOPA, but the Green New Deal creates a more proactive approach for acquiring affordable housing. The bill creates mixed income housing, which is the way almost all affordable housing gets built in the district. The bill calls for affordable housing to remain permanently affordable, as is the current requirement for any affordable housing built through the disposition of DC land. And the bill calls for a strong voice of tenants in building operations, adding to the strong tenant rights we already have, specifically TOPA. Social housing under the Green New Deal would be important for other reasons as well. It would be developed under district ownership, which would allow lower rents than investor-built housing and eliminates the risk of sharply rising rents year to year. Combined with its environmental and labor standards, the Green New Deal for Housing Act can set the new standard for the way to develop affordable housing in DC. As you've heard today from the beginning, there are still important issues to be worked out with the framework the bill would create. Perhaps most important, the district needs to figure out the per unit subsidy that will be needed for the housing built under this act, using several hypothetical examples. Just like any affordable housing development already happens in the city, some public subsidy is likely to be needed. A second issue relates to financing. The bill allows the district to issue bonds for the development of housing, but this may limit the program's reach because DC already is close to its bond limit. One alternative is partnerships with nonprofits to support state finance under the terms and provisions of this act. Whatever mechanism is chosen, we need to make sure that this act is able to create a substantial amount of social housing investment over time. A third issue relates to building maintenance and sustainability. The district has supported the development of permanently affordable housing through limited equity co-ops and other means, but in limited equity co-ops, we've found that often the co-ops lack the finances and legal expertise to maintain their buildings properly over time. The Housing Authority's poor record for maintaining public housing also creates reason for concern. As the district moves to create housing under this act, it's really important to create transparent and robust mechanisms to ensure that buildings are well maintained, that there are adequate reserves for expected capital repairs. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the entire panel. I'll turn to Councilmember Lewis George for questions or comments. You're on mute. Councilwoman, okay.
Sorry, my thing is.
There you go.
Now we're all going frozen. I'm blaming Ed. Thank you so much to this panel. I wanted to come to Aya for a second, if I could. I really wanted to talk about, if possible, some of the ways in which we can strengthen the social housing legislation, especially around climate goals specifically. Wanted to see if you had any feedback on ways we can strengthen this legislation around climate goals, and the ways in which we can, I think some people have talked about the cost of green, going green. And I wanted to see if you could really talk about the ways we can leverage existing resources for construction and redevelopment, and the benefits for, that outweighing, the cost that people are sort of, fearing about us moving this way.
Yeah. Well, I think some of our mental models about environmental buildings are really anchored in the past. The reality is that it is cheaper to build and operate a building that is powered by solar power than it is a conventional building. That's partly because of great policy, right? We have passed good policy here in DC. And so it is actually cheaper in many of these cases. It's also really important to consider the health benefits. We know that indoor air quality is dramatically reduced by burning fossil fuels inside of a building. We know that this affects development for children, but also leads to asthma, and we know that asthma is the #1 reason kids miss school. So the societal benefits are really enormous of having green buildings, from a health perspective. And there are many studies that actually show that this is actually a cheaper way to do it. It's just less familiar to people. And so it ends up not happening. So yes, insulation is more expensive, but one of the big benefits of being the government actually owning and operating the buildings is that we're not discounting future cost savings from not having to use the heat as much or the air conditioning as much, because you're investing early in a solid building. And that has, again, it has environmental benefits that are required at this point of time. And it also has massive health benefits. And the only other thing I'd just say is that I really value the net zero approach. People have asked why isn't this about LEED certification or some other kind of certification? I actually think net zero is a much better standard, because the standard then is we don't want any greenhouse gas pollution coming out of this building. We don't want any fossil fuels burned in this building, which is different from a point system where you can get points for all kinds of things, which is I think LEED has been great for a number of reasons, but net zero is really the gold standard. And so just want to congratulate you for having the higher standard in this bill already.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for I did write down the other suggestions you have for strengthening in. So really appreciate that feedback. I want to go to you for a second, Mr. Lazier. I want to be sure any social housing model generates a substantial number of units for our lowest income renters, because as you noted, we have missed the mark on this for so long with our traditional housing production trust fund approach. Can you say more about the resources and tools the city can and should use to invest in these low income units, and why, and talk more about the social benefits of stable and affordable housing and why it's important for families?
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much. We have, of course, a number of tools for affordable housing that are listed in the bill, like the Housing Production Trust Fund and potentially the Green Bank. And while some have talked about this as a competition, it's just a different approach to building affordable housing. And we can have projects that apply for the trust fund through either social housing or through non-social housing. And then we'll just let the best projects win. And social housing because it is more likely to create, well, will create permanently affordable housing compared to the Housing Production Trust Fund, which at most it's housing that's affordable for 40 years and still runs the risk of not being affordable when that time period ends. I think social housing is likely to be better. That is not one of the things that's been talked a lot about today, but permanently affordable housing is one of the best elements of this legislation. And the fact that we will be removing projects from the market and not have that pressure, because at 40 years, a building is likely to need major capital repairs. And that's a time that if the neighborhood changes around it and the market has changed, landlord is likely to think about scaling the project at that point. We said in my testimony, there's just reams and reams of research showing that children do better in school when they have a stable place to live and their parents are not forced to live with people that they are nervous about living with and they're doing so only because they need to share housing. The health benefits that you've heard about today of children not getting asthma and not being affected by other toxins improves their well-being. Parents stress, as you know, and you can't pay the rent, when you can't pay your bills, that is all you think about all the time, which makes it hard to succeed as a parent. It makes it hard to succeed as someone seeking work. It just throws your whole life at risk, in addition to putting you at risk of homelessness and all of the trauma that comes with that. So there's really just nothing more important than having a stable, secure, affordable place to go home and knowing that month in and month out, you'll be able to stay there and that your family will be safe.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also want to thank you, Dante, for sharing your story, part of your story with us and really speaking to the facts behind how housing can be transformational for individuals and communities. So I want to also appreciate you for doing that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. I wanted to Ed, I wanted to ask you a little bit. You mentioned the per unit subsidy as we think about the new housing, and wondered if you've given any thought to that. I know I struggle all the time trying to figure out why does this particular subsidy make sense versus some other subsidy. So I wondered what your thoughts are on this subsidy piece.
Yeah, well, I mean, one thing that I would lift up from my testimony is the fact that this would be district-owned property and therefore would not be driven by profits. It would take any needed pressure on rents, either setting rents initially or rising rents from year to year to serve the needs of the investors in that project. And that alone would reduce rents substantially from market rates. Because as I think you heard from some developers, and I think we really do need to listen to the people who build affordable housing and pencil the numbers out to understand the complexities, because developing affordable housing is never easy. It requires many sources, and getting the numbers to work is not easy. So we just need to explore different kinds of projects, whether it's a small building, a large building, whether it's stick construction versus steel and concrete construction, to work out what those costs would be and what the subsidy would be. That's currently what happens now when any developer applies on the Housing Trust Fund. It's just a matter of working out the numbers here under the specific terms of this bill. The fact that a third of the units would be affordable to families below 30% of median family income, which is not the way most housing production trust fund projects currently operate, potentially could affect the cost. But that's only because we'd be more deeply subsidizing the units than we are now. But again, the flip side, there would be the savings from not having investor-owned property. So that's why I say, really, to understand the impact of this bill, we need to pencil out some examples of how this bill would work out and how a project would be developed and how much we would need to fund those projects to make them viable.
Thank you. I wanted you to put that information on the record because that is a key ingredient into making sure we get this housing. That's very important for the community. So thank you very much for that. And Dante, I certainly appreciate hearing your story. I'm hoping that you could put a small document together and that could be used throughout the community. I know you're becoming a social studies teacher, and accolades to you for that. But certainly you should market your story, because I think so many young people need to have a sense of where they can go, how they can soar, with just, a little change and opportunity to be stable in their livelihood. So thank you very much for that. It's tremendous,
Thank you.
tremendous. And Kia, may I please follow up with you about the Havana? I'd love to get my fingers on that, and let's see what we can do immediately.
Please, that would be amazing.
Okay,
Thank you.
definitely. So the staff will be in touch to get contact information, and so we can sit down and figure out what we can do with existing tools. Okay, with existing tools. Thank you so much. And thank you very much to this panel. And Ed, I hope we can talk more about housing. You're in a good place now where you can see the stories and get the feeling, and let's see how we can transform some of these situations as quickly as possible.
Yes, thank you so much. I look forward to that. Yes, I'm excited to be at UPO, where we can work directly with residents and hear their stories and help shape policies that benefit them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. And now I'll move faster to panel 10. Tosha, again, will you tell us, and thank you all, bye-bye. Tell us who we have in the room.
In panel 10, we have Amanda Korber representing Legal Aid for the District of Columbia. We have Savannah Nebb representing Our Climate. We have David Schwartzman representing the DC Statehood Green Party. And we have Kesh Mudawati as a public witness.
All right, we're ready to go. We'll start with Amanda. I see you. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, and thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Amanda Korber. I am a supervisor in the housing unit at the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia, and I'm also a Ward 7 resident. I'm testifying today first and foremost to enthusiastically support this bill, and then also to offer some ways that it could be strengthened by building in some tenant protections. I'll start by all the reasons we are so excited for this Green New Deal. I don't need to list for you the many ways that the district's existing affordable housing programs has failed to meet the desperate need for deeply affordable housing. 65% of extremely low-income renters in the district are classified as severely cost-burdened by HUD, meaning they spend more than half of their income on rent. And 80% are cost-burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on rent. In our eviction practice, we often assist our clients in their housing search. And in our experience, for low-income tenants in the district who don't have a subsidy, especially tenants on fixed incomes, it is difficult, if not frankly impossible, to find affordable rental options in the district, especially for families. Given this reality, we're excited that the council is considering innovative solutions. The social housing developments proposed by this bill offer many benefits that current affordable housing programs in the district lack. For example, the 2/3 extremely low and low income units will remain affordable in perpetuity. I don't think anyone can emphasize enough how important the social housing approach is. It will give the district tools to keep public land public instead of selling it to developers for literally pennies. This is likely the only way to change the trajectory of housing in the district and ensure that public dollars are being used for the public good and not for developer profit. Social housing allows for tenants with varying incomes to reside in this development. This could prevent situations we see every day where tenants are at risk of losing their affordable housing because they lost a job and it's not actually truly affordable, or because they get a raise and they no longer meet income qualifications for the housing program they were in. This type of housing protects people on both ends of that, and it is incredibly important and promotes stability in those situations. We're also really excited that the proposed social housing developments will offer tenants transparency and so much control in where they live through the tenant leadership boards. So much of tenants' lives, and particularly low-income tenants' lives who inherently have less choice in where they can live, is currently controlled by landlords and property managers who don't know what their day-to-day lives are, who don't have their best interests in mind. And putting that power back in the tenants' hands is necessary for folks to be able to live safe and dignified lives. Turning a little bit to some things that you all might consider adding to the bill to ensure that there are some tenant protections. First and foremost, just stating clearly that all the protections of the Rental Housing Act apply to social housing developments. That is the act in the district that ensures good cause eviction. It is the bill that gives district tenants so many of the rights they currently have, including in there, how tenants will, have to verify their income, how often will it have to happen. There are a lot of models across the various housing programs I think you all could consider, and we would be happy to talk with you about our experience with some of the pros and cons about various recertification practices. Make clear that regardless of whether a tenant's income increases or decreases, they remain eligible for and can continue residing in the development. Make sure that tenants get either a 30 or 60-day notice of rent increase. And for those tenants paying market rate, make sure that there are, caps on those increases so that those increases are predictable and don't get too high or too much, even for the tenants paying market rent. Ensure that units are accessible for individuals with disabilities, allow for transfers in the event of emergencies, including domestic violence emergencies. And another important one that has always been an issue, but really came to light during the public health emergency is ensuring that household members that remain after a head of household either passes away or vacates a unit can take over the lease under the same terms as the person who was living there before. We had a lot of situations during the pandemic where a leaseholder would pass away and the landlord wouldn't recognize the remaining family members as tenants, or would say you can stay, but we're going to increase your rent. And so ensuring that those family members who remain in the unit are protected. And finally, it would be great if the Office of Social Housing Development would be given explicit rulemaking authority with clear guidance on the rules that you all expect them to implement and operate, just so this great bill we can make sure is implemented to the extent and fullest that you all intended. Thank you so much for the ability to testify today. I really appreciate it and I'm really excited. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for your testimony. Savannah?
Hi. Hello, council members.
How
My
are
name
you
is,
doing?
I'm good. How are you? My name is Savannah Nebb. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge that this hearing is being conducted on Piscataway Conoy land, otherwise known as Washington, D.C. I'm testifying in support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022 on behalf of Our Climate, a Black-led and youth-based climate justice nonprofit, where I myself am the federal field organizer, and as a Ward 5 resident. Climate justice seeks to address the underlying conditions that generate and perpetuate climate change, understood to be caused by inequities, oppressions, and systems of domination inherent in the colonial capitalist pursuit of endless growth. In layman's terms, climate justice encompasses the social inequities that stem from colonialism and systemic oppression, which includes equitable and safe housing conditions. Our climate's mission specifically is to empower young people to advocate for the science-based, equitable, and intersectional climate justice policies that build a thriving world. In order to solve this housing crisis and address the implementation of social housing in a way that will achieve climate justice, we must first disrupt and dismantle the system. What I mean is the system we currently operate under was never created for our most marginalized and vulnerable populations. Frontline communities, Black, Brown, Indigenous, low-income, women, LGBTQIA+, the elderly, and the young have been systemically thrust into pockets of poverty, pollution, public health disasters, and the crime that is rooted in the aforementioned living conditions. Sustainable social housing provides the opportunity to rectify decades of redlining and marginalization and allow frontline communities to thrive in intentional and environmentally friendly communities. DC-owned mixed-income affordable housing provides an opportunity to meet the moment and invest in our local communities during a significant time of strife with the national housing crisis. As the nation's capital, we should be setting the standard of sustainable, equitable, and affordable housing that the rest of the country can mirror. Instead, we have allowed the health, safety, and general well-being of DC's residents to be pushed aside while the federal government advocates for better housing across the rest of the country in a building that sits in our own backyard. Additionally, we have allowed the gentrification and divestment of our neighbors and residents to be put at the forefront of DC development, thus discarding the very culture and diversity that DC is known for. The creation of an Office of Social Housing Development will implement a high standard of community care, as well as model what intentional and sustainable housing can accomplish. With that being said, how these communities are implemented is essential to the success of building a better future. Firstly, with sustainability at the forefront of these housing ventures, we must be intentional about who and where we source materials from. Considering the emphasis on DC-owned, local contractors, architects, construction materials, and consultants need to be prioritized. Additionally, this local labor and materials should be sourced from BIPOC-owned, women-owned, and immigrant-owned businesses here in DC. Some examples include Renaissance Development, Honeycomb, Chiaramonte Construction Company, and CRP Incorporated. Secondly, along with sourcing local materials, these social housing projects must address the need for community spaces and accessibility to local needs, such as markets, green spaces like parks, rec centers, good school districts, public transit, and quality healthcare. All of these public needs should be in close proximity to the housing development and should not require the tenants to have to go out of their way to have access. Historically, redlining and further marginalization of Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities has created food deserts and limited access to health professionals that has exacerbated a public health crisis. Food deserts are urban areas in which it is difficult to buy affordable or good quality fresh food, but where fast food restaurants are abundant. Options are further limited without access to transportation or time. Residents with a chronic lack of access to adequate food resources have higher rates of diabetes, obesity, and cardiovascular disease, which are heavily prevalent within Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. Climate justice acknowledges access to fresh, local, and affordable fruits and vegetables as a solution to these health impacts. Thus, the accessibility to these healthy options, transport, and healthcare must be prioritized. Lastly, there has to be accountability within these social housing communities to ensure that these are equitable. The bill can be strengthened by laying out specifically how the Office of Social Housing Development will work with the tenant leadership boards to make sure they are meeting the requirement of a third affordable housing for families at 30% median income, 1/3 at 50% median income, and 1/3 at market rate. This will ensure that not only are Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income communities benefiting from DC social housing, but that people from these communities are being uplifted into leadership roles and have a say in how these communities operate. Along those same lines, allowing for younger people to serve in tenant leadership also ensures equitable practices. All tenant leadership roles need to be compensated for their work, either through direct pay or decreased rent. As a representative for our climate and as a Ward 5 resident, I'm asking for the council to support this legislation and pass the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. It is time the city invests in, uplifts, and demands a higher standard of living for all of its communities in an equitable and justice-oriented manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. David?
Yes, greetings. I'm David Schwartzman, representing the DC State of Green Party, as well as our party in the Fair Budget Coalition. I'm also a member of One DC, Empower DC, and Metro DC DSA. I've been a resident of Ward 4 for 45 years, and I'm delighted that our council member is Janice Lewis George. So no surprise, I strongly urge passage of this historically important bill to promote social housing in our community, since it's a major way to provide truly affordable housing to residents, limiting rents to no more than 30% of household income. We should recognize that close to a majority of those who now rent have the cost burden of paying more than 30%, with many low-income residents paying 50% or more. Social housing, along with community land trusts, will bring to realization housing as a human right, the decommodification of housing. As several have pointed out, and there's been great testimony. I've waited for over 4 hours. So I'm delighted with what I hear. Further, meeting the goal of capping rental costs will free up savings for renters who desire home ownership. Home ownership for our residents will be enhanced by this agenda, along with more generous subsidies for first-time buyers. In addition, judging from the experience of Vienna, as the provision of social housing grows, it results in a downward pressure on rents overall. As already mentioned, by the way, by Elena, Golding. We should recognize that the Housing Production Trust Fund, which is the main mechanism of providing affordability, has failed miserably to stop the erosion of truly affordable housing. Very well documented, as Will Merrifield pointed out. Passage of this bill would be a step forward to transform the Housing Production Trust Fund into a mechanism for the vision of truly affordable housing, along with stronger implementation of DOPA and TOPA. The high income and wealth gap in DC is a result of long-standing trickle-down economic agenda of a elected government. An alternative agenda includes increasing the allotment of housing in the Housing Production Trust Fund immediately, going to low income residents, including permanent housing for the homeless, with stronger enforcement, given the deficiencies noted in the DC Orders report. I already testified on October 20th in support of the Rapid Rehousing Reform Amendment Act of 2022, which requires rent to be no more than 30% of household income. Recognizing the role of the Green Bank funding of construction of social housing, I urge consideration of the potential role of the DC Public Bank. Establishing a DC Public Bank receiving DC's tax and fine revenues could facilitate creation of social housing programs for DC by using DOPA to buy up vacant housing, for example. Public banking is now being considered by several states and cities, including Los Angeles, with the century-old Public Bank of North Dakota as a model. Finally, as a climate scientist, I point to the bill's recognition of net zero emissions as consistent with sustainable DC. Good, but not good enough. We should reconsider, DC should reconsider the goal and rather move to real zero, not net zero, with the latter being problematic because of big challenges of balancing continued greenhouse emissions with mechanisms that subtract to them. Greta Thunberg emphasized the importance of real zero several years ago, and it's now being adopted by the global climate justice movement. And finally, the bill will be an important component of a comprehensive Green New Deal for DC, a path to a more just community and a better quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Kush, I see you. We're ready for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Bonds, for holding this hearing and co-introducing the Green New Deal for Housing bill. And a very special thank you to Councilmember Louis George for introducing this transformative legislation. The Green New Deal for Housing has excited me and so many of my fellow DC residents because it provides an integrated solution to the biggest challenges we face today: climate catastrophe, extreme inequality, and lack of stable and affordable housing. I have lived in a high-rise building in the Van Ness neighborhood for over 30 years, and I've built a strong web of relationships with my neighbors. I'm one of a group of neighbors that is currently helping an elderly resident return home from hospital. The support she's getting is possible only because of the housing stability that I and my neighbors have enjoyed for decades, which allowed these relationships to develop. This stability, this housing stability, is life-supporting and should be enjoyed by all DC residents. And it's particularly critical for seniors who wish to age in place together with the families who support them. Social housing can offer housing stability to many more DC residents on the condition that it remains publicly owned or community owned in perpetuity, thereby protected from the speculative real estate market whose profit motive is driving displacement and destroying communities. Social housing will provide stable housing, an essential foundation for safe and healthy communities. By combining stable housing with a mix of incomes weighted towards low-income families, we can foster the egalitarian values that are essential for a healthy democracy. The other critical elements of this bill are environmental sustainability and tenant-led governance. Let me expand on this last item. The success of social housing will rest on its governance. If that fails, social housing will fail. The current bill says that social housing developments may maintain tenant leadership boards with elected leadership. We should replace may with shall, so that social housing is required to have elected tenant leadership boards. But that is not enough, as the failures of elected resident councils in traditional public housing teaches us. The Social Housing Coordination Council has a critical role to play here. First, it can develop a tenant bill of rights to ensure the dignity and equality of all social housing residents, regardless of income level. Second, it should provide ongoing oversight of tenant leadership boards and provide a mechanism for residents to hold the boards accountable. Third, an interim Social Housing Coordination Council should be established as soon as the bill is enacted, even before social housing is built, so that tenants can help guide implementation of the bill from the beginning. It's my sincere hope that with the proper governance structures, social housing communities can become vibrant miniature democracies where residents actively participate in their community and elect leaders who champion their interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony from the entire panel. I'll turn to Councilmember Lewis George to see if she has any questions or comments that she'd like to make. Perhaps she stepped away for a moment. And being that we're on panel 10 out of 26, I want to thank you again, and please don't think for a minute there aren't questions or comments. We love you so much, but we really should move on. We're trying very hard not to be here at 8 p.m. But some of you know we have done hearings that have been to 4:30 in the morning, so this is nothing new. But we're not trying to break the record today. So thank you. Thank you very, very much for your testimony. We'll now turn to panel 11. Tosha, can you tell us who is in the room?
Absolutely, council member. In panel 11, we have Beverly Harp as a public witness. We have Arya Kovalovich as a public witness. And that's it for panel 11.
Oh, all right. Well, perhaps then we should call forward panel 12 as well.
Okay.
If you have any of the members in.
Yes. So in panel 12, oh, thank you, Jean Marie. We have Neil Flanagan as a public witness. We have Mark Rodefer representing the Sierra Club. We have Britt Dillman representing Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. And we have Commissioner Renee Bowser representing ANC 4D.
All right, we will move with this panel of 6, starting with Beverly Harp. Ms. Harp, yes. I see you're here. All right, yes. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds and Councilwoman Lewis George. My name is Beverly Harp. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm testifying first and foremost as a Ward 1 renter who wants everyone in her community to have access to safe, healthy, sustainable housing that will protect us now and in the uncertain climate future to come. In my day job, I'm a public health advocate working with doctors, nurses, and other health professionals to advocate for health-focused climate solutions. I'm asking the council to support this legislation on behalf of the doctors and nurses who are on shift right now in DC, working with patients experiencing the health impacts of unstable, unhealthy housing and the health impacts of climate change. We know that DC residents without access to safe, stable housing are also more susceptible to the health impacts of climate. Doctors and nurses in the district are already dealing with increased incidents of heat illness, vector-borne disease, asthma and seasonal allergies, COPD, and many other health issues that have already come up as a result of a changing climate. The Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022 is model legislation for addressing climate in tangent with other social determinants of health. We know that fossil-free housing infrastructure improves respiratory and vascular health. Green space decreases vulnerability to heat-related cardiovascular mortality, and that social housing models foster the kind of community cohesion that is going to be necessary in the climate crisis. Neighbors checking in on neighbors during heat waves, tornadoes, other climate disasters. We know that that is the most sustainable way forward. And for those who have expressed concerns about the cost of this investment, we know just really for a fact that the costs of climate inaction are enormous, and the costs of inaction in the health sector alone are enormous, as are the costs of inaction on safe and healthy housing for the health sector. We know that those not investing is an incredibly unsmart financial policy. And I will just leave with the thought that housing cannot really be resilient or affordable without being healthy, because there's nothing affordable about having to stay home because your child's having an asthma attack. There's nothing affordable between having to choose safety from climate-related disasters, but also a house that is poisonous to your child. And we can't ask residents to make those choices. And the investments in this act will really ensure that folks have access to housing that is healthy and affordable and will benefit the entirety of all residents in DC by making these climate investments that we know are going to keep us all safer in the long term by reducing our emissions and our contributions to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Aria?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds and Lewis George, for hosting this. I'm a renter in Ward 1 in Parkview. I've been in DC for 4 years. In my day job, I'm a climate policy staffer on Capitol Hill. So humbled by all the dedicated and well-versed policy and housing experts that we've heard from today, and the folks who have shared their lived experiences. I'm mostly just here as humbly as a citizen to offer my support and express that I'm very excited and hopeful for what this legislation could achieve to transform DC, help us cope with the climate crisis, and improve access to housing. I come from a fairly privileged background. I'm very lucky to have never experienced housing insecurity, and I think everyone in DC should experience the same. When I first moved to DC from Philly, I lived on Mass Ave near Gallery Place, and it was a neighborhood where DC's immense wealth disparities were shockingly obvious. It had shiny, massive law firms and think tanks. There's like a Soul Cycle studio, in luxury apartment buildings where so many young 20-something professionals live. And right across the street from my building was a women's shelter where dozens of unhoused folks lined up every day. And I was shocked to see how many people looked so deeply sick and unequipped for the winter and not sufficiently taken care of. I came from Philly, which like many cities also is struggling with the housing crisis, but DC can feel particularly dystopic because you have all of these people rushing, me included, rushing to work in suits and professional clothes, focused on what they see as these big national and global issues when you have so much need and it's so visible that the system is failing so many people. And the Green New Deal for social housing gives me so much hope because it would create a system where some of this wealth and power in our nation's capital can be leveraged to actually take care of people, to remedy displacement and poor housing conditions, put power back in the hands of working people. And as a policy person, it's extremely thoughtful, well-designed legislation, centers good labor and environmental practices, focuses on cheap electricity powered by the wind and the sun, decreases the pollution that would be in these housing units, and empowers tenants through the tenant leadership boards, leaves a lot of room for good oversight through the coordinating council. And DC has led the way on climate for so many years, has one of the best renewable portfolio standards in the nation. And so exciting to see it lead the way again with this proposed legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And we'll turn now to Neil. If you are in, I see you're in the room. Okay. Neil, we'll take your testimony now.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, Councilmember Lewis George, and all council members involved in introducing this bill. You can all hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. I enthusiastically support the creation of mixed income cross-subsidized social housing in the District of Columbia. I want to offer two comments with the intention of producing the best possible implementation. I should point out that I'm an architect, and I am also sort of interested in history. So the first is to not limit the sustainability provisions of Section 106 of the bill at line 174 to the paradigms we currently have, but instead to continue to lead them. The second is to inform current policy with the history of public ownership of housing in the District of Columbia and why it has been plagued with difficulties since the creation of the Alley Dwelling Authority in 1934. To the first point, under the current regulatory regime, we ask individual buildings to do a lot. They must pre-treat stormwater, retain it, reduce reflected heat, and increasingly generate their own power. These systems add complexity and cost throughout the life of a building. Often, these requirements are at odds with each other and the more fundamental role of buildings to provide healthy shelter. I've worked on several net zero projects, including the renovation of the American Geophysical Union in DuPont Circle. It was a small, constrained building. Getting to net zero was expensive per watt and used exotic systems that were inefficient for one building. But we had to use them because in the United States, the net zero calculations typically are understood to end at the property line. The bill's net zero energy and emissions provisions on line 78 partially resolve this overdependence on the single building, but they could go further. Just as cross-linking revenues across a portfolio of buildings improves financial viability, so too does the sharing of systems between buildings. This allows neighborhoods to achieve high levels of sustainability, while individual buildings can become less complex and more focused on shelter and social connection. This concept is sometimes called an eco-district, and they are rare in the United States because they are difficult to implement with multiple private properties. The projects built under this bill would not face that constraint, and we should not limit our imagination. One example of reducing complexity to yield multiple positive effects is already in the bill, forbidding methane systems or natural gas. This not only has climate benefits, it reduces costs throughout the life of the building and considerably reduces life safety risk. Additionally, Section 106 of the proposed bill would benefit from integration with the construction and zoning codes. For example, the bill stipulates that compliance with the green energy provisions in Title VI, Chapter 14A, but not Chapter 14B, which is the Clean Energy DC Building Code Amendment Act, which provide a wide array of sustainability approaches to buildings in DC. How are we doing in time? Oh, okay, so I'll just leave it there. But the second point is, again, there's some comments which are in the paper about historical lessons about public housing in DC.
So, Mr. Flanagan, that concludes your testimony.
I
kind of left us up in the air. Okay.
Well, it's busy. I don't want to take too much time, but I'll just say that, I'll just say really quickly, I spent the last week of October researching a man named John Ilder. Do you know who John Ilder is?
Yes.
You do? Okay, that's good. Not everyone, probably most people don't. But he was the founder, basically was the leading voice in creating public housing in DC. And the papers were quite revealing about why DC DCHA has struggled from day one. And I hope my comments in the written testimony elaborate on the lessons that we should take from that and the need for historical infrastructure like the DC Archives in doing so.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark, are you with us? Mark Rodefa?
Seeing if we can promote him to panelist now, council member.
All right, thank you.
All right, okay, thanks.
No luck so far. Maybe
All
we
right.
can circle back to him.
All right, we'll go to Britt. Welcome.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, council members. I am Britt Dillman, legal intern at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Since 1987, the clinic has envisioned and worked towards a just and inclusive community for all residents of DC, where housing is a human right and where every individual and family has equal access to the resources they need to thrive. Unfortunately, it is hard for the vast majority of our vulnerable residents to focus on thriving when basic survival in DC has become such a challenge. DC continues to have an affordable housing crisis that threatens thousands of its residents. In particular, there is a lack of deeply affordable housing, the category that is most needed. Despite this fact, deeply affordable housing for those at the 0 to 30% AMI continues to be the most underproduced in DC. Social housing has been a successful model for expanding affordability and access to housing in other countries, and the prospect of it being a DC investment is exciting. We are extremely pleased to see DC Council's interest in an additional tool to combat the lack of affordable housing. While the proposed bill sets up a framework for a promising new way to create housing in DC, more detailed consideration into the implementation of the plan is necessary to achieve the desired outcome. Legislation needs to be explicit in detailing how this venture will benefit DC residents in a way that is different from already existing mixed income housing efforts that underprioritize those who most need it. Social housing is an opportunity to do things better and offer true affordable housing access and protections. Since the purpose is to expand affordable housing, the commitment has to be clear in the language within the legislation. If the unit income breakdown within the building is to be 1/3 extremely low income and 1/3 for very low income, current language used to the greatest extent possible and to the extent practicable needs to be removed so that there are no loopholes that could minimize affordability and make these buildings more of the status quo in DC. This bill creates a new mayoral agency, the Office of Social Housing, but gives little instructions as to how the agency must operate. More consideration and explanation should be provided as to the role of this agency, how it would provide a substantially different purpose than the DHCD, and what provisions can guarantee that this office will operate better and more efficiently than other DC agencies. This legislation should be an opportunity to create more affordable housing while minimizing barriers to housing access. Eligibility details in an attempt for more equitable screening processes should be required and explicit, particularly if contracting for property management is contemplated. If private management companies are allowed to dictate access to those government-funded resources, these buildings would be no different from current private-public partnerships that harm residents through restrictive and often discriminatory screenings. There should be more contemplation around the private management and development role of the model versus DC government's roles in general, and council should look to the guidance of other jurisdictions as to the standards and guarantees therein. While there is a general commitment to 1/3 of units being reserved for extremely low income residents, that access shouldn't only be for those who already have housing subsidies. If access to these buildings is contingent upon already having a voucher or being able to afford market rent, then the buildings are just more of the current mixed income model. Also, setting fixed rents, even within each income bracket, would serve to exclude many residents who could benefit from these new housing opportunities. Rent in the building for low income residents should actually be based on what individual households can afford. In terms of funding, the bill states that the Housing Production Trust Fund will be used to develop social housing units. As council is aware, the fund has consistently been underspent on creation of extremely low income units and projects. While social housing could be a way to efficiently use more fund money as intended, full consideration of the impact on the fund and other projects must also be examined. Additional funding resources, including taxes used in other countries and jurisdictions, should be explored. Incentives and requirements for the use of DOPA, a rarely used DC tool, must also be further explored. Tenant board decision-making and autonomy is an important role of this legislation. More consideration and input from current DC residents and tenant councils and boards would be beneficial in striking a balance between what tenants want to be responsible for within their buildings and what they do not, avoiding burdensome expectations on tenants. The clinic applauds Councilmember Louis George's efforts to do something to address DC's affordability crisis and propose a social housing model. We certainly hope to see a better system of tools for affordable housing creation than currently exists. To achieve that, however, we strongly recommend comprehensive conversations with current affordable housing tenants, experts, and advocates before a second iteration of this legislation is drafted and moved forward. We want to see expanded access to housing through a social model that is truly revolutionary, fully contemplates existing issues with housing in DC, and offers real solutions through thoughtful implementation and input. We look forward to working with council members in the efforts to build upon and improve this legislation so that social housing can be the tool for affordable housing creation and access that DC residents deserve. Additionally, I would like to say that my supervisor, Britt Ruffin, will be happy to follow up with any additional and specific questions that y'all might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll turn to Commissioner Renee Bowser.
Good day, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Louis George and members and staff of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration. My name is Renee Bowser, and I'm ANC 4D02 Commissioner and Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4D. I am testifying today on behalf of ANC 4D in full support of Bill B24-0802. The basis of my testimony is the unanimously passed ANC 4D resolution supporting Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022 to build a system where housing is a human right, which has already been submitted to the Housing Committee. ANC 4D urges the Housing Committee and DC Council to give full support to the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act. Additionally, ANC 4D's resolution urges the Housing Committee and DC Council to legislate an adequate funding sources for the Social Housing Development Fund to enable continuous, robust construction and maintenance of social housing development. Legislate land management authority and responsibilities for the Office of Social Housing Development so that the Office of Social Housing Development has authority to direct public property owned and purchased by the district for use for production of social housing. Legislate a public properties and housing needs master plan for DC, just like the library's master plan and the school's master plan, so that the DC government will know the actual public needs for public land throughout the city and in each ward, and so that the Office of Social Housing Development can use public properties for public use for development and maintenance of social housing developments where needed. Legislate procedures for investigating and voiding surplus and disposition decisions to private developers where an investigation finds that the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, DMPED, selected a developer or negotiated a land disposition agreement under DC Code 10-801 without first having reached out to the community surrounding the public property to obtain, consider, and research the community's express needs for public uses for public land in their community. And the Wren is a great example of that, where at the time they had the first community meeting on public use, the DMPAD had already selected a developer and was in the process of negotiating a land disposition agreement. So really had already ignored any public comments that were coming forward. And we also need to legislate to maintain public control of public housing developments as a departure of what DCHA is doing as necessary action to reduce the commodification of housing and provide for social housing development so that extremely low income households who live in public housing can gain substantial benefit from the conversion of public housing into social housing developments. And this would mark a real departure because right now the redevelopment of public housing it pushes out those most in need of housing. And most notorious example of that is the public housing redevelopment in the neighbor yard, where the government-led redevelopment since 2001 built boutique apartments, but failed to redevelop the 707 public housing units for households whose homes were torn down. As we've already talked about, the driving tenet of DC's public housing is incentivizing developers to build and redevelop housing. This is a wrong-headed approach because developers build housing with the goal of making profit, not the goal of housing people who need shelter. The result is massive public funding for developers with few housing units produced for the growing thousands of residents in need. And the great example of that is the Wharf, where others have spoken about 95 million public property value sold to the developer for $1, along with $200,000 in additional subsidies. And what did we get for that? Only 131 units of affordable housing for residents with 30% to 60% of the MFI. And the Wharf and other government-funded projects in Southwest established the DC government as the principal driver of gentrification and displacement. By contrast, Vienna regularly meets its target of building 8,000 to 9,000 social homes every year. I won't go into the other interfactual government programs, but I want to say that DC must lead the way toward a system of housing construction and preservation based on the needs of DC residents, not for housing commodification. The Green New Deal for housing construction and maintenance will build high quality housing for residents with a mix of housing incomes, as already has been said. The Green New Deal for housing is based on the Vienna, Austria social housing development model. In Vienna, social housing is about building new neighborhoods. Both models seek not only to plan and produce housing, but also to ensure that planning and new construction of housing is accompanied by concurrent planning and programs to build the services needed to grow thriving communities. This model is proven to do away with the ghettoization of public housing by providing secure, high-quality housing in communities which enhance the lives of former public housing residents and residents of higher income. Finally, the Green New Deal for housing counters the commodification of housing. The commodification of housing means that housing's functions as real estate and investment outweighs its usefulness as a place to live. Treating housing as an investment tool rather than for basic shelter needs causes the exponential rise in housing costs in DC, with foreign investment and other investment. The Green New Deal for housing, focusing on self-sustaining construction and preservation of high-quality housing for shelter owned by the government, reduces commodification and thereby reduces housing costs. The structural changes in housing that the Green New Deal will create will move our city toward a DC where all income groups can prosper. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. And I'll turn to Councilmember Lewis George for her questions and comments.
Thank you to this panel for your testimony. I do want to acknowledge a 4D chair and ANC Commissioner Renee Bowser. One, I want to thank the 4D Commission for passing a resolution unanimously, but also want to ask you a question, given that you have been fighting for affordable housing, public housing, oversight of housing as a leader in this city for a number of years. One of the provisions of this bill requires the mayor to provide a justification and sort of the math behind dispositions to essentially require the executive to show that a disposition they are considering will generate more affordable housing than what a social housing model would. Right now, the 1081 requirement is 30% of units being affordable, and social housing would be 66% of units as affordable. What other checks and balances should we be considering legislating, thinking about as reforms to the disposition process in general, and what can we do to better legislate community voices in the process?
Well, the surplus and disposition law requires the mayor to get community input and as to what public uses are needed in the neighborhood, in the community, and research those and decide whether the land should remain public or be sold to a developer. This has not worked, as the REN has shown, because basically DEMPED, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, ignores it. And that's why this is the kind of weak link that we need to strengthen in the legislation, because at various times, and the REN is not the only example, but DEMPED is already in the motion of getting its developer and negotiating even without community input. That's why it's so important that we have a public property master plan and a housing master plan, so that we know what the needs of housing are in different neighborhoods, different wards, and across the city. And so that we can say, we know that we need public housing in this section of Ward 7 or this section of Ward 5 or Ward 4. And that is another reason why we've asked that we void those agreements with developers that are made without actually having a serious, real consideration of public housing needs, because otherwise that's going on apace, and we're basically crowding out any room for development of the social housing developments that this law is intending to enact. We know also that with the Department of Housing and Community Development's oversight of the different developments, what they have done is that the Office of the Inspector General found last year that with the DHCD picks developers who massively understate the actual project expenses and financing of their developments. And that results in a negative cash flow. And when there's a negative cash flow, the Housing Production Trust Fund is not reimbursed. So they're actually draining from the Housing Production Trust Fund without refilling those coffers, because these developers have said, oh, we can do it for this amount, and comes to find out that it's cost 2 to 3 more times to do it to do what they say they would do with respect to housing. So we want to be sure at ANC4D that the Social Housing Development Fund has enough housing and has the authority to make the decisions to use that public property for housing, apart from an agency that seems to just give in to the developers. If I've answered your question, hopefully.
No, you absolutely have. You not only answered it, but you also brought up a call for a plan for a public property master plan, which I do think is a great idea. Should that master plan be required to have community and tenant voices at the table, in your opinion?
Yes. Every plan, as the comprehensive plan instructs, we need to center the voices of the impacted people in our community, which we haven't done in the past. I've given an example how DEMPED hasn't done it, but in every level, we need to have the voices of impacted people who have a risk of displacement, people who have been displaced, so that they can find their way back to a stake in our city. You have to have tenant voices. You have to have voices of the people who are most at risk in our community. And with the Black community, the Black community part of our community, many of our housing programs don't even hit half of the Black community. For example, inclusionary zoning basically now is 60 and 80% of the median family income, when the median income for Black households in the District of Columbia is $52,000 for the year 2022. And so they're really under 50% of the median family income. So we have to bring in all those voices. We can't pretend that somehow 80% of the median family income is going to bring about equity, economic and racial equity in our city.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I couldn't agree more and would love to work with you on making sure that language is tightened in the bill's reintroduction, because I know you've had such a wealth of experience working to advance social housing justice and understand our city's shortcomings so well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Bowser, if I can just bother you a few more minutes, because I know your history and your love for the community. I wanted to go back to a few comments we heard earlier today, where the thought was, if we were to maybe have a pilot of sorts, and if you can think about a pilot selecting an area of the city where we might try what we believe currently to be the social housing model. If we were to, let's say, select, okay, your commission 4D, how would you see us mapping out 4D as it relates to opportunities for social housing? And what I'm asking, would you look at the current stock of housing and the potential for some of that housing becoming more dense, as was suggested by one of our witnesses today, maybe build taller? Would you think about how, or if you have within the community or would put in the community processes where the tenants would have ultimate say as to the type of housing that they would like to see in 4D? Just wondered if we could just explore that. You can take my neighborhood too, but I'm thinking your neighborhood, you know about it.
Yes. Well, thank you for that question. I really believe that we have to have a master facilities plan for public property and housing, because I think it cannot be, for example, on Spring Street with the Hebrew home, there are a lot of newcomers around there. And for years, they thought having senior housing was okay, but not having affordable housing for non-seniors, as if you might get too many young or Black people there, and that would be scary. I think that we cannot do that. If we're going to build a racially equitable social housing development system, we have to look at where it's needed, because we're creating, as the Vienna model says, we're creating new development, new neighborhoods based on housing being a human right. And so those neighborhoods are not just going to be housing stuck somewhere. There's going to be childcare, there's going to be schools, there's going to be others, recreation and library services and transportation services to get to and from jobs. And so one of the areas that I think are needed, I'm not sure where that it's in ANC 4B, LaSalle Bacchus, but that has a high percentage of homeless children. And I think there are other schools in Ward 4 to build housing where they can access the schools. That would be one criteria. And I don't think it should be just a limited pilot project. We've been using the incentives model for developers to make profit for years. The first Hope 6 grant was in the early 90s. And when you look at Hope 6, so many of those redeveloped projects did not include, starting with Ellen Wilson dwellings. That cut the number of poor people, people of color who were in those houses to the new developments, because the people there, and it's very well documented, did not want Black people in that area. So I think we have to have, as Councilmember Lewis George indicated, we have to have people who are the impacted people, and we have to study what the needs are. And I don't think we need to do just a pilot, because we've done so many pilots with respect to incentivizing developers, and it's just not worked. I know in Southeast, there were these homes that people bought. I think it's Talbert homes, where the houses are falling apart and they have no recourse because the developer went bankrupt and the city does not have liability for those homes. So I think we need to make wholesale change, because we see what we have is not working.
All right, well, I appreciate getting your comments on that. Thank you so very much. And thank you to both both panelists, and we appreciate getting your comments. I'm going to try to move faster. Now moving to panel 13. We're moving a little faster. Tosha, if you would tell us who is in the room, please.
So we have 3 witnesses from panel 13 here. We have Commissioner Bo Finley representing ANC 3C. We have Deirdre Brown representing Northwest Opportunity Partners Community Development Corporation, and we have Shay Metzgar, a public witness.
All right, and do we have any from panel 14?
Yes, we have 4 witnesses here from panel 14. We have Nick Deladon representing DuPont East Civic Action Association. We have Jess Remington, a public witness. We have Prashona Ambri representing DC Environmental Justice Coalition. And we have Clara Lincoln, a public witness.
All right. Well, we will start with Bo. I see you're in the room. Come on, nice to see you all.
Thank you, Council Member or Madam Chair, and hello to my fellow witnesses, and thank you for hosting this hearing. Thank you, witnesses, for being here, and thank you all for your patience. So I'm the chair of ANC 3C. I'm going to give a little bit as a commissioner for representing 3C04, and then get into ANC 3C's comments. When the market fails in providing a necessary good, it is incumbent upon government to step in and provide that good for its citizens. The market has clearly failed in providing affordable housing, and you, our government, have stepped in. This is why we have public housing. This is why we have the Housing Choice Voucher Program. It is why we have rent stabilized housing in our city. It is why we have the Housing Production Trust Fund. These programs have provided some affordable housing, but clearly not enough. And each of these programs is beset by something that keeps it from living up to its initial promise. 16% of district residents live in poverty. If we use the commonly accepted method of using 200% of the federal poverty guidelines to measure poverty, nearly 27% of district residents classify as poor. Nearly 50% of district residents are rent burdened. These statistics, literally personified today by so many witnesses, should not be new to you as our representatives, but these statistics should still shock you. These statistics and the ongoing housing crisis are the results of policy choices made by our government. With nearly half our citizens being rent burdened, we need to overhaul our approach to build more affordable housing. As our region faces unprecedented growth, we must avail ourselves of every possible tool to build more housing and preserve existing affordable housing. This means expanding rent stabilization. This means providing actual oversight of DCHA to prevent nearly a quarter of its units from remaining vacant. This means ensuring that the Housing Choice Voucher Program is not pillaged by large landlords seeking to maximize profit at the cost of rent stabilized housing. This means establishing an acquisition fund to build a district-owned housing portfolio. This means building a robust non-commercial housing sector in the district. And of course, this means passing the Green New Deal for social housing. We know that social housing works. The model has been around for a century. We can look to faraway cities much bigger than ours that have effective social housing. Vienna, Singapore. We can look to exotic places like Boston, Massachusetts, and Montgomery County, Maryland for success stories. We can look at existing mixed income housing in the district. As Commissioner O'Micton stated, we don't need a pilot, we just need to get started. In terms of the proposed legislation, I think it needs to be more aggressive so as to ensure that social housing isn't just an option for unused public land, but it is a prioritized use for unused public land. We need fewer wharfs and more affordable housing. I ran for council this spring along with Deirdre Brown, who's speaking here today too, in Ward 3, and discussed locations in Friendship Heights and the Ward, as well as the Wardman and Woodley Park as great but missed opportunities for social housing. The lack of an easy way for the district to procure these sites for social housing meant that far less affordable housing will be built. An acquisition fund will help with this, but we'll need a sufficient infusion of initial capital to procure properties that are not currently owned by the district. The Social Housing Development Fund is helpful, but as far as I can tell, does not provide that initial capital necessary to begin a housing portfolio. One final personal note, when I hear pushback about the financial viability of social housing, I can't help but shake my head. We're talking about the financial viability of people here. We're talking about the financial ability of people to have a roof over their heads. We know that housing insecurity has awful effects on education outcomes. We know it affects crime. We know it affects health outcomes, all of which have much farther reaching economic impacts than the cost to the district of building social housing. Commission ANC 3C echoes our thoughtful colleagues on ANC 4B and the many citizen advocates here today to ask you to pass this bill. We have some recommended amendments. Specifically, we encourage better articulation in the proposed legislation of the differences between social housing and public housing and how the two models will relate and complement each other. We encourage incorporating the consideration and comparison of existing social housing models in determining best practices regarding affordability metrics. In other words, the Office of Social Housing Development should be required to evaluate existing models throughout the world. And in light of the abysmal state of the district's public housing stock, ANC 3C encourages express inclusion of broader health standards related to mold, lead, and asbestos, including standards and recommendations of indoor air quality that incorporate evidence on aerosol transmission of viruses in addition to pollution and other environmental toxins. We encourage the consideration of independent funding streams, for example, similar to Montgomery County's separate backing of bonds, to ensure that one affordable housing project does not siphon funds from another affordable housing project. And finally, we're concerned about the tenant governance section of the bill. ANC 3C believes that the language social housing developments may maintain tenant leadership boards at each property is too permissive and may weaken tenant protections. We recommend that may maintain be changed to shall allow or shall allow and support. The Commission also recommends more broadly consideration of the federally codified tenants in 24 CFR 245 to see what tenants would be guaranteed through traditional public housing and to adopt those regulations as a floor of basic rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Ms. Brown, Deirdre.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Deirdre Brown. I'm a third generation Washingtonian, an affordable housing advocate, former ANC commissioner, Ward 3 resident, and small business owner. I've been in the real estate industry as a realtor and a title company owner for over 2 decades. Like many of us, I've watched the gentrification and displacement, as well as lack of affordability in the district grow to the levels that we see today. I'm speaking today on behalf of Northwest Opportunity Partners Community Development Corporation. We have developed a proposal for an affordable housing property acquisition fund that would enable qualified developers to move quickly to acquire non-residential public purpose property to add significant amounts of new permanently affordable housing in areas of the city that are high in opportunity and low in affordable housing. For example, Rock Creek West, Rock Creek East, Capitol Hill, and Upper Northeast. For this reason, we support the creation of social housing in the district as a tool to combat our affordable housing crisis. Social housing is an innovative way for the district to build new, high quality, and mixed income housing so that residents from all walks of life can continue to call the district home. In particular, we are in support of these key aspects of the project. The inclusion of mixed income levels to include 1/3 deeply affordable, 1/3 affordable, and 1/3 market rate units. The projects will be subsidized by on-site market rate commercial space, and we encourage that this includes minority-owned small businesses. The project's profits would not go to landlords, but would be put back into the maintenance and development of the project and/or future projects. The projects will be publicly owned and permanently affordable. and the projects would meet the highest environmental standards that were discussed here today. The projects will also be managed by residents. This bill proposes to establish an Office of Social Housing and Development. This office would have a coordinating council that includes residents. We support the effort to include the residents in the decision-making process. However, we are concerned about how this office will be able to bring about better results than the DC Housing Authority. We encourage the council to look closely at specific provisions that can be included in the bill to ensure that this office is able to quickly get units online, rented, and is able to maintain their habitability. A successful affordable housing model should also include resident managing and having a say in the project with equal representation coming from each income level. Encouragement that tenant organizations provide ongoing support and technical assistance to residents. Unit sizes that can accommodate families and or grandparents with grandchildren and are accessible. On-site services, including early childhood education, after-school programs, and other social services as needed. In addition, quality building materials with no downgrade in the affordable units. We encourage the council to consider approving an immediate project that is located on existing city-owned land, in particular, the redevelopment of the Chevy Chase Library and Recreation Center. This is an opportunity for dollars from our proposed acquisition fund to purchase a property that is then redeveloped and managed as social housing, whether by entities such as a community land trust or by a new management entity that might be created. This is an immediate opportunity to test this model and to learn from it without the bureaucracy and red tape needed to form a new office. It is imperative that we boost our affordable housing production by using innovative tools, bold ideas, and leveraging our resources. We can reach our affordable housing goals sooner rather than later. Social housing can and should be an important strategy to meet these goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Shay?
Hello, my name is Shay, and I'm a Ward 4 resident. I'm here today in support of the Green New Deal for Housing bill. I support this bill because housing should not be a commodity, it should not be a luxury, it is a right, as we've heard from many people today. I'm part of a mutual aid group in Ward 4 that focuses on unhoused advocacy. I spend a lot of time in this talking to people who are either unhoused or housing insecure. One of the things that I've learned from this, and as well as my own experiences, is that there are so many people who are struggling every day just to continue surviving in the city. Some have lived here their entire lives and find that they are unable to stay in the communities that they grew up in. Others have arrived more recently and are barely given a chance to make DC a home. In DC, our current approach towards housing favors landlords and developers, anyone looking to make a profit from what is undeniably a necessity. People who look at neighborhoods and see a lucrative opportunity, which are often, I found, people who don't even live in the city and possibly have never been here, are making enormous profits off of buying properties and charging rent that increasingly few people can afford. It pushes people out of their communities. It creates a burden for people who fear that they may not be able to continue to afford the rising rent, and it exacerbates our homeless crisis. Many people are forced to live in unsafe and inhumane conditions, another thing that I know I've heard several times today. Others are evicted from their homes, uncertain of where to go next. And some are left with no option but to live in a shelter, or if they find those unsafe, as many do, in a tent on the sidewalk. But even in these cases, they know that it's only a matter of time until police and government employees and bulldozers show up to destroy and throw away everything that they own. Ultimately, our current method of dealing with the rising cost of housing is enacting violence on those that cannot afford it in one way or another. Ensuring that everyone has a safe place to live is more important than appealing to the business improvement districts, the landlords, and the developers. We need to do better, and I think that this bill is a good place to start. This is just the beginning of a more just approach to housing in DC, and it is critical that this bill is passed without diluting the measures that it proposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now turn to panel 14, and Nick, yes, I see you. All right.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and Janice Lewis George. Thank you for this opportunity on an historic occasion. We're really pleased to be here. Congratulations on the wonderful turnout you've had. It's overwhelmingly in favor of the bill by my count. My name is Nick Deladon. I'm the president of DuPont East Civic Action Association. And today I speak for myself. The association is still considering the issues, and they're watching this testimony as a resource and helping them come to a decision. And thank you for holding the hearing, therefore. I am also a member of the Wardman Hotel strategy team, and I support the purposes of social housing as described in the bill, and encourage the council to support it as well, and to advance the mandate for racial equity in DC. Under the mayor's direction, hundreds of market rate development projects have directly contributed to the displacement of 60,000 Black residents from DC over the past 20 years, earning DC the title most rapidly gentrifying city. The mayor's plan for affordable housing isn't working. We have a glut of luxury efficiencies, many of them unoccupied. Social housing, which has proved itself around the world, is a promising alternative to the mayor's failure. With passage of the comp plan last year for the first time through the efforts of our association DECA, social housing was included as an alternative model for affordable housing. And we're proud of that. Now the Green New Deal offers legislation to realize that dream. In DC, the Wardman Hotel has become the poster child for social housing. It is frequently spoken of as a lost opportunity, but it is not lost. The hotel and the site still offer the city a precious opportunity to acquire through eminent domain a large green campus with a building that can be converted into family-sized units. It offers space for amenities to enrich the community. Its large kitchen can serve as a job training facility. It's near Metro, and a big advantage, it is already built. DC's environmental commitment demands we convert it and use it for the benefit of the community. The Wardman is ready-made for the pilot project described in the Green New Deal bill. The amended comprehensive plan established an Office of Racial Equity, but when the opportunity like the Wardman arises for a real breakthrough in racial equity for home ownership and wealth building, the mayor favors instead the destructive forces of market rate development, gentrification, and displacement of DC residents. Finally, the mayor's Office of Planning too often chooses to favor the developer over the community. Our civic association, DECA, just won a lawsuit where the Office of Planning was caught moving the boundary of an historic landmark to favor a developer at the expense of the residents of the community. Similarly, at the Wardman, as my colleague Karen Caston pointed out earlier, we draw attention to the Office of Planning's refusal to undertake large tract review, a planning device developed for the benefit of the community. Large tract review would study the impact of development on traffic, environment, and many other factors. This operation, which OP refused to undertake, could only redound to the benefit of the community and the city. There is no excuse for the agency charged with planning for the city to refuse to plan for the city. Those are my remarks. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Jess. Okay. All right, Jess Remington. All righty.
Hi, thank you.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Thank you so much, council members, for having us here today. My name is Jess Remington. I lived in wards 5 and 6 for many years. I'm now in Ward 1. In my day job, I work at HUD on fair market rents and the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And in the evenings, I volunteer as a co-lead with the DC YIMBYs, from which Michael also spoke earlier today. Just to be clear, I am not representing HUD here today. I'm here as a public witness who's been affected by the housing crisis in DC and has worked and volunteered with a lot of folks who've been affected. I testify in support of the Green New Deal for housing. There's a lot of exciting elements: the rent cross-subsidization, a board that gives more formal representation and power to tenants, a cap on off-street parking, It's also been great to hear so many of the speakers today supportive of dense transit-oriented development in general. However, what's not in the bill is any standard or mention of density. We know that building more housing units on the limited land we have is one of the most important and effective ways to reduce carbon emissions, make rents more affordable, and reduce displacement. In terms of the environmental impacts, renewable energy researchers from UC Berkeley released a study recently. They evaluated over a dozen methods for reducing carbon emissions. Of all the methods they studied, the most effective by far, more than improving residential energy efficiency, is densifying neighborhoods. This bill's standard of achieving net zero emissions is excellent. If it were to also include a standard for converting or constructing social housing to the maximum allowable height or floor area ratio, then the environmental benefits would be even greater. In terms of affordability and displacement, we know DC has been suffering for years from a severe housing shortage. Mayor Bowser's administration has a goal of creating at least 12,000 new affordable units by 2025. Social housing should be a part of that solution. This bill should try to ensure that a new agency takes advantage of the opportunity to create as many new affordable homes as possible. It's exciting to see this ambitious bill that prioritizes affordable green housing, and to achieve that, it would be prudent to add language in consultation with planning experts that prioritizes the conversion and construction of buildings that affordably house as many people as the zoning code allows. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Prashona. All right.
Hi, my name is Prashona Embry, and I'm the coordinator of the DC Environmental Justice Coalition. But today I'm testifying as an individual, as the coalition has not yet had a chance to take a position on the bill. I'm here today because my people are getting pushed out of the city. And by my people, I mean families, friends, and loved ones I'm close to and have let into our lives. Families whose children I've taught, case managed, and coached. Friends who go to the same open mics as me, living off our art and our dreams and our hustle like me. Some of us still hold on by finding that one pocket of affordable rent in our family's house, a group house, and the few rent-controlled or affordable units sprinkled around that folks hold on to for dear life. I myself am a multi-year Ward 7 resident, contract educator, and activist. That means ain't nobody let me own like at all. I rent, and I had to fight for that rent to make it make sense for what I was getting. I've also been a resident of affordable housing in Oakland, California, which is now long forgotten who cannot afford it. I've also lived in neighborhoods where folks with toddlers would barely come out of the house because that wasn't a world that was safe for them. So they made it for them indoors. They didn't know that even indoors wasn't safe for them. I'm here today because this isn't right. None of it. There are $1 million homes in DC and not enough grants to compete for to make an honest living in the city, trying to do it some good. Do it some good. My mother took me, my dad, and my brother out of Baltimore when we were teenagers, when my brother and I were teenagers, to show us something she dreamed of, a nice house. So we moved into an all-white neighborhood in Howard County, Maryland, where for the first time we had a nice house for sure, and we stayed in it all the time. Like went from playing outside every day with our friends in Baltimore to not knowing a single soul on our block, but having pretty sunlit windows and an open foyer. I've lived in many places, and one thing that always, always has made me comfortable is diversity. And that's what I saw in this plan. I saw a vision like the first planned community, or one of the first, by James Rouse in Columbia, Maryland, where low income, rich income, and everyone in between live amongst each other, where everyone can feel comfortable to come out of their house for whatever reason. Give the people that. They deserve it. The poor need safety, the rich need culture. Put it all together and you have change. Make DC for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Nadia?
Thank you so much, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Just a big shout out to Councilmember George for just your work through all of this. I'm here today to testify in strong support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. My name is Nadia Salazar, and I'm the organizing director at DC Jobs with Justice, a coalition of labor organizations, community groups, faith-based organizations, and student groups dedicated to protecting the rights of working people, supporting community struggles, and promoting racial justice to build a more just society in DC. Our membership is made up of 60+ organizations that work with and for the communities of DC for over 20 years. DC Jobs with Justice has been advocating for affordable, dignified housing for over a decade, because we recognize that access to housing is a human right. As an organization who serves the most vulnerable communities, we have heard countless stories of slumlords abusing their power to raise rent on housing that's not adequate nor safe for our community. We understand that agencies tasked with housing folks in DC are overworked and have many gaps. This is why it's integral to have an Office of Social Housing and Development dedicated to the creation and development of social housing in DC. We at DC Jobs with Justice know that social housing is at the cornerstone of creating a safe community. Earlier this year, a coalition of housing rights and legal organizations, including DC Jobs with Justice, started outreach efforts in the community to talk to tenants with current eviction cases. Our main objective is to meet tenants where they're at, bring in legal resources to be able to face their evictions, to be able to face their eviction cases with trusted legal representation. Across organizations, thousands of doors have been knocked and many people have talked to us. Hundreds of tenants have shared their cases with the goal of preventing their eviction. However, our work and efforts will always fall short when we open to more cases without any safeguards available for tenants to stop their evictions. Just the vast number of folks in this crisis is far exceeding the legal community's ability to respond to it. We know firsthand that there is more to be done in order to keep people in a safe home. Josephine, who has a different name, but I'm she's wanting to be anonymous, and her 3-year-old son are tenants in Washington, D.C.'s Ward 7. She was affected by the pandemic and lost her job when it all began. With absolutely no income, a small child at home, and a pending asylum case, she could not find a sustainable source of income. Both the rental debt piled up, and so did the condition issues in her home. Water through the cracks of the windows. When it rained, mold was easily building in the walls. Roaches and rats were scurrying around the floor, and conditions were not where a parent wants a child to live. Unfortunately, there is and was no help for this family. Today, she owes nearly $30,000 in back rent. When she applied for emergency rental assistance, her case manager informed her that she could only receive around $5,800 in assistance, and only on the condition that she somehow come up with the remaining $24,200. This story mirrors that of hundreds of people in DC, and it's time we act on this crisis. As an organization whose main goal is to lead strategic and creative campaigns to win meaningful economic justice for residents and families in DC, we know that this is a priority for the communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We are, let's see where right now. I think we have one. Claire, we want to have you on this panel as well, if you'll provide
Sounds
your
good.
testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Claire Lincoln. I'm a second-generation Washingtonian. I grew up in wards 5 and 1 and now work as a senior bilingual tenant organizer at the Latino Economic Development Center. Growing up, countless friends, disproportionately Black, Latina, and other people of color, were displaced from gentrifying neighborhoods and unable to remain close to their communities. One of my closest friends grew up on 14th and Randolph Northwest, but when a fire displaced her and her family, they could only find affordable rents in Deanwood. Now she drives 45 minutes across the city every morning and evening to bring her daughter to her school or her grandpa's apartment, which he is also at risk of being priced out of. If her family had had access to social housing, maybe they could have stayed close to their friends, family, and school. Maybe they could be closer to public transit instead of relying on their car to get around. Maybe she would have been able to enjoy the new development in Columbia Heights instead of watching newcomers enjoy all of the perks and living in what was formerly her home. In my capacity as senior bilingual tenant organizer at LEDC, I have seen truly deplorable housing conditions, worse than I could have ever imagined. In multiple properties in Northeast and Southeast, tenants have had hazardous sewage waste leak into their apartments. One tenant has been bit by a rat in her apartment in Northwest. A 2-year-old girl in Columbia Heights has tested positive for lead poisoning due to cracked and peeling paint in her apartment, which her landlord has been aware of since before she was born. I've seen countless mismanaged apartment buildings where property managers allegedly lose tenants' money orders, then sue them for eviction. I've seen harassment from landlords, maintenance and repairs that cut corners, and outrageous rent increases, all in the name of profit. Organizers and policymakers have tried many strategies to promote affordable housing in the district and protect dignified quality housing for low-income, long-time residents. Quite frankly, many of these initiatives have failed. The affordable housing definitions fail to reach tenants who need it the most. The friend I told you about doesn't make enough money to qualify for most affordable housing developments. Even limited equity cooperatives tend to struggle when they are not provided with the support that any of us would need to learn how to govern and support ourselves. I believe the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022 has a chance to right these wrongs, but only if it is thoughtfully and intentionally implemented by tenants for tenants. A wide cross-section of multilingual tenants from all over the city must be given many chances to mold and shape this bill and this program. Affordability should be calculated based on area median income of individual neighborhoods where buildings will be built. Support must be given to tenants learning how to manage their own buildings. The Department of Social Housing must actually be accountable to residents, not just receive tenant input. Tenants waiting on the defunct public housing waitlist should be given first priority for low-income social housing units. Tenants will undoubtedly have more concerns and suggestions as we continue with this process. I urge the council to let tenants take the lead in making sure this program actually fulfills its promise of providing dignified, accessible social housing in DC. If it lives up to its full potential, this bill could finally make a path for tenants to access equitable, safe, and supportive housing and remove profit from the equation of affordable housing. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much to the entire panel. I'll turn to my colleague, Councilmember Louis George, for comments and for any questions.
Thank you to this entire panel. Thank you, Commissioner Finley, for being here, as well as ANC 3C, and thank you as well, Deidre, and to the Ward 3 has really shown up big at this hearing today, by the way. Really appreciate it in a very real way. Prashona, I hope I'm saying this right. Thank you for your powerful testimony. And I want to thank you for the ways in which you've engaged with Ward 7 youth and DC youth in helping them realize the ways in which they can articulate their passion for this issue and other issues facing them. I also want to thank Clara as well for the work LADC is doing on the ground around eviction prevention and working cross housing. I really wanted to absolutely uplift that. Shay, I have seen your work in Ward 4 Mutual Aid and the work you do for unhoused residents in Ward 4. Thank you for uplifting your voice and the work you see on the ground every single day and the ways you all have stepped in that way. I want to also just thank you as well for your testimony and the ways we can improve this legislation. Nick, I think you gave some really great feedback as well to ways to improve the legislation. Nadia, I did want to come to you for just one question here. And I know you do work around union and fair labor standards and green jobs. Is there any ways, I just wanted to see if you can speak to this. We haven't gotten much of that today, the ways in which union, fair labor standards and green job opportunities can also be a part of social housing legislation. And so I want to see if you can speak to that.
Absolutely. And just, I mean, we're right now, I'm sorry, I have a crying toddler in the background. So my apologies.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's okay.
And so, but just in terms of what we have going on like federally, right? That's also going to impact DC in a lot of ways. Is this infrastructure bill that's going to create a lot of jobs in and around DC. There is some money that is coming to DC that's going to create jobs generally, and green jobs are going to affect us in every way, shape, and form. If we're not going toward the direction of protecting our Mother Earth, then we're going toward the opposite direction, which is harming her, right? And what that means when we're thinking about social housing, when we're thinking about building social housing and bettering social housing, we're thinking about people getting those jobs, right? People in our community. We're talking about labor agreements that can happen within communities to provide those jobs. I mean, I grew up in Montgomery County, and I'm very proud to say that they are doing this back at home. You know, I have many of my friends' families who were displaced. I grew up in Wheaton, who were displaced through this and are working toward social housing and now are benefiting from it, right? And I want to see that for DC. In terms of labor unions, this benefits every labor union. I mean, think about it. Our workers are at the center of progressive movements. I mean, we're seeing it with Starbucks, we're seeing it with Amazon, we're seeing these monumental wins happen. And why not match a monumental win in housing, right? The workers in our unions are the people that live in DC. They're the people who are struggling. They're the folks that we are talking to. All of the stories that you heard here from our panel are stories that we hear from our workers that can make ends meet, through even with strong union contracts that can't afford to live in DC, that are pushed out. Myself, I got pushed out all the way out to Glen Burnie from Wheaton, where I grew up, right? I could not afford to live in DC with the family that I have. And so just to say that we all benefit from this process, and just thinking about what the work that we're doing on the ground with the canvassing that we did and outreach and talking to tenants. I mean, they're interested in that too. They want to see pathways to jobs that's going to create something tangible in their community. What better way to say, I built this where I live now, where my community is taken advantage of, where I can see that, I can see the fruit of my work. It makes you proud. It makes the community whole. So I can say that, but I can definitely send you all more information, just statistics and numbers around why this is important for unions and green jobs.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the panel. Nadia, could I just continue along that line of discussion? I think I'm hearing you make it very clear that this new housing will create opportunities for people to live in the city that currently perhaps are not in the city, but maybe work in the city. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I think it's just to make sure that people stay in the city. Many people have been pushed out already. Like I said, it's late for some folks who are no longer here. It's late for some people who can't take advantage of labor agreements that happen in communities, since labor agreements are the core of ensuring that the communities that live there get the jobs that are created there, specifically through construction, right? So I'm saying we need to make sure that we keep our people where they're at.
Okay, but you are acknowledging that many of those who could benefit from the social housing no longer live in the city, but we'd like to have them in the city. I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I know many Native Washingtonians who want to live in DC, who can't afford to live in DC and have been pushed out to the outskirts, which I'm sure could benefit from social housing. I mean, you have generations of folks who were pushed out of their homes, whose grandparents lived that. And so I think that's a big deal for someone who's been pushed out, whose family has been pushed out of a place that's been there for generations to be able to return.
Yeah. Well, I have 3 children and 6 grandchildren, and none of them can afford to live in the city. So I understand that. I'm just trying to understand what you were saying, whether or not it's about keeping people here or getting people back in here. So I'm just trying to understand, the volume, the effect. So thank you very, very much for that. Thank you. Thank you again to the entire panel. Appreciate hearing from you today. And panel 15, we're ready for that. Tosha, if you can give us the names of those who are in the room. Thank you again.
We have 3 witnesses here from panel 15. We have Austin Rose representing Sanctuary DMV. We have Travis Bailey as a public witness, and we have Dante O'Hara as a public witness as well.
All right, and do we have additional members from panel 16 that could join us?
Yes, there are 5 witnesses, or sorry, there's all 6 witnesses from panel 16 as well. Would you like me to read them out?
Let's just go ahead. We'll do 15 and then come back to 16 if we have a full panel. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. And so, Austin, we are ready for your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Of course. Thank you for having me, Chairperson Bonds, and all the committee. Thank you for organizing this testimony and for promoting this bill. My name is Austin Rose. I am a Ward 3 resident, a public interest immigration attorney, and a longtime organizer with Sanctuary DMV, which is a volunteer collective that stands in solidarity with migrant communities in the DC region. In addition to accompanying folks to their immigration appointments and court dates and advocating for sanctuary policies, we also do a lot of one-on-one work just to support folks with their basic needs, especially housing. And so we've seen firsthand the shortage of quality housing in the district, unmanageable housing costs, and abuses by landlords. So that's why we strongly support the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act. So just a little bit more about what we've seen from the summer of 2020 into the beginning of 2021. Sanctuary DMV led a massive campaign to basically redistribute federal stimulus funds from folks who might not have needed those checks to folks who were blocked from receiving them because of their immigration status. And so in going around and delivering money to folks, I talked to a lot of people about their experiences, and we saw that many, including several DC residents, were using most or all of that money on housing because it was such a big part of their budget, and because even though there was an eviction moratorium in place at the time, this was during the height of COVID, folks were worried that what their landlords might do if they didn't pay rent in full. So we saw that. Then as the pandemic wore on, started to diminish a little bit, we've still seen folks continue to struggle to keep and find affordable housing. Whether that's migrants who have lived in DC for decades, getting priced out of their neighborhoods, or newly arriving migrants trying to find a place to settle down. We're often having to scramble to find housing for people, and the need is often falling on DC residents to take people into their homes temporarily. So this bill will ameliorate the housing shortage, obviously, and improve the standard of living for DC residents by allocating 2/3 of housing units to affordable housing that will ensure folks can find a place to live. And because it's publicly owned and not as profit driven, folks will hopefully be able to stay in their homes without worrying too much about huge price hikes. We are also very supportive of the tenant leadership boards, which will take some power away from profit driven landlords and put it in the hands of tenants. And finally, we just support overall the social housing structure, which will allow DC residents of all income levels to live together side by side, and counteract these growing trends we're seeing where Black and Brown communities are segregated from wealthier white communities. So for all these reasons, Sanctuary DMV and I personally, as a Ward 3 resident, support this legislation, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Travis, we'll take your testimony now.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you both Council Members for this opportunity. My name is Travis Bally. I am a Ward 7 resident for the past 6 years and DC resident for a decade, with some other adventures in between. I'm testifying because I support the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. It's long overdue that elected leaders treat the displacement of my neighbors in Ward 7 and other parts of the district with the urgency that the crisis deserves. I'm very fortunate to be a homeowner. I'm locked into a 30-rate fixed rate mortgage, and that was before the recent rate hikes. I'm not ignorant of the privileges and head starts I was afforded, and that many of my neighbors were not, that allowed me to obtain permanent secure housing for myself. That's the thing about home ownership. It's a powerful path we must preserve and make more accessible, especially to build generational wealth in communities of color. But I'm testifying here today because I truly believe that home ownership should not be the only pathway to secure and permanently affordable housing. What brings me out here today is that this city is not investing enough to maintain the district that I decided to put down roots in. Many of my neighbors are feeling the pinch of both being priced out of the housing market and at the mercy of upwardly spiraling rents. You know, before I sent my ballot in this past election, one observation I read from a Ward 7 resident named Lucy Murphy in DCist was about housing. And she said, and I quote, "You can't think, you can't study, you can't get to work on time if your housing is not stable." Think about your mode of transportation. The length of time transportation takes is constantly changing. And sometimes you may find yourself in a place where there is no transportation to get you to your workplace. The housing that you can afford does not exist near the transportation that can get you to your work. End quote. I want to live in an inclusive, diverse, meritocratic, and livable district, not one where wealth and income inequality ruins families, destabilizes communities, and weakens community bonds. Thank you for your attention, and I urge swift consideration, passage, funding, and implementation of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022, and I'll be back for all those stages.
All right, very good. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Dr. Dante.
Hello, Chairperson Bonds and other members of the committee. Do y'all hear me fine?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, thank you. And special thank you to Councilmember Louis George for introducing this bill. It's my great pleasure to testify today in strong support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. My name is Dante O'Hara. I live in Ward 1 of DC, and I'm also one of the lead organizers for the Claudia Jones School for Political Education, and also a board member of the cooperative at 1477, which is a limited equity co-op in Columbia Heights that allows low-income and longtime Black and Latino residents to live in truly affordable housing, which prevents them from being displaced. Today, I'm speaking as a public witness, though. I testify today because DC faces a housing crisis, as many have noted before me, much like rest of the nation. Prior to inflation and the pandemic, rents were already skyrocketing, pushing many longtime district residents and families on the brink of displacement and fear of becoming unhoused. Now, after the making of record profits during the pandemic and recent inflationary rent hikes, real estate developers are continuing their march for maximizing their profits by making a quote unquote affordable housing a luxury and privilege for people living in DC. The average wages of working people in the district cannot keep up with the high monthly rent payments, which are ultimately unaffordable for the average DC resident. Housing is a human right. No one should be forced from their longtime residence, and violent tactics to displace families, such as creating dilapidating conditions with mold buildup, criminalizing residents, rodent and insect infestations, flooding, and poor upkeep of property should be strongly opposed. Claudia Jones, who was a Black woman immigrant from Trinidad, moved to Harlem and into poor housing conditions with asbestos that led to her picking up tuberculosis and eventually a heart condition that ended up taking her life at a young age. No one should have to live like this in such a rich city like the District of Columbia and a country like the United States. Social housing is not a new concept, but will revolutionize the district's approach to housing and provide an affordable housing model for the rest of the US to follow. Between 50 to 60% of all people in Vienna, Austria live in permanently affordable, rent stabilized, subsidized housing. And due to this model, there's a downward pressure on rents overall, which means that owners of private apartments must compete with social housing, the social housing sector, and are then limited to the rents they can charge. If DC can implement the similar model introduced by Councilmember Louis George, expand different forms of community control housing through rent freezes and control, funding and expansion of community land trusts, expansion of limited equity housing cooperatives, then the city may be able to tackle the mayor's goals in ending homelessness, rebuilding Chocolate City, and provide stable housing for district residents. I know my time's up, but I'm just asking the council to strongly support this legislation and hope to see this bill move swiftly out of the Committee on Housing and to a full vote in front of the full council. And thank you to council members Louis George, Robert White, Nadeau, Treon White, Brooke Pinto, Alan, and Anita Bonds for your leadership on this issue. And thank you for letting me testify today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll turn to Councilmember Louis George for any questions or comments that she might want to make at this time.
I just want to say thank you to this entire panel for your feedback and for your thoughts on how we can improve the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. We'll now move to panel 16. COHEA, will you let us know who's in the room?
In panel 16, we have David Palms as a public witness. We have Frankie Fritz representing Montgomery County for a Green New Deal. We have Hayden Guys as a public witness. We have Commissioner Max Ewert from ANC 1B07. We have Damania Dendy as a public witness. And we have Michael Behrman representing the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
All right. All right, David, we'll start with you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for introducing the bill, and Councilmember Bonds for the hearing. My name is David Palms. I'm here to testify in support of the bill. I echo many of the witnesses who have come before me in saying that this bill is an incredibly important step toward racial, economic, and environmental justice in the district. I have many personal experiences with housing instability with some of the district housing programs like inclusionary zoning. I'm currently a board member of a limited equity cooperative in Ward 1, as well as a board member of Empower DC. In 2017, I actually testified at 2 a.m. in the comp plan hearing to you, Councilmember Bonds. I'm thankful for you for the earlier time of day that we're meeting each other again 5 years later. I'm also a public health professional working with safety net health clinics in the city toward health equity. Speaking in my personal capacity, but I want to speak to some of the health impacts that I think this bill could have. First, for too long, just like in the healthcare market, the housing market has been distorted in favor of property owners who have not faced real incentive to compete on price, quality, or value. We have many housing market interventions in the city, but nationally, we haven't built substantial new public housing in decades, and we have failed to really shape the market with a public option for housing, which has directly facilitated the decades-long rise in housing costs. In the healthcare sector, we recognize that simply mandating private clinics serve those on Medicaid isn't viable in our current system. That's why we provide a public option for healthcare in the form of community health centers, and why DC has invested hundreds of $millions in building primary care facilities across the city. We need to create a similar public option for housing. I recognize, just like in the healthcare sector, the city has a long history in public provision of services in this realm, going from the public provision of hospital services to the public provision of healthcare coverage. We need to create a similar long-term, high-level focus on transitioning to a housing market that creates a public option for housing. Like many other housing market reforms might be needed, such as ending exclusionary zoning. But my point is, that sort of reform will only tinker around the edges or largely fail if we don't start with creating a new public option for housing that reshapes the market. Secondly, although I work in public health care delivery, public health is not just about clinical services, it's about preventing harms to health before they happen and ensuring that all people have what they need to survive and thrive. Health outcomes are deeply shaped by our lived experiences and economic conditions. Public health research consistently shows that housing instability directly impacts people's health. We should all be able to pay our rent or mortgage without sacrificing medical care, healthy food, or education for our children. Research shows that when housing costs are out of reach, food insecurity increases and people delay getting the medical care they need. We also know that we have a housing quality crisis driving health problems. The Department of Energy and the Environment states that thousands of children and adults in the district suffer from serious health conditions caused by environmental health hazards, and the number one source of these hazards for children is the home they live in. We also know that stable, thriving neighborhoods facilitate good health. In addition to active living coming from high-density neighborhoods, stability in low-stress neighborhoods encourage relationships to collectively address problems, build political power, and help each other during emergencies. Gentrification and displacement directly fracture these connections, and a lack of real public housing options means slum wards proliferate. The committee should consider working with the Health Committee to draw on health system resources that could be invested in social housing, knowing how much impact it would have on health outcomes compared to many other investments currently being made in the health system. This leads me to my final point, which is that housing policy is core to racial and economic justice. In the district, there's a 15+ year life expectancy gap between white and Black residents, and 20+ years between the lowest and highest neighborhoods measured. A recent publication in the Journal of the American Medical Association found an association between racial wealth inequities and racial disparities in longevity, with simulations suggesting that reparation payments aimed at closing the wealth gap could reduce racial inequities in life expectancy by 65 to 100%. We all know that housing discrimination and segregation has been the dominant way that the racial wealth gap has been created and preserved. We should use this bill as an opportunity to repair generational harms and create real health and wealth equity in the district. By empowering tenants, taking land off the speculative market, improving habitability and resilience, we can end displacement, achieve health and wealth equity, and enact reparative policy, transforming our city for the future. Thanks for allowing me to testify today, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Frankie?
Yes.
Fitz? All right.
Hi, thank you. I don't know if I should say good evening or good afternoon. I guess we're right on the cusp, but I'd like to thank the members of the committee, Councilmember Louis George for introducing legislation, and Councilperson Bonds for chairing. You've been doing a great job all these hours, so I think we're about halfway there. So thank you very much for holding today's hearing on the critical topic at the intersection of the climate crisis and the housing crisis. My name is Frankie Santos Fritz. I'm a current resident of Silver Spring, Maryland, but I previously lived in this District of Columbia for 4 years. The economic and environmental well-being of Montgomery County and district residents are deeply intertwined, and I want to hope to share my experiences in Montgomery County, as well as encouraging developments on social housing right here in the county. I'm a senior organizer for Montgomery County for a Green New Deal, a growing coalition effort to fight for climate justice in Montgomery County by addressing the crises of housing and social, economic, and racial inequality. Our main campaign is supporting the rapid development of mixed income, environmentally sustainable, high quality social housing. As a former labor organizer for county employees and as a current tenant, I've seen firsthand how our housing system fails to house working families, including the families of essential workers who keep our economy running day in and day out. The data paint a stark picture. Between 2016 and 2020, the median renter in Montgomery County paid $1,784 per month, while the median renter in the district paid $1,607 per month. Both are significantly more than the national average of $1,096 per month as the median rent in the United States, according to the American Census Bureau's American Community Survey. In Montgomery County, 60,259 renter households are cost burden, paying 30% or more of their income on rent, with tens of thousands of families facing extreme cost burden of 50% of their income or more just to stay housed. Just last week, Montgomery County for a Green New Deal held our first assembly for social housing in Silver Spring. Over 70 residents participated in a grassroots discussion on the challenges of our housing system and the opportunities offered by social housing to strengthen our economy, increasing housing affordability, and build healthier, greener communities. Participants quickly understood that the vast majority of greenhouse gases emissions in the county come from residential buildings and transportation, making zero emission housing development near transit a necessary part of any climate solution. We were proud of the ongoing social housing pilots in Montgomery County, financed through the Innovative Housing Production Fund, with our county's joint housing and housing authority and housing finance authority, the Housing Opportunities Commission, or HOC. The Housing Production Fund, with 2 loans of sequestered funds from our county's Housing Initiative Fund, which is our largest pool of resources for building affordable construction, has been able to unlock $100 million already for affordable housing construction. And there are currently over 700 units in the pipeline, one by the Shady Grove Metro Station and one north of the Beltway on New Hampshire Avenue. Between those 2 projects, we're very excited to see what they will accomplish over a period of 4 or 5 years. After the construction of those social housing projects, they stabilize once they take on tenants and can be refinanced. That money is then rolled over, and those projects can unlock further social housing production. So that $100 million in essence becomes $200 million as the projects are refinanced. As many previous speakers have said, the beauty of social housing is that it works in economies of scale, and it builds on its capacity to further finance additional construction. We want to applaud this legislation for its inclusion of mixed use development for commercial and social sector purposes on the lower floors of developments. This kind of mixed use development is really important. Pairing social housing with the desired amenities for future tenants and for current neighbors offers an incredible opportunity to build popular support for these complexes while also generating economic opportunity and employment. Robust community input should be sought in the planning of these economic and amenity features of these new complexes. One recommendation is that the Housing Opportunities Commission in Montgomery County utilizes the voluntary rent guideline of rent stabilization for its market rate units. I think that any social housing project should also abide by a minimum kind of increased structure to give the market rate tenants more stability, with the purpose of building vibrant mixed income communities that allow communities to stay together and get to know one another. And that will not compromise the overall cost neutrality of the programs, as long as it's tied to something like the Consumer Price Index. We further look forward to opportunities to use TOPA or DOPA style laws. Montgomery County and other municipalities in the county have TOPA and DOPA style laws as well, and have utilized those and have made the Housing Production Fund open to those kinds of investments as well. So it's not just new construction, but the renovation of current construction as well when it's put on the market. I will just close by saying our housing affordability crisis is a regional and a national issue, and our climate crisis is a global issue. I know that by learning from our mutual experiences and experiments across the region, Montgomery County and the District of Columbia can lead the country in making housing a fundamental human right in a way that protects our climate for future generations. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration of this testimony, and I urge you to report favorably on this legislation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll now turn to Hayden.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Councilmember Louis George and Chairperson Bonds. My name is Hayden Guys, and I am a union organizer and an incoming advisory neighborhood commissioner in Woodley Park. I'm testifying today because I support the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. Government services do not need to turn a profit. To move through life, there's a lot of stuff we have to do. Among them, we need to mail things, we need to get across town using our public transit, and we need our trash collected. All of this is done by workers, and the district works because we do. Nobody is wondering whether or not the Department of Public Works is going to turn a profit in Q4. We're just grateful that there are people going around the district getting the job done. Housing is a human right. Clean air and water are human rights. But we're here talking about this today because these rights are not currently inalienable by our society. As we come off the heels of Transgender Day of Remembrance, we must remember that LGBT people are disproportionately subjected to the violence that is our unjust housing system. 20% of transgender people in the United States have experienced homelessness, and more than 10% have been evicted from their homes because of their gender identity. Jumping around, the future of our climate is under threat. Everyone here acknowledges this premise. Our job is to come together in this district and find ways we can make people's lives better and combat the climate crisis. The Green New Deal for social housing addresses all of these questions. As a renter, I know personally that our buildings in DC are falling apart. We need to rebuild, and we need to rebuild green, and we need to rebuild with our esteemed partners in organized labor. Perfect start for social housing could have been and still can be at the former site of the Wardman Hotel in my neighborhood, Woodley Park. Please, please, please do this. We are a welcoming community, and we are ready to work. We are ready to do the work for climate and housing justice. For these reasons, I am once again asking this council to pass the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. This would be huge for tenants, huge for organized labor, huge for our fight against the climate crisis, and a huge point of pride for Washington, D.C. Shout out and thank you again, Council Member Louis George, for your leadership.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move to Max.
Hello, council members, Bonds and Louis George. My name is Max Ewert. I'm a native Washingtonian, a Ward 1 resident, ANC commissioner, and most importantly, a fellow School Without Walls alumni. I am here in support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. With amendments that have been noted throughout the testimonies tonight to ensure that this is the best bill that it can be and house as many people as possible. So far, you have heard a lot of amazing testimonies, making the argument why this legislation is important. I will not reiterate these points, but I do want to call out how our capitalist system has created an unsustainable, inequitable, and racist housing system. An intentional decommodification of housing, which this bill is a step towards, is the only way to get truly affordable housing. Everyone here would agree that housing and shelter are essential and should be a human right, but that is not the case. Those who cannot afford housing under this capitalist model are ostracized by society. Removing housing from the profit-driven private investment model is essential to house everyone in the city. This legislation is a step forward to take some power away from developers and landlords and give it back to working people. While I am not speaking on behalf of ANC 1B, I will be sure to bring this up in my capacity in my next term in ANC 1A. I urge you to consider the publicly owned land in the city as a starting point for these social housing developments. In Ward 1, this includes the DC HFA building, the Reeves Center, and the DC and Fire EMS station along U Street, and many others. Building many new homes in tall buildings that are close to public transit that exist outside of the for-profit model is the best way to create affordable housing in DC. It is immoral for us not to do this. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Domania, I think you're next. Welcome.
Hi, yes, Damiana. Hi, my name is Damiana Dundee. I'm very happy to be here and express my support for the Green New Deal for Social Housing Bill, and very happy that there are so many people here in support of it. I'm currently a housing organizer with DC Jobs of Justice, and I've been tenant organizing in DC for the past 5 years. I'm also a former commissioner and also labor organizer, I guess. But I'm just a public witness. And a little bit about my story is just that as a tenant in DC, I've consistently spent between 50 and 60% of my income on my rent. And at times, most recently during the pandemic, I've had to spend 80% of my income on rent. Even when my rent was as low as $825 per month, I was earning minimum wage, and in DC, that means that I was at 30% average median income. And I was also, as a result of that, turned away from low-income housing and other buildings because I earned less than $40,000 per year. And it was really difficult for me to find housing after I faced eviction in one of my previous units. Additionally, as many of us know, the waitlist for public housing has been closed for some time, and it takes many, many years for people to get off of it regardless. During the pandemic, we as tenants have been set back permanently. Many folks, including myself, have received Stay DC money, which thankfully have allowed us to stay in our homes and stay in the city, which is amazing. However, many of us still, also including myself, have faced several issues with the program Stay DC and have not received all the money, and others have not received any Stay DC money at all. And as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the housing crisis for many has only become more and more pressing. And the effects of the pandemic are going to be ongoing. This bill must be passed as soon as possible to alleviate the housing crisis in the city. And for me personally, it's very exciting to see the legislation is being considered. The existing programs such as ERAP and inclusionary zoning that support tenants are very ill-equipped to create better housing opportunities for tenants and fails to challenge the housing market that is allowed to displace families to the suburbs. In terms of comments on the bill, I would like to see the ratio of extremely low income and market rate rental units be made a requirement instead of having the condition of to the extent practicable. As a member of my building's tenant association, I'm also thrilled to see that tenant governance is included in this bill. I feel that tenant governance should be a requirement as well for the social housing bill, as opposed to just an option. I believe tenants can absolutely be involved in governance of the building, and that tenants should always have a voice in the conditions we'll be living in. And our tenant association, as well as numerous other around the city, have only a moment's notice to react if a building is put up for sale. And the TOBA crisis is incredibly difficult to go through, and it's very difficult to buy a building, although it is an incredible opportunity. But I can see a future where we can go through the DOPA process and become part of social housing instead. Anyway, I'm over time. I'm so sorry. But I hope that we can actually put people over profit here with this bill, which if you go to any rally in DC, you'll probably see a sign that says that. I hope we really do that here and support decommodification of housing and countering land speculation. And thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for your leadership on this and for all of you on the Housing Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now to Michael for your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Michael Behrman. I'm a tenant in Ward 6. I also work as a barista in Ward 1. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, our DC branch. The PSL is an independent political party composed of community leaders, activists, workers, and students of all backgrounds. We have a nationwide presence in hundreds of cities, including here in DC, and are dedicated to building a movement to build political power of the working people. The PSL is deeply involved in a wide range of everyday struggles, including affordable housing, fighting police terror in our communities, and empowering working class neighborhoods. In that vein, I'd like to acknowledge the many DC residents who were shut out from delivering testimony today because the hearing was mostly scheduled during working hours and required tenants to wait hours for a chance to speak. The working people barred from speaking today are the same people most affected by the housing crisis. So I think we need more accessible ways for tenants to share their experiences with the housing crisis and their thoughts on the bill. Today, I'm speaking in strong support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act. It's no question that DC is in a severe housing crisis. The average rent is now close to $2,200. For those making minimum wage in DC, they'd have to pay well over 80% of their wages to rent. That forces thousands of families in the district to have to choose daily between either staying in their home, eating, or having heat. We live in the capital of the richest country in the world, so it's truly a crime that anybody here would have to make a choice like that. And the current solutions have totally failed to address the crisis. In fact, many of these initiatives have made the crisis worse. For decades, the district has practically gifted acres and acres of land to greedy developers so they could build unaffordable luxury housing. For example, our waterfront was sold to developers for $1, a waterfront that was valued at millions and millions of dollars. Why is it that millionaire developers have gotten free land just to make even more money, while DC workers and natives are forced out of the district from higher and higher rents? Why does it seem that under our current system, the more housing that is constructed in the district, the more DC residents are displaced and the higher the rents are raised? Our current system is illogical and inefficient. And working class district residents don't have any public housing options either. The district has privatized public housing stock for years. Even among housing that remains public, 1 in 4 units are laying vacant while 40,000 people sit on the waiting list. Why is it that people who make the district run, teachers, transportation workers, food service workers, nurses, and so many others cannot even afford to live here? I don't think these crimes will ever be forgotten, but I don't think it means that all is lost. We need a real solution, and we need a solution that tackles the real fundamental issue, which is the profit-driven housing market. And that's why I support social housing. Social housing is municipal owned, where rent is tied to one's income and where tenants have oversight over the building management and operations. Social housing removes the inefficient middleman, the greedy developers, entirely. This would mean deeply affordable, high-quality housing for DC residents. This would mean no one has to choose between their home and eating. This would mean DC natives can finally feel secure in their own home. And on behalf of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, I ask the Council to pass the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act and maintain and strengthen its most important aspects, which are municipally owned social housing, rent tied to one's income, and tenant oversight over building management. After decades of displacement, gentrification, and failed attempts to remedy the crisis, it's time for a real solution. And that solution must include social housing. And it's your turn, council members, to make that solution a reality. You all basically have a choice: side with the developers and continue destroying our homes, or pass the bill to build a social housing system that's by and for its residents. The working and poor of DC are calling on you to fully commit to social housing. I'd like to thank Councilmember Louis George for your work in introducing this powerful bill. And thank you to the committee and council for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony to all of the witnesses, and I'll turn to Councilmember Louis George in the event she has questions or comments.
Thank you. I want to thank this witness, especially all the commissioners, past, present, and future. Thank you as well. I know Empower DC also represented. Thank you so much for your feedback. And Damiana, if I'm saying that right, thank you for your perspective, especially have serving on the tenant association. But I do want to take a moment to come to Frankie Fritz, our neighbor in Montgomery County, who's already in the process of this work. You know, sometimes people say this is impossible, but Montgomery County has already started this work on this. And so could you sort of, Frankie, if you could could you guide us through Montgomery County's social housing program and share how it has impacted renters, especially?
Yeah, so I think you raised a really good point. First, people will say, well, it's impossible. Then you'll say, well, look at Vienna. Well, they say, well, that's Europe. It doesn't work in America because we house people differently here. Somehow housing works differently here for some reason. And then now we're knocking down the next myth that it can't work in North America, that it can't work in the United States, right here in Montgomery County. I urge folks in DC, you don't have to get in the car. You can do it. It's going to be transit accessible. But I think in January or February, the first social housing project will open near the Shady Grove Metro. It's titled The Laureate. It'll be 268 units. It is more modest than the goal set out in this legislation. I think we're measuring by the yardstick of the moderately priced dwelling programs unit, which is the current standard 10 to 12% affordable units for people making 60 to 80% of AMI, which is a lot of money. You know, that is people making $60,000 to $90,000. Households, those people are considered moderate income. So we don't have a program for folks that really make less than that, besides housing vouchers and other kinds of assistance. This would create 30% affordable units for 50% of AMI. What it did was there was no direct outlay from the Montgomery County Council. They made a loan from our existing trust fund, which is the Housing Initiative Fund. And it sequestered funding from that program and said, we're going to take that funding and lend it to our housing authority, which is an independent instrument. It's not a county agency per se. It's a quasi-governmental agency that's regulated by the state of Maryland as well. The Housing Opportunities Commission, they're able to use that money to take out a loan, to take out a bond, the same way we would borrow to build a school, the same way we would borrow to build public infrastructure. It's using the same process that we all know how to do. We do it all the time. We build stuff all the time. We just have never really applied this to housing because that has been considered outside of the scope of our government, not out of our ability, just outside of the scope of, we wanted to leave housing to the market. So you take $50 million, you put out an RFP for the project. This was approved in 2021 and it's going to open. It was March of 2021 was the first bond. It's going to open in January or February of 2023. So between the approval of the funding and tenants moving in, 2 years, we can do this very quickly. We do not have to wait. And really, fortune favors the bold because, we want to make sure that we're the first ones in. And an important element of this is that the government can borrow on favorable terms, right? That is the most important part. People asked, how is this different than other affordable housing agencies? How is this different than other past nonprofit developers, right? And the real answer is that most nonprofit developers require a very complicated structure of funding. There's a base loan, and then there's bridge loans to help get them with the financing. You have to get tax credit approvals. This streamlines all of that. It uses our government's very straightforward ability to borrow, but we're borrowing on behalf of the taxpayer to build housing at cost. There's not going to be a financier looking for a high rate of return. There's not going to be the other kinds of difficulties that you face when you're trying to build this. I've talked to the Affordable Housing Authority in Rockville to build 200 units just to preserve 200 units of affordable housing in Rockville at the Fireside Apartments. It took them 8 different funding sources. It took them 10 years to get the loans together to build one project. This is the government puts out one bond, funds it, and then tenants move in and the building is stabilized within 4 years. And that's the other thing about public ownership. It's very low risk because you own this development at the end. And if everything else goes, if there's a massive shift in the market, if there's some other development that would destabilize this and it was a private company, the government, in a worst case scenario, has a very high quality state-of-the-art building that it can refinance, or in a worst case scenario, it can sell off. But there is no real risk to the actual taxpayer because the government owns this very valuable asset, which is going to be ideally near transit and bring a lot of value to the community. So these are very low risk investments relative to how affordable housing is normally financed. And it gives us opportunities to build so much more quickly, and then reinvest that, refinance it every couple years and build more.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for giving your feedback from the experience on the ground. I would love to make it to the opening of you all's space. I did have some more questions on green construction and how that can be done affordably. I'm not sure how you all are sort of centering. I know you're putting near transit, but other ways you're making, if you all are doing the same piece of as far as the green standards that we're enforcing here, and how we can make those construction costs work. But I'm out of time. So thank you. And I look forward to following up with you as well. Also, shout out to my fellow School Without Walls penguin over there as well. Thank you for your testimony. Penguins are the best. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. And I have a number of questions, but I'll wait till we bring the bill back, as you say, and move forward. We're now at panel 17. And if we could, I'd just like to take a 5-minute break. Just 5 minutes, promise. Just 5 minutes.
You just wanted to let you know I have some pizza down here. I have some buffalo chicken pizza, some pepperoni pizza. If you or your staff want some pizza, happy to.
Thank you very much.
You can come on down, whichever one. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll just take 5 minutes. Quick 5 minutes. Promise. Okay.
Hello, council member. We're ready whenever you are.
Okay, I was just reading the Q&A section. All right, we are ready to start. Tosha, we see only you. Is that what our screen should show?
So far, yes, but we're
Okay.
about to promote the next panel of witnesses.
All right.
So we have 3 witnesses in panel 17 that are here. I just want to double check that they're all still here. We have Nicole Roussel representing Act Now to Stop War and End Racism Coalition. We have Kevin Huang representing Justice Center DC. And we have Robin Diner representing the Library Renaissance Project.
All right.
And I'm sorry, just one second.
I think he's not a
Oh, very sorry. Yes, I have to make Scott a co-host to be able to promote people. My apologies. All right, you should be good now, Scott. So yeah, we have those 3 from panel 17, and there are 4 witnesses from panel 18. Just so you are aware.
All right. You want to give us the 4 from 18?
Mm-hmm. So absolutely, we have Shauna Gordon McKeon as a public witness. We have Carol Lewis Anderson as a public witness. We have Lucille E. Murphy as a public witness. And we have Vaughn Perry representing the Douglas Community Land Trust.
All right. Okay. Well, we're ready to start with Nicole as soon as you put her on the screen.
Can you guys see me? I'm seeing myself, so I just want to make sure y'all can see me as well.
Yes, we can see you now.
Oh, great. Okay.
All right.
So my name is Nicole Roussel. Thank you all so much for having me. I'm an organizer with the Answer Coalition. I believe I should get 5 minutes for my testimony as I'm representing an organization. The Answer Coalition stands for Act Now to Stop War and End Racism. I'm a DC resident and I live in Ward 1, and I'm testifying today in strong support of the Green New Deal for Housing Act. The Answer Coalition started in opposition to the invasion in Iraq in the months prior to March 19th, 2003, and organized demonstrations of hundreds of thousands of people. 500,000 people came out in the streets to say no to the racist war against the Iraqi people, which viewed Iraqi civilians as mere pawns in a game of chess, not caring that they're real people with daughters and sons and families and communities. What we're facing right now in Washington, D.C. is a war. It's a war on Black America, it's a war on Black DC, and it's a war on poor DC. There is so little truly affordable housing in the city, and the systems that are in place are rife with mismanagement, nepotism, and abuse of funds and of people. Black residents and families, so many of whom were forced from their homes in Southwest DC during the so-called urban renewal for whom, of course, are being forced entirely out of the city now at an alarming rate. Young people who want to move into their own units are faced with sky-high rents. The average 2-bedroom apartment in DC, as of this month, according to rent.com, is over $3,300 a month. Yet it's apartments at prices like these that the city keeps building. The problem is that the city keeps giving away its land, its contracts, and its power to the development industry, to the developer industry. Developers are building houses and apartment buildings not to live in, but to make money off of. We absolutely need to build homes and housing for us to live in. That's what it's for, not to just make money off of. And if we want any chance of staunching the flow of longtime Black residents out of our city, we have to take that head on. We have to take on the profit motive and the developers. And that's exactly what this bill does. The idea of social housing is that the government builds state-of-the-art housing, people with a mix of incomes move in, residents form a board to manage affairs, and everyone's rents go directly to paying down the cost of the building and into maintenance.
None of our rent goes to lining the pockets of developers yet again in the process, nor does it get lost in the DCHA maze. It goes straight into the building as managed by the residents. A safe, affordable home and place to live is one of the true basics that all humans need. All of us have to have shelter. And I'm not claiming that this bill is a complete panacea to every single problem we have in the city. But I am saying that when comfortable, clean shelter is truly and deeply affordable for everyone, that goes a long way towards setting us up to succeed toward all the things we're worried about right now: reducing crime, reducing homelessness, reducing ailments and deaths caused by mold, flooding, and other horrendous housing conditions that many in this city live in. I ask that the council pass this bill as it stands before you and within the year without a pilot program. Watering down or diminishing any of the pieces of it will destroy the balance that allows it to work, especially these three pieces. First, for social housing to work, we must keep the housing municipally owned. Otherwise, the profit motive rears its ugly head. I ask that the council keep social housing municipally owned. Second, for social housing to work and to be equitable, we must keep it mixed income with 1/3 extremely low income, 1/3 very low income, and 1/3 whatever market rate is calculated and deemed necessary to successfully subsidize the rest as laid out in Section 105A. Without extremely low and very low income categories, we're not expanding units for the people who need them the most. And without leaving the top rate up to calculations to some extent, we might break the funding mechanism. So I ask the council keep social housing rent categories as they are. Third, for social housing to work and keep working, we must keep decision-making power with social housing tenants, including approval of the new office's maintenance contracts in Section 103A5 and the tenant leadership boards with power for new management, which is listed in Section 108. I ask that the council keep social housing in the hands of the tenants. This is an incredible opportunity for the city to take one big step towards stopping the war on Black DC. The city has been ranked the fastest gentrifying city in the entire country, meaning more of the soul of this city, the long-term residents, the people who've been here for decades and centuries, frankly, are being displaced faster than anywhere else. I urge you all to put a stop to this by passing this bill, and I thank you so much for bringing it, with these three components in particular robustly included. And I want to thank the council for the opportunity to testify today. And in particular, I want to thank Councilmember Louis George for bringing this bill and for all of the energy and effort and work that has gone into this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Kevin. I understand.
Yes. So good evening. My name is Kevin Huang. I'm an organizer with the Justice Center DC. I'm a DC resident of 7 years in Ward 2. So I'm testifying today in strong support for the Green New Deal for Housing Act. The Justice Center is a center for progressive anti-racist work located in LaDroit Park. We're committed to organizing workers and tenants in and around the DC area and developing worker power. So we are in support of this bill because housing is a human right, and this bill is a serious solution to the housing crisis in DC. Creating a social housing system would create real affordable housing that isn't dictated by price gouging developers and landlords, and allow for working class people in this city to live dignified lives. When I think about the housing crisis in DC, I think about the fact that so many DC residents pay over half their income and even more pay over 30% of their income in housing. In the last year, average rents have gone up 9%. Combined with inflation on everyday goods and services, DC workers have been squeezed tremendously. The people who are being squeezed, they're the same people who make the city run every day. They're teachers, counselors, construction workers, healthcare workers, transportation workers, service workers, artists, and creatives. They're Black residents who are watching their city rapidly change at their expense. They're immigrants and refugees. They're young people who struggle to find their place in the city. I have friends who are young teachers who speak of leaving the city due to not being able to afford rent. Other friends who consider moving as far as Baltimore and commuting because the rents they found in DC were so high. Workers in DC need relief and quickly. High housing costs make it harder for people to leave jobs with abusive bosses or leave abusive relationships. It means less time for education or community work. It means more folks facing homelessness or drug addiction, or an increase in the many social ills that plague your city. It means more stress and poor health outcomes for everyone across the board. Meanwhile, evictions have been rising as landlords have aggressively tried to kick out low-income renters. I've seen this firsthand working in an eviction defense group. In the last few months, cases have been climbing rapidly, so much so that courts, lawyers, and eviction defense groups have all been overwhelmed. This has allowed management companies to get away with even more violations, preying on tenants they believe are powerless. At the Woodner, the largest apartment complex in the city, there are over 100 active eviction cases in the building, and the building only has 1,000 units. That is nearly 1 in 10 facing eviction, and that number is climbing. Tenants overall have been living under poor conditions, dealing with mold, unresolved maintenance issues, harassment by security, elevators and other services that don't work. And yet under these conditions, management still raised rent by nearly 6%. It's clear what they're trying to do. They're trying to kick out low-income renters and bring in higher-income renters, displacing people at a grand scale. For these reasons, it is crucial we come together to solve this crisis. If you have a city that needs more affordable housing, what better way to address this than to build actually affordable housing? The social housing model is a proven model for this that has worked in cities across the world. The current system is not building affordable units, it's prioritizing luxury units. I ask the council to pass this bill as is, and beyond that, make every effort to ensure social housing will be a success in the city. Watering this bill down in order to appease developer and landlord interests will jeopardize this tremendous opportunity to do right by DC renters. I specifically think it's important that this bill places power into the hands of tenants through tenant leadership boards. Tenants in this city are already organizing. They're helping neighbors with eviction defense, through mutual aid and other survival programs. They're fighting back against management to demand better living conditions and fighting here today for this bill. Imagine what tenant organizers can do if they did not have to fight for survival, but instead could determine the future of their own communities. So again, I want to emphasize the need to pass this bill, and I want to thank council for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Robin.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Robin Diener. I'm the director of the Library Renaissance Project. We fully support the Green New Deal for housing. As background, the Library Renaissance Project was founded in 2002 to protect and promote the public interest in the public library. And over the years of the DC Public Library transformation process, which is an extraordinary civic project that DC and all involved should be very proud of, housing has never received the discussion it could have and that we have called for. Luxury housing got some discussion, but nothing else. And I think moving forward, this committee might have a roundtable on that. But to the issue at hand, social housing, DC has, what it has done to ensure housing for its citizen has not worked. That's why we're here. A personal anecdote, I frequently walk up Massachusetts Avenue from Union Station up to 16th Street, and the old row houses, single family dwellings, of course, are long, long gone, replaced by tall, dense glass buildings. Interrupted, however, by every couple blocks, homeless encampments. So this is a stark visual of where we are today. Decades of building housing has not yielded the housing we need. So increased supply didn't work. Inclusionary zoning, which many people fought for a long time, didn't work. Vouchers are destroying rent control, and the relentless takedown of public housing is just inhumane. So let's try something different. Welcome social housing. Thank you, Council Member Louis George and co-sponsors for introducing the bill, and Chair Bonds for holding this hearing. You've already heard all the advantages all day today. So I just want to stress something Will Merrifield and some others have said, that we already subsidize private development with incentives like tax abatements, 99-year leases, $1 a year, and a free land giveaway at the West End Library. Let's give our money to ourselves. Chair Bonds, you asked about pilot projects or projects that we could do right away, perhaps, and here are 4. In Upper Ward 3, as Meg McGuire mentioned in the first panel in this hearing, the civic core properties in Chevy Chase, including a library, are about to be disposed of out of the public portfolio. This should not be. This site is the best candidate for our social housing demonstration project because we already own the land. My sense is that the community there is ready for this and willing to help. The Civic Core can be rebuilt with the library and community center with social housing surrounding it. It's a simple design and could be easily achieved. The Library Renaissance project has proven in court that libraries belong to everyone. Everyone has standing. So everyone should feel free to attend the disposition hearing and insist that it not be disposed of. A similar project would be at 17th and U Streets. We're about to again dispose of public land and to erect a library. We can use the same model there. Another project that we recommend, and we join Karen Caston with her excellent testimony and the Wardman Hotel strategy team in asking for the acquisition of the Wardman. It's an unparalleled opportunity to create 500 units of affordable social housing in an existing building that can be adaptively reused and which is the green thing to do rather than the tear down planned by the private developer. This must happen quickly though, because demolition has already begun. Your offices have been sent some draft legislation for eminent domain, and I'll gladly send it again. And we note that the Office of Planning's failure to have done the large tract review could very well create a legal problem that will result in a substantial delay to the developer. So let's just buy it and take care of it ourselves. And then we also support, and I'll just say in closing, the 4th and M Street Southwest properties for a community land trust or social housing. That's exceptionally well-positioned land right across from the Waterfront Metro Station and 2 blocks from the new Southwest Library. So thank you very much for hearing me, and thank you for moving this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We will continue now into panel 18. Shauna?
Hello, hi, thank you. Thank you for holding these hearings. I appreciate the chance to testify. My name is Shauna Gordon-McKeon, and last year I bought a home in Ward 4. Before that, I was a renter, also in Ward 4. And as a homeowner, I get more government support than I used to as a renter. And that's because homeownership is a form of government subsidized housing. The federal mortgage interest tax deduction costs the US government around $70 billion a year, which is more than the government spends on public housing, vouchers, and all other forms of rental assistance combined. This deduction is also included in the DC tax code. And one analysis that I found that DC gave about $70 million a year in tax deductions to homeowners. And of these homeowners, 2/3 made more than $100,000 a year, and 1/3 made more than $200,000 a year. Now, I'm grateful for the government support. I hope that the government continues to help people buy and stay in their homes, but I don't think it's fair for homeowners to get more support than renters. And that's why I support bold initiatives to help renters like social housing. I think it's an investment in DC families and communities that benefits all of us. Here are some of the benefits that I'm looking forward to as a member of the community. Number one, the requirements for clean energy and efficient building is not just good for the environment, it's good for DC's local economy. As someone who wants to add solar powers, panels, electric appliances, and heat pumps to my home, I want to see a flourishing marketplace of companies who can install and maintain green systems. Two, the requirement for fair labor standards will create good, steady, non-exploitative jobs, and increasing the number of good paying jobs in the districts helps create a virtuous cycle where more people can afford to pay closer to market rent. Three, profits from social housing will be reinvested in the community instead of ending up in the bank accounts of landlords or developers. And four, the leasing of ground floor commercial space will bring new businesses to our communities and make it easier for everyone to access essentials like groceries and childcare. I've highlighted here some of the benefits that most affect me personally because I want to fight the myth that social housing might be bad for homeowners. It's not. Housing is not a zero-sum game. But I would support this bill even if it didn't benefit me at all because I think it's only fair for renters to get the same kind of support from the government that homeowners do. I want to highlight one suggestion for improvement from among the many other excellent suggestions that commenters have made. I think this bill should require tenant governance instead of just recommending it. The last place I rented in DC before buying my home, in the Tacoma neighborhood of Ward 4, was sold to a new owner and is now facing steep rent hikes. The renters learned about their rights and came together to form a tenant association. They are organized, competent, and capable of governing the building, but they don't have the capital to buy it, so they face displacement. The issue is not their abilities, but the lack of investment in them and their futures. The DC and federal governments have been pouring money into helping homeowners for the better part of a century. It's time the government invested in renters too, and social housing is a great way to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next is Carol. Carol Lewis Anderson.
Ms. Anderson, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, sure.
Hello?
Yes,
All right. We hear you now. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Here I am. Good evening, committee members. Thank you, Chair Bonds, for convening this hearing, and special thanks to you, Councilmember Lewis George, for conceiving and sponsoring this bill, and to your co-sponsors. My name is Carol Lewis Anderson. I live in Ward 2. I'm testifying in strong support of B24-0802 because social housing represents a new solution to many of our institutionalized problems, such as no workforce housing, youth crime and homelessness, and DC land giveaway. The lack of workforce family housing in DC has sent our key workers to bordering states. The Georgetown Firehouse, for example, has one staff member out of 30 who lives in DC. Key service providers are denied our neighborhoods, and commuting brings myriad disadvantages. The recent explosion of violent youth committed crime. The revised Criminal Code Act should help. However, a huge piece of the answer is to provide safe, respectable housing and welcoming spaces for DC youth to gather and play. Poor housing affects our youth's view of the future and contributes to poor outcomes. The giveaway of DC-owned land for market rate development. Sales of our land that by law should have delivered a range of truly affordable housing options continue. The most egregious is McMillan Park, now a 10-year-old development plan that has zero workforce family housing. The token affordable units have a separate poor door to further stigmatize the less affluent among us. This site should incorporate social housing. The wharf could have accommodated affordable housing. Don't need to go into that. Many have spoken about the excessive profit to developers and the higher taxes for the surrounding neighborhood. Had the mayor agreed to Councilmember McDuffie's request that DC bid in the auction for the Wardman, DC would own the perfect site for social housing. As Robert Denier has just reminded us, the administration still has not undertaken large tract review, which is required for the community to be involved and its interests heard. So in addition to urging that large tract review be requested, we ask that the council send a resolution to the mayor asking for the Wardman to be taken by eminent domain. In addition to using the site as a model for social housing, that action would avoid the planned environment damaging demolition. The lack of vision has caused our hitherto monument view sheds and multi-generational neighborhoods to be filled with block after block of monolithic market rate housing. Look at Union Market, Navy Yard, Noma. Even worse, DC has filtered vouchered tenants into older luxury housing with bad results all around. We must create housing that intersperses firemen, teachers, police, medical workers, maintenance workers throughout the district. We must build a city where our children grow up side by side with the people who make their neighborhoods work. As a Red Cross volunteer, I have seen shockingly decrepit housing owned or subsidized by DC, further alienating the poor. What we've been doing is not working. We need a new model. And the good news is that this bill provides that. The social housing concept is essentially self-financing, self-governing, self-managing, and self-maintaining. I urge DC to take leadership on this solution to the national housing crisis. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Lucille Murphy. Ms. Murphy?
Good evening. My name is Lucy Murphy. Although on the voting rolls, it is Lucille. So that's what I put on the, and I'd like to thank you all for having this hearing. I'm a native Washingtonian, third generation Washingtonian. My mother and her mother were born in Freedman's Hospital, the Civil War hospital that used to, that has been turned into the Department of Radio, TV, and Film at Howard University, because it was an old open ward hospital, and that became out of fashion. Anyway, I was born in Georgetown Hospital through a program with DC General, another institution that no longer exists. Dislocation is violence. Separating people from their families, their neighbors, their support systems is violence. The dislocation of families in the District of Columbia is the violence which demonstrates the values of this society, a society which values property rights more than children's rights, more than women's rights, more than families' rights, which are all human rights. I support the direction of this legislation, but view it as a small step to which other steps must be added. The middle class exercises some political will in this government. The middle class members of this society should not have to wait until their mortgages are foreclosed to wake up to the violence of dislocation. The right to housing should not depend on money. Those who are living comfortably or comparatively comfortable lives need to show some compassion. The middle class members of this society should not have to wait until their members are gunned down by distraught and desperate individuals in order to understand the violence of displacement. Yes, the violence of displacement translates into physical violence. And the solution is not more police and prisons. The solution is housing and meaningful work which respects the dignity of our residents. But police and prisons is the approach of this administration. I have observed police illegally harassing tenants who are having a picnic on the lawn in front of their apartments. The police were called by the management company, which was given free rein by the mayor to turn their large family units into efficiencies 1 and 2 bedrooms. Evicting law-abiding, rent-paying citizens is no easy task. So management came up with new rules that go against long-standing neighborhood practices. Rules that forbid picnicking on the grounds of their own residential building. They were making life difficult for the grandmothers and grandchildren, hoping that they would leave. But where are large families supposed to go? Provisions should be made for grandparents, aunts, and uncles who are taking care of dependent family members. Seniors should not be forced into senior buildings for the elderly, and children whose parents are ill or deceased should not be taken from their grandparents and forced into foster care with strangers. I thank Councilmember Janice Lewis-George for her initiative. And I understand why Alexis B. Hill worked so hard on your campaign. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move now to Vaughn. Vaughn Perry.
Good afternoon, Chair Bonds, Councilmember Lewis George, to the members of the committee. My name is Vaughn Perry, and I am a longtime Ward 8 resident and the president of the board of the directors of the Douglas Community Land Trust. I'd like to say that I believe the Douglas Community Land Trust is a great example of what happens when you put decision-making power back in the hands of the residents. It was birthed out of the 11th Street Bridge Park Equitable Development Plan. Douglas CLT is a membership nonprofit centered on racial and economic equity and organized to secure permanent affordability for current and future generations of Douglas Commonwealth residents. We act with urgency to contribute solutions to address the intensity of displacement from gentrification. Our portfolio now includes 224 permanently affordable homes, with 69 more in the process and 100 more in the prospective pipeline. My fellow residents and colleagues have already testified about how the great need that we have for housing for people with low incomes here in DC. One figure struck me particularly in this holiday season. More than 16,000 turkeys were distributed by Bread for the City alone before they had to close the program, citing the disproportionate need for availability. This is no surprise. Increases in real estate prices and the cost of living far outpace increases in income. The global pandemic exacerbated the tenuous nature of housing stability and further limited opportunities for DC residents, particularly Black and Brown low-income residents. It is the severity of this need across DC, along with the recognition that DC residents themselves, with proper resources and support, have the experience and expertise to lead our solutions. The answers are always in the community. Douglas CLT supports new and expanded solutions to address housing affordability and models of investment that enable generations of DC residents to benefit. Douglas CLT fully supports the commitments of permanent affordability in this bill, as it prevents economic displacement and efficiently maintains the public's investment in housing. Market pressures are increasingly likely to remove affordable housing units from the housing stock, whether they are naturally affordable, likely in poor condition, or at the end of their affordability compliance period. The legislation's intentionality around the intersection of environmental sustainability and housing aligns with one of Douglas CLT's core values to ensure healthy housing via environmentally sustainable development and operation. Just as importantly, equity in housing includes both the ability to be secure in one's home and for residents to participate in decision-making about their housing. For this reason, we appreciate that the bill B24-0802 calls for residents in social housing to play a role in some aspects of operations, and we want to go further. These tenets around equity and community control, self-determination, and solidarity are also core principles of traditional community land trusts, a model that emerged from the civil rights movement. We believe there is potential to incorporate even more elements of the CLT model. For example, a public held socially housing building with land held by the CLT would bring the aspect of community ownership and collective stewardship. Social housing is run by the government, and unlike classic CLTs or traditional nonprofit housing development corporations, social housing is not inherently community-based. We have to be more intentional about that aspect. As a democratically run organization, the Douglas CLT adds a layer of resident control for all tenures of housing. As part of our stewardship, Douglas CLT provides assistance to tenants associations and the boards of limited equity housing cooperatives and condominium associations to keep residents well-informed on decision points. We like the aspect of internal cross-subsidization. Overall, operating costs could therefore be borne into a progressive, more equitable fashion. This also means we need to increase the value of housing to achieve our affordability goals. Further, the needs for additional subsidy is certain, as current funding availability easily outstrips need, even with a portion of it coming from higher renter units. In closing, Douglas CLT looks forward to a continuing dialogue about the critical steps needed to address the housing and climate crises and drive toward racial and economic equity in our community. We encourage council to continue to increase the funding available for permanently affordable housing, as well as commercial spaces, through efforts that center democratic resident control and collective stewardship of the public's investment. Thank you for your opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. for your testimony to the entire panel.
Sorry, council member. I just wanted to let you know that
Oh.
we've also been joined by Chris Otten representing DC for Reasonable Development.
All right. All right. Mr. Otten, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George. My name is Chris Otten. I'm representing DC for Reasonable Development. I am in full support of this bill, and I am so excited that this bill exists because it gives me hope. Why does it give me hope? Because as I look out over the 20 years I've been in DC, I see 60,000 Black folks displaced over the Bill Moore trickle-down commodification of our land and our housing. 60,000 Black folks displaced. That's the census numbers. They don't lie. That's not my number. It's a shocking number. Look at Shaw. Look at H Street. Look at Adams Morgan, where I live. Now, the reason why I'm excited too about this bill is because you, Councilmember Bonds, criticized me for organizing neighbors to fight for equity when the Adams Morgan Hotel was proposed and compelled upon my neighborhood back 10 years ago this year. And when we fought that hotel and we went to court and we settled for a equity fund that a nonprofit put together a development deal with a local developer to buy housing nearby the hotel, and we saved 30 families from being displaced by that hotel. You criticized me for that. Do you remember that? We don't have to talk about that now, but this is your answer for not criticizing people like me who actually fight displacement in this city. This is an answer. This is a solution, and it's an urgent one. Not some like, oh, we should maybe do a pilot project. We need this now. We need this at the Wardman. We need this up at the Chevy Chase Library in the Civic Corps. We need this in Shaw. Shaw. I don't know if you've been by Shaw lately, but it's now a white enclave of rich people. If that is not disturbing to you, Councilmember Bonds, I don't know what else. This is an urgent matter. Obviously, the turnout for this hearing is clearly a resonating bell of an alarm, an alert, a sounding horn that we need to move this and move it soon, because the trickle-down policy of housing brought on by the federal city council from Mayor Williams on is destroying our city. I almost, it's giving me hope to stay here because many of my friends are gone. They can't live here anymore. They're not getting the jobs. The social housing model is the answer for all the reasons identified. The fact that it generates housing for a mix of incomes, the fact that it pays for itself over time, the fact that it doesn't need this bureaucratic broken machine like DCHA to operate it, the fact that people in the housing control their own self-determination in their futures. These are all the things that we've been asking for of this city for the last 20 years. But instead we get IZ, inclusionary zoning, the most brokenest program that I've known. It's actually destroyed affordability. When it was introduced in 2006 and then implemented in 2009, you could rent a unit in the city for less than $1,000. But because IZ defined affordable housing at $1,350 a month for a studio, all of the $800 rental apartments went bye-bye. And the market rose up to that inflated, falsely inflated floor set by IZ at $1,300 a month. Now it's up to $1,600 a month because guess what? IZ goes up every year with the AMI. Your MFI goes up every year with the amount of rich people growing their wealth here in the city. And mostly that's the racial income gap shows that if you're not white, single, and professional, you don't get to live and walk in your neighborhoods of DC anymore. It's not livable and walkable unless you're single, wealthy, and professional. So social housing breaks through all of that noise and all of that confusion and gets right down to how much do you make? You don't spend more than 30% of it for your shelter. That's a very simple concept. It's a breakthrough for people like me who've been chastised for fighting for equity in these PUDs and these hotel deals and the land giveaways and the tax abatements, all of this money for luxury playtime and nothing for actual everyday citizens. It is beyond time. I am so glad this bill exists, and I'm here to fight with people to win it ASAP, because it's not about pilot programs at this point. We're beyond that. This is a very simple concept. Let's start with the Wardman. Right there at a metro stop, right there in amenity-rich Ward 3, the same ward that the mayor chastised as being segregated and white and exclusive. Perfect opportunity for social housing. Same thing with Chevy Chase. I am so glad this bill exists. Thank you, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, for bringing it forward. And thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I hope this is your solution to stop chastising activists like me fighting for equity in these land deals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll now turn to Councilmember Lewis-George if she has comments or questions.
Thank you to this entire panel. Your testimony was helpful, very positive feedback, and ways that we can do better. I want to say to Lucy Murphy, thank you for all the work you've been doing over the years. I admire your leadership and the work you've done over the years, and I want to make this legislation something that you can be proud of, and that district residents, I'm third generation as well, born at Howard University Hospital, but my parents are Freeman Hospital. So I do want to make this something that we can be proud of. And I want to thank you, Vaughn, for the work and the example you all have already set. And I want to make sure, I've heard you loud and clear. We've had testimony all day today on ensuring that community land trust and social housing complement each other very well, and that we make sure that that this legislation also encompasses that as well. And so I hear you loud and clear, and we're going to do our work to make that happen, and we will reach out for that feedback as well. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for the suggestions, Robin. I think you gave a lot of locations, so we appreciate that as well. So thank you to this entire panel. Really appreciate it.
Thank you again to the panel, and we'll now move to panel 19. We're getting closer. Tosha, if you will tell us who is in the room.
In panel 19, we have Rob Liardo representing TENAC. We have Maya McCall representing Cancel the Rents. And we have Sean Haskett, a public witness.
All right.
Just those three in panel 19, and there are 5 witnesses here from panel 20.
Okay, can we have the panel 20 as well then?
Absolutely. We have Abel Amin, a public witness. We have Sophie Nguyen, public witness. Madison Watts, public witness. Timothy Lee, public witness. And Sihan Muhammad, public witness.
All right. Well, we'll start with Robert. Soon as he is.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for the opportunity to testify. We really appreciate this. This represents a great opportunity, I think we all think, for DC. And I'd like to just start out because, everybody's gone over what social housing is. And so I could skip that, but I'm just saying that social housing's mandate to provide affordable housing to a broad mix of incomes remains possibly the only path to building truly affordable housing for this city. Of course, we see past attempts have been watered down, with the result that mostly luxury housing is built for high developer and landlord profits. Now, some residents hear the word social and experience the dreaded fear of socialism as they are unaware of what this legislation does. To be clear, just to clarify, social housing is not socialism. Happily DC is not a red state where simply labeling something socialism can make politicians run for cover. Socialism takes the means of production out of private hands to run economic production. Social housing, on the other hand, is like social benefits. We already have Social Security, Medicare, unemployment insurance, and the like. Benefits are shared due to an across-the-board pool of incomes to benefit all. Now, when we look at social housing and there are tenant boards running it, hopefully governing and running it, I could suggest some tenant boards checks and balances due to our experience in TENAC with tenant issues that I hope would improve legislation and benefit the public. If tenant boards are to run and operate each building or building cluster, experiences have shown that a grievance mechanism subject to outside, fair, and objective oversight is needed. Oftentimes, tenant boards argue, petty jealousies and valid differences of opinions arise. Some tenant associations even split or become dysfunctional due to these or various other reasons. I would think that a mechanism for grievances be established, perhaps under or in the Office or Center for Social Housing, to resolve differences and dismiss frivolous claims. Also, any decisions should have a guaranteed avenue of appeal, I think, beyond the local courts, which are often influenced by local developer interests. For example, sometimes fair and impartial decisions are only reached after being decided, after the appeals process, and being decided by the Superior Court or Court of Appeals, beyond the local agencies and court level. I don't know if it's possible, but devising such a more direct or easier appeals process would eliminate the vast waste of time, energy, and resources that come with decisions decided by provincial or local real estate influenced agencies and courts, decisions not based on law or fact. Now, the fact that social housing is without landlord or development ownership does not lessen this need. Real estate interests might have strong reason for courts to decide cases one way or the other, even though cases are outside their ownership interests, as social housing is intended to be. Now, also concerning area median income, perhaps there's a need for a modified median income. Instead of AMI, maybe an MMI. The reason we say this is that the ever-quickening pace of gentrification, like Chris pointed out, especially in low-income areas, could skew incomes upward in a quite unbalanced way. The income of long-term residents might not keep up with this influx, and it could have the effect of disqualifying many renters and current residents that social housing is intended to benefit. For example, if building a social housing project in a low-income area experiences a rapid influx of wealthy residents due to gentrification, even small in number, it could skew the area median income much higher than the vast majority of residents in that area. Skewing the figures in such an unbalanced manner could disenfranchise or disqualify many who would ordinarily qualify under median income requirements due to a small minority of wealthy residents moving in. Perhaps a modified median income should be considered like capping the increase in area income qualifications. For example, say a cap of 10% increase in median income requirements over a 10-year period, perhaps a 10% cap, so as not to skew statistics an area median income upward, unfairly upward, and disqualify residents who would ordinarily qualify for the income categories prior to sharply increased gentrification. This is something that needs to be looked at. I think, not an expert in income categories, gentrification, or their effects on housing residents. I would think consulting housing experts, perhaps in HUD, in consultation with others who have experience in social housing, perhaps in Montgomery County, Vienna, or Singapore, would be needed to examine if this poses a problem, to what extent it is a problem, and for any solutions that they would recommend. Finally, last of all, I would say we have to keep social housing from corruption from the big money interests. Social housing is, for our city, an experiment that desperately needs doing. It needs to be enacted without corrupting it with favors to big interests and developers. To that end, advocates will be on constant watch no matter how many lobbyists camp at the Wilson Building. Advocates will alert the community about attempts to derail it or destroy it by weakening it, by slipping in amendments under the radar, or by making it another version of our current failed housing policies, such as public housing, private market rate housing, IZ, and other watered down measures. It is housing for the people, and we urge the council to enact it and the entire Green New Deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Maya.
Thank you to the council for letting me testify and holding today's hearing. My name is Maya McCall. I am the lead organizer for Cancel the Rents, an organization committed to expanding tenants' rights by demanding mortgage and rent relief at the federal and local level. Social housing is urgently needed given the pandemic's exacerbation of the pre-existing housing crisis and the Supreme Court's overruling of the eviction moratorium. I am testifying here today on behalf of Cancel the Rents, but also as a renter, student, and community member affected by the housing crisis. In 2019, I graduated from high school and moved to DC from Rhode Island to attend American University, where I'm a current senior. When my mom got cancer my sophomore year, my parents became unable to afford the cost of on-campus housing. So in order for me to remain in school full-time to finish my degree, I moved off campus to rent an apartment. I'm a full-time student, a full-time research assistant, and a part-time server who works all 7 days, 95 hours plus a week to afford rent. The lack of affordable housing in DC is repulsive, it's disgusting, it's cruel, and it's shameful. It prevents many from living near their family, friends, and loved ones. It makes the Herculean task of leaving an abusive relationship far more insurmountable. It makes it almost impossible for thousands of the very workers who make DC run every day to live close to their workplaces in the city that relies on their labor. While the government has entertained a diversity of so-called solutions to the problem, many have failed and most have made the problem even worse. I began organizing with Cancel the Rents because many DC residents like myself recognized an urgent need for a new system that would improve the quality of life for everyone and remove the profit gouging motive from our basic human right to housing. The social housing model has proven to work in places with a fraction of the resources and in places with twice the population, which is why it should be initiated in DC. A social housing model is deeply affordable and mixed income system that literally pays for itself. It's extremely efficient and it's self-sustainable. Rent is capped at 30% of the individual family's income and adjusts based off of economic situations or changes in their situation. Rents are used 100% productively to pay for the monthly operating and maintenance costs of the building, and tenants are empowered to democratically elect who manages the property. Once these costs are paid off, the surplus can be used to pay for more social housing. Having this option available to such a broad range of renters means that it is cross-subsidized and allows for communities to become far more socioeconomically diversified. It is about time we start exploring a solution to this problem that doesn't rely on private developers whose profit gouging drives up costs and expands unaffordable housing. The long-term reward of being more independent as a government from offshoring to private developers cannot be understated. Government should view housing as infrastructure rather than a commodity and build housing that meets the needs of people who elected them into office in the first place. We should stop giving our tax dollars and public resources to private developers who have lined their pockets in the process of building sprawling luxury housing that sits empty while thousands are forced onto the streets or out of DC entirely because they can no longer afford the cost of living. This bill has the capacity to change thousands of lives for the better. Don't water it down. Be on the right side of history. Please pass the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Sean. There, okay.
How are y'all doing? I want to thank the council members for giving me the time to speak. I'm currently speaking from my car on the way home for Thanksgiving. Pulled over on the side of a Publix because this is about family to me. I'm a young person who has always had the specter of climate change hanging over my life. Both of my parents always talked about the importance of doing something, the importance of taking care of our planet, the importance of taking care of the place that we call home, the place that takes care of us, that we rely on to survive. And all of my life, I have felt the growing anxiety that trickle by trickle told me that we weren't doing enough. And all of these people said, we want the same things that you do, little 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old Sean. We want the same things that you do, but we have to be practical. We have to be practical. So we can't go big. We have to go slow. Developers in this very meeting have said that. They've said that they want the same things that I do, but we have to go slow. We have to be practical. But the truth is the climate crisis is here. The climate crisis is here. My family members have been displaced from their homes because their homes now flood every year when it used to be a once in a decade problem. And people aren't going to call that climate crisis, but it is. And fundamentally, if we want to address the climate crisis, we have to address it in ways that address multiple solutions. Europe has, like DC, tried many different plans to green their cities. They have done bike infrastructure. They've increased public transit. They've done amazing things. We have done amazing things as a city. And every single one of them in several recent studies have simply exported their emissions to the suburbs because they did not include affordability in their plans to stop climate change. Every single one of them, except for Nantes, France, because they did include it. Because they did include affordability and the ability for people to live in the city. If we want to be a city that actually addresses climate change, if we want to be a city that is prepared for the crisis that is here and that is coming, if we want to be a city that can take care of the children that are going to have to live through this crisis, then we have to pass the Green New Deal. We have to not water it down. We have to make sure that tenants are in control of it because top-down systems are not capable of the flexibility needed to deal with the coming crises that will continue to happen. Yeah. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now move to Abel.
Hello, my name is Abel Mene, and I'm a proud Ward 4 DC resident.
Everything I wanted to, but
thank you for sticking this out this long into the night, Chairperson Bonds, and thank you, Councilmember Louis George. I'm here to testify in favor of the Green New Deal for Housing Bill. And I hope to share with you just one example why this bill is exactly what we need and why we need an Office of Social Housing Development. I live on the 500 block of Longfellow Street. That's in Brightwood Park, just a block away from Kennedy and Fifth Street. Councilmember Lewis George can attest to this. There's not a neighborhood more suited to social housing development than my neighborhood. However, that's not why I mentioned my apartment. My apartment building includes 30 quote unquote affordable units capped at 60% of AMI. It was built in 1959 and currently owned by a company called Arminger Management, based not here in DC, but in Ellicott City, Maryland. In 2008, my building received a loan of $3.8 million from the city's Housing Production Trust Fund as part of a supposed $7 million renovation. If you do the math, that amounts to about $233,000 spent per apartment. As I look around this apartment, I don't see that. Sure, they painted the walls, or even painted the external brick, which is a damn shame. But what I see is a gas stove and oven, a gas-powered heat pump, no kitchen ventilation. So I asked myself, why is it like this? If this apartment was supposedly renovated about a decade ago, why is it built to such low standards? The answer, of course, is profit. A landlord with a profit incentive is motivated to cut corners. What you end up with is a slightly less expensive fire hazard of an apartment building. But I'm thankful for my slightly less expensive apartment. And the Housing Production Trust Fund is the reason I have this apartment that I can have the privilege to afford. But I assure you, the Office of Inspector General was correct in their September 2021 report that the city has misspent and continues to misspend the Housing Production Trust Fund to the tune of $82 million in fiscal year 2020. $82 million that could have gone to building actual affordable housing, squandered to line the pockets of developers. We can do better, and I believe that by doing this ourselves, instead of giving lucrative loans and subsidies to developers, by using social housing model, we can serve our residents better than the profiteers from Ellicott City that own my building, for example. Social housing is a much better outlet of expenditure for the Housing Production Trust Fund. That's why I support this bill, because the Office of Social Housing Development created by this bill will ensure these funds are used responsibly to build housing to the highest safety, labor, and environmental and affordability standards delineated in this bill. So I urge you to continue to support this bill and ensure its passage quickly. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now turn to Sophie.
Okay. Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Sophie Nunion, and I'm part of the Montgomery County Green New Deal internship program. I'm here to testify in support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. So my parents work full-time jobs. When my family was in the process of finding a new house, it was difficult because of the rising housing prices. We were often turned down since we did not have enough money to make the highest bid. And even before that, it was a struggle to pay our bills on time, especially when the pandemic exacerbated our economic situation. If this bill is passed, it would help address the current housing crisis in DC by supporting a system that is both mixed income and environmentally sustainable, or social housing. Vienna, Austria has been a frontrunner in this model, seeing that more than 60% of the city's population lives in subsidized housing. Montgomery County, which is right next to DC, has created a social housing program to build new units. By implementing this model, people would not have to spend a large amount of their income on rent and would invest it in other needs such as education, for example. In turn, it can help reduce poverty and mitigate homelessness. This model is also a step in the right direction in terms of combating climate change. New construction would be required to meet net zero emission standards and include accessible pedestrian infrastructure, which is only some of the environmental components listed in the bill. When taking into consideration the framework of the Green New Deal, this bill helps marginalized communities as they are the most vulnerable to climate change, paving the way for equitable approaches to the housing crisis. As a young person, I believe that this bill can help create a new future where a generation is able to lead the fight for climate action and economic rights. But first, we need your support in making sure that happens. I want you to ask yourself, how will this bill address both the housing and climate crisis? In my eyes, it does both, or perhaps even more than that. I imagine a community that celebrates its diversity, one that has resources that are accessible to everyone, and one that can help build one's future for the better. Overall, this bill will help families and future generations live in stable environments, as well as protect them from the effects of climate change. At the end of the day, it is important to remember that housing is a right. It is now or never to ensure that everyone, regardless of their socioeconomic status, can afford housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now I see Madison. Okay, Madison, you're on.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Madison Watts, and I'm a sophomore at Rockville High School in Montgomery County, an intern of the Montgomery County Green New Deal internship. I am testifying before you today because I am genuinely passionate about the environment and concerned about the implications that negative social housing and the climate crisis will cause. I believe the Green New Deal Housing Act of 2022 is what we need in DC to solve our housing and climate crisis. I'm asking the council to support this legislation, which will not only benefit me, but families and communities in DC. I support this bill because it creates zero net emissions, is transit oriented, and promotes sustainable housing, which will provide a plethora of benefits to DC residents. The 4 reasons why you should vote in support of this bill are as follows. Firstly, as an environmentalist, I believe the threatening climate crisis will induce severe environmental effects in less time than expected. This bill, however, will further environmental sustainability in DC housing. Developments from this bill would also eliminate dangerous gases from cooking and heating, with new appliances and temperature systems being required to be fully electric and efficient. Secondly, as a student who cannot drive and who lives in a single-family home, one of my greatest challenges is finding transportation to events, necessary locations like the doctor's office, and even school. In my area, I have spoken to many students who agree that transportation is a major barrier in their lives and is the #1 cause of their absence from school. No student or individual should have to be restricted and put at a disadvantage because of this problem, which can be addressed with the passage of this legislation. Thirdly, social housing is mainly controlled by landlords who seek to take the remaining profits and put it into their own pockets. The government should be more involved with the regulation of housing, and this should not be left up to landlords who are working in their self-interest. In addition, if you support this bill, mixed income individuals living in the same housing area will promote diversity and will allow DC residents to accept differences and be more inclusive. If this bill is enacted and you vote in support of this bill, 1/3 of social housing will be affordable for families at 30% of median income, 1/3 of social housing will be affordable to 50% of the median income, and 1/3 will be affordable at the market rate. Currently, the market factors are pricing the diversity out of DC, but the DC Green New Deal bill provides avenues for affordability for all. The Green New Deal has been a success in connecting communities in Montgomery County, and I think DC will experience similar benefits. Wouldn't you like to see connected, diverse communities that highlight and celebrate the differences of all individuals? So I ask you now, why should families settle for higher rents? Why should transportation be an incredible disparity in communities? Why should housing be left up to self-interested landlords looking to put housing profits into their own pockets? It doesn't make sense. Social housing in DC is a complex problem, but voting in support of the Green New Deal is the action needed to establish positive change. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Timothy. All right, Timothy, you're on.
Good evening, council members. My name is Timothy Lee, and I am a student at Walter Johnson High School in Montgomery County. I am testifying today because I believe the Green New Deal is what we need to help solve our affordable housing and climate crises. Currently, there's a shortage of affordable housing for low and extremely low income households. Many of these households spend more than half of their income on housing, compromising on other necessities like food and healthcare in order to keep up with rising rent costs. In addition, residents often face issues such as mold infestations, poor indoor air quality, and lead contamination, among other things. The problem underlying the crisis is lack of funding for social housing projects. If we look at places like Vienna, Austria, 60% of the 1.8 million residents live in subsidized housing. Most housing complexes are well designed and energy efficient, include larger rooms and communal spaces. These houses serve both low and middle income households, ensuring that people of various demographics can live together while avoiding the stereotype of being poor areas or last resort options. In addition, social housing is built with convenient access to the city's public transit system and pedestrian lanes, which not only provide residents with multiple transportation options, but also reduce traffic and increase the desirability of living in public housing in the city in general. In contrast with the US, well under 10% of residents live in subsidized housing. Since the 1900s, the real estate industry has pressured Congress to restrict funding for social housing in order to reduce competition with the private sector. As a result, many constructions were poorly designed and made of cheap materials. Furthermore, housing authorities often located projects in areas without access to transportation and essential buildings like schools and grocery stores. All of this contributed to the problems we're seeing today with housing. If we want to solve the housing crisis, we must look to transit-oriented, affordable, and sustainable social housing. I believe this legislation will help address the shortage of affordable housing, improve living conditions for residents, as well as combat the climate crisis and reduce the impacts we have on our environment. As a young person who is seeing the ongoing threats of climate change, it is more important than ever that we focus on building sustainable developments with net zero emissions. A big part of the Green New Deal is not just fixing the harms of yesterday, but building a better tomorrow. And it is up to us to shape what tomorrow looks like. But we need your support and help in doing so. And voting for this bill will help us move in the right direction in tackling the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll turn to Siam.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shihan Muhammad, and I live in Montgomery County, Maryland. I am an organizer with the DC branch for the Party for Socialism and Liberation, for which I do tenant and labor organizing in the Mount Pleasant area, though today I am testifying to you as an individual. I want to say that I support the Green New Deal for Housing Act because I believe in using public resources for the public good, not for private developers. The past several years have seen an explosion of gentrification and displacement of Native Washingtonians, especially in Black and Brown working communities. The cause of this displacement is reckless real estate development in the pursuit of profit, enabled by DC's housing policies. These developments are designed to maximize profits and exploit working people's need for housing. So while they may look glossy from the outside, they are in reality poorly constructed and left to deteriorate after just a few years. The rents charged in these buildings are left to market speculation, which just gives the landlord the right to charge as much as possible. And this leaves working people to scrape up what they can just to live in slum conditions and deal with negligent landlords who would much rather prefer wealthy tenants anyway. The few small measures to mitigate this currently, such as DC's rent control and housing vouchers, do very little in the way of controlling the market and improving housing affordability. They do not keep landlords and developers accountable for slum conditions, and we need a more stable solution. Working people deserve quality housing just as much as anyone. The workers I organize with keep our lights on, our streets clean, our meals warm, our hospitals running, and more through both mundane moments and crises such as the pandemic. And in return, they receive a pittance of the profits they produce and are exploited by landlords and developers. When tenants' housing rights are violated, they have no choice but to organize against their landlords who have their own lawyers to represent them and use intimidation tactics to suppress the tenants. This bill addresses the exploitation and the core issue of profiting from housing. It will guarantee workers dignified living conditions so that they may focus on enjoying their lives instead of having to fight for their rights. Now, earlier we had some input from people in real estate who offered suggestions that would grant them concessions. Watering this bill down and making more concessions to the already powerful landlords and developers will only create more loopholes and opportunities to cash in on workers' housing needs. That's why this bill must pass as is. Please understand that this bill must not fall into the trap of our existing public housing system, which is inefficient and built to fail. This is social housing, which is a system that's proved successful in countries like Austria and Singapore, where most of the public enjoys affordable housing thanks to this model. You don't even have to look very far to see this concept. Montgomery County, where I'm calling from, has begun steps to implement their own social housing model, which presents a great opportunity for municipal collaboration and partnership across the entire DMV area. So again, I want to emphasize the need to pass this bill as is, and your working constituents desperately need you to fix DC's housing crisis. And this is the best opportunity for you to prove to them that you're serious about that. I want to thank the Councilwoman Janice Lewis-George for pushing this legislation, and I want to thank the council for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think I see Gabby Morris Flores.
Yeah, hi, thanks. My name is Gabby Morris Flores. I am a Ward 4 resident and a member of Sunrise DC. So it's no secret that creating and maintaining affordable housing is one of DC government's top priorities. There are many agencies and programs in the city aimed at helping folks with housing, but the reality is that many of these programs are failing. And this is not an indictment of the people working to keep these programs running or to say that these programs haven't helped a lot of people. It just means that we have to continue to come up with new creative solutions like social housing to address the problems that come up with the old solutions. I currently work for the Latino Economic Development Center as a bilingual eviction prevention canvasser, and every week I talk to tenants whose landlords have filed an eviction against them. Many of these tenants are being evicted because they have been failed by city programs. I talked to a tenant who's on Section 8 vouchers, but whose income changed due to the pandemic, and he tried repeatedly to contact his social worker and update his information so that his monthly contribution amount could be changed, but he was unable to reach her, ever. And this has nothing to do with the particular social worker. If anyone has read the appalling audit of DCHA by HUD, you know that this is an institutional issue. And so the tenant got more and more behind on his rent, and even though he shouldn't have had to pay the amount that he was, now his landlord has opened up an eviction case against him. I also talked to another tenant who similarly lost her job during the pandemic and has an eviction filed against her for non-payment of rent. She desperately wants to sign up for Section 8 vouchers, but cannot do so because they are no longer accepting new applicants and the wait list is gargantuan. Additionally, I have talked to countless residents facing a potential eviction for non-payment of rent who have applied for ERAF funds months ago, but haven't heard back. And even when they do eventually hear back, I know that many will likely not receive ERAP funds because they owe rent in the order of tens of thousands of dollars, and ERAP will refuse to give them money if they believe the tenant won't be able to make up the rest of the rent that's due, and so the tenant will be forced to leave. Additionally, people often think of green building or sustainability features as something that doesn't impact people on a day-to-day basis, which is true for some aspects like solar panel installation. However, green building features actually encompass a very wide range of amenities. I worked at Enterprise Community Partners for a year, a national affordable housing organization, and in the green building program. And I know that green building requirements make a huge difference in how resilient a unit is to natural disaster, as well as the everyday utility and comfort of residents, which is often a given in market rate residents, but not in affordable ones. One specific example is the proximity of residents to metro stations, safe bus stops, safe sidewalks, bike routes, and bike share/scooter infrastructure, which social housing under this bill would ensure. Lastly, I believe that one of the most important parts of the bill is that it creates a foundation for strong tenant governance. Recently, I canvassed a medium-sized building in Columbia Heights that had 12 units that had been slated for eviction. When we entered, we saw posters advertising a tenants union meeting to discuss the building's TOPA process. And then, while knocking on the 12 people's doors, something happened there that had never happened before. Every single person we spoke to already had a lawyer for their upcoming hearing. This was a great real-life testament to the power of an active tenant organization and tenant governments, and why I support that aspect of the Green New Deal for Housing bill, as well as the affordable housing and green building aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think that completes the two panels. So I'll ask my colleague, Councilmember Lewis-George, if she wants to make comments or ask questions of any of our panelists.
Yeah, thank you. Just thank you to this panel. One thing I noticed on this panel that we have a lot of students. And so I want to thank you all for taking the time while you're working towards your future, fighting for your future, you're actually here also fighting for all of our futures. And I really just think it's dynamic. Maya, I really, when you were testifying, just felt so much solidarity with you, just so you know. I heard you saying, you're working 2 jobs, doing school, having family, housing, and security issues, health issues in your family. And that was, I know that storm all too well. And the fact that while you are working your way through it, you are here again, using your voice despite having those jobs and obligations, school obligations and family obligations, I think is real. And the barriers that you talked about facing with housing and how it made you feel was very powerful. So I just want to thank you for sharing your story in solidarity. Thank you, Sean, for pulling over on the side of the road to get to family. Housing is a deeply personal family issue, and it impacts all of our families. And so I just want to thank you for uplifting that. Thank you for LEDC for being here. You are our on the ground fighters every single day, and you see the crisis every single day. And I appreciate you for the work you do every day on behalf of DC residents, but also lending your voice to this as far as adding to the crisis. I know social housing isn't the end all be all, but it is a solution. It is a very real solution. And I appreciate you adding your voices to this conversation as well. And I plan on working with all the on the ground folk. Thank you, Abel, for everybody who works on the ground to continuing to hearing your voices and adding to how we make this legislation even better in centering tenant voices and centering those most marginalized in the communities in crisis. So thank you again, all of you, for your testimony, and especially to our students. Good luck, continue to do great things. And thank you for fighting for your future while working towards your own. Thank you.
Thank you again to all the panelists and for your time. I know it's kind of late, but we appreciate you and hearing from you, and you're on the record now. Just keep that in mind. And we expect to make some changes based on you being on the record. So thank you very much. Our next panel, we're now down to panel 21, getting closer. Tosha, can you tell us who is in the room?
We have a full panel 21. Sam Myzowski, representing Sunrise DC. Ariel Dansky, a public witness. Paula Edwards, public witness. Jenna Israel, representing Jews United for Justice. Shira Markov, a public witness, and Charlotte Hovland, another public witness.
All right, we'll start with Sam. You're up now. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairwoman Bonds, Councilmember Louis George, of course, Tosha, who I think I've annoyed with enough emails, and I'm sure you've received far more from other people. My name is Sam Myzowski. I'm speaking on behalf of Sunrise DC, which is a youth organization fighting for collective liberation in the face of the immense challenge of the climate crisis. I want to start with some general comments about the Green New Deal for social housing, and then respond to some points that some previous speakers brought up. You've heard so far from people across DC that are fighting for housing, for racial justice, for workers' rights, and just for a city that works for everyone and not just people that can, afford $1 million home. And you've heard how these fights come together and really demonstrate the need for a Green New Deal for housing here in DC. What this legislation does, I think, has been gone into, in a great amount of detail over the last many hours. It just creates a program to convert and develop new housing, publicly owned, mixed income, resilient, sustainable housing. Housing is something that, Sunrise DC and a lot of organizations have recognized as central to achieving racial equity in DC, as well as preparing for, and as best as we can, heading off a worsening climate. Many people in DC, especially young people, especially in the last panel, which was incredible, are facing a crisis of a climate that earlier generations haven't been able to get a handle on, at the same time that they're facing a crisis of housing so unaffordable that it's driving mass displacement from DC. Social housing is something that we think can be a really important step in solving both. It's how we can start moving beyond Band-Aids and towards real, durable solutions to a housing crisis that, has only gotten worse, in the past few decades. First, for too long, the city's housing policy has left renters out in the cold. Half of the households in the city rent. And only now, in the incoming council year, you heard from the first renter on DC Council, Zachary Parker. Everyone else is a homeowner. Much of our housing policy views renting as something that's just a step, just a phase in somebody's life, just as a temporary measure. But that can't be the case if half of households are renting. It's something that people go their whole lives not owning a home and paying a landlord every month. And we see the consequences of a policy that doesn't recognize that. You know, just a few months ago, I think the mayor announced a substantially larger, zero interest loan program for first-time home buyers up to, I think $200,000. And I think like less than a month later is when HUD released its report on DCHA. I think we can stand those two policies up side by side to see, how the city is prioritizing home buyers over the people that are renting directly from the district. Home ownership, it's a laudable goal. We want to bridge the, racial wealth gap, and we want to help people, build generational wealth that people rely on. But we also, need to recognize that it's not the only way to provide stable housing. I think it's almost impossible to state the, divergence between homeowners and renters, but you have on one hand rising housing prices that are making people windfall profits when they sell their homes, and on the other, public housing with rats in the toilets and standing water in the basement and mold in the vents and trash in the hallways, and a situation where people don't feel safe. Social housing addresses that. It puts power into the hands of the tenants directly by creating a robust feedback mechanism between the quality of housing that people are living in and the way that the buildings are run. And that's something that is really about bridging that gap in the rights that people have in their own homes. Renters don't have the same rights that people that own homes do. And that's something that we can change with a policy like social housing. And we can make sure that the half of the city that is renting, many for their whole lives, don't go without those rights as residents of DC. I think we owe it to residents. We owe it to people that are struggling under extortionate rents. We owe it to generations that come after us to have housing that is, resilient through storms and floods and sustainable in its emissions and in transit access. We owe it to build a city that we want to live in, a city that's prepared for the climate crisis, a city that's prepared for racial equity. And what we need for that is social housing, something that's publicly owned, is permanently affordable, ensures tenant control, and is built for our future. And I see that I'm a little bit over time, but I do want to just quickly address something that was brought up much earlier in this, which was rent-to-own models. I think that's something that a lot of people find attractive as bridging the gap between renters and homeowners, but that's something that goes completely against social housing as a model. Social housing relies on having that rental income to first cross-subsidize other homes, and also to ensure that the developments can continue to expand. Taking those out and converting them to equity pulls those out and in the long term undermines affordability, because now instead of a rent that's set across this whole system of social housing, it's a home price that's set by the same speculators that have driven up the value of homes. I think Abel mentioned the level of subsidies in the building that he lives in, right? My parents live in Minnesota, in a working class suburb of Minneapolis. Their home is worth less than that level of subsidy that was given by the Housing Production Trust Fund. And it's a 4-bedroom house, right? There's not some fundamental difference in that, right? It's just the cost of land. And so if we can minimize the way that speculation drives those costs up, we can ensure affordable housing. That's really the key. And I know I'm quite over time. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Avril, you're next.
Good evening. Thank you to Ward 4 Council Member Janice Lewis George for introducing this bill. And we appreciate you, Chairperson Bonds, and the DC Council for being on this marathon of a call to hear our testimonies. My name is Ariel Dansky. I am a Ward 1 resident, DC Public Charter School teacher, tenant, and organizer with the Woodner Tenants Union. The Woodner is a rent-controlled building located at 3636 16th Street Northwest. It is the largest apartment building in DC, home to roughly 2,000 people. Among my neighbors are those receiving vouchers, the formerly homeless, and low, middle, and high income earners alike. Our tenant community includes DC natives, transplants, and immigrants from around the world. Due to its diversity, the Woodner is a microcosm of the city itself. I'm testifying today in support of the Green New Deal for Housing Act. The current housing situation in DC constitutes a government failure to provide for its low-income residents. The Section 8 voucher program is dwarfed by the sheer number of residents who need assistance. My neighbor, Sahlu Wolde-Jesus, a disabled senior citizen making less than $30,000 per year, has been waiting over 30 years to obtain a voucher. DCist reported that a recent federal audit of the DC Housing Authority found that the agency is failing to maintain a public housing in habitable condition and ensure that every usable unit is actually offered to the low-income residents who need them. Further, rent-controlled buildings merely slow the trend of rising rents. Here at the Woodner, nearly 100 families are being threatened with eviction because they cannot afford their rent. I have seen firsthand the suffering of my community members under threat of eviction. One of my neighbors, an asylum seeker, told me he would kill himself if he gets evicted. Also in our building, management attempted to illegally evict an immigrant family by changing the locks during the day. If our tenant union had not been present, this family would be homeless. Yet even their current situation is an injustice. This family of 2 parents and 2 children lives in a 1-room studio apartment because that is all they can afford. For DC families to thrive, they must have access to humane and high-quality living conditions, regardless of their income. I support the Green New Deal for Housing Act because it is a sustainable solution to DC's housing crisis. Unlike Section 8 or rent control, this bill has the potential to supply affordable housing across DC on a large scale, one that actually matches demand. I ask the DC Council to pass this bill with all its current clauses, fully fund the Office of Social Housing, and ensure the program's complete implementation. Social housing will not only change people's lives for the better, but it will preserve DC's vibrant and diverse communities for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Paula Edwards.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Edwards.
Hi, how are you? Thank you, Commissioner Bonds and Louis George, for allowing me to speak. My name is Paula Edwards, Ward 4 resident. If we're talking about hospitals, I was born in Columbia Hospital for Women. I speak in support of the goals of B24-0802, but I'm skeptical of some of the methodology. As I'm not an expert in the field, I defer to those who are. I rely on the reading I've done on the subject and my previous experiences. My experiences years ago, I worked with my ex-husband to develop a model to deliver housing to Black residents in rural Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. We found funding through the Old Farmers Home Program, used modular construction and local contractors to reduce costs and provide jobs. Using this model, we were able to provide housing quickly and efficiently to people who had been living in shacks without indoor plumbing, and also to make a small profit. We worked successfully until we became involved with a not-for-profit group that liked the model and wanted to expand it. The entire program fell apart and no one was served. Years later, I worked with an investment bank development model funded by trade union pension funds that was self-sustaining and worked to provide work for members and a reasonable return on investment. I also worked to put together funding to rehabilitate existing housing using Section 8, a variety of tax credits and other funding sources. I say all this to urge you not to disregard the testimony of witnesses such as Mr. McEhaney of Somerset Development. The points he makes about duplication of efforts, the bumping up against federal funding caps, and the details of bond issuance are important. As Mr. Lazare observed, considerations of maintenance are paramount. As Commissioner Bowser observed, racial equity has to be implemented intentionally. I do not think that layering another tier of bureaucracy over several levels that are functioning at various levels of efficiency is the best route to success right now. I would prefer that other housing agencies be brought up to par before we add another iteration. Exemplum gratia, the 1,000 DCHA units in disrepair, fulfillment of outstanding housing vouchers. I did not see anything about a regional approach to this implementation. Housing is a regional issue, and my understanding of the much touted Vienna model is that it is part of a national regional construct with jurisdictional and funding methodologies that are different from those possible in the District of Columbia. Montgomery County has a state behind it, and its efforts are not as ambitious in the diversity of income levels to be served. This model has to be customized to work in good and bad markets with high and low interest rates. Debt service should be a consideration as we consider bond issuance. Effect on existing funding streams have to be worked in. There was no mention in the bill of how losses will be allocated, only how revenues will be distributed, as though profits are guaranteed to flow in aging plants. One need only look at the condition of some DC schools in the recent HUD assessment to understand that maintenance is not one of DC's strong points. We have to look at cost-effective green construction with a realistic life cycle plan to ensure that we can maintain what we build. We are where we are as the result of a series of policy decisions, miscalculations, and emergency bills that many thought were great ideas at the time they were enacted, such as PUDs, abandonment of public housing, trickle-down luxury housing, giving away land and buildings to private developers, all of which some of us testified against at the time. We love the big ideas and the big scissors and the pretty ribbon cuttings in the new buildings. We don't like the reality of broken toilets. Many have testified of the great need for this project to succeed. I would like to see more numbers and proofs of concept to ensure its success. I believe this program should and can be done and would like to see it done well. Thank you, and I'm available for questions if anyone has them.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Jenna, we'll take your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Jenna Israel, and I'm a renter in Ward 1. I'm also a DC community organizer at Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. My testimony today is in support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. But before I begin, I'd like to note my disappointment that this hearing was unexpectedly moved, which has excluded working people who made time in their schedules to advocate for a more just DC. All district residents deserve the opportunity to speak to their elected representatives on issues that matter to them, and the council has failed in its duty to make this hearing accessible. As the council knows, housing is a fundamental need for every district resident, yet thousands of DC residents face housing insecurity. Every day, as rents skyrocket, DC residents are being priced out of homes and forced to live in unsafe conditions, live in shelters or on the street, or even leave the district altogether. Because of the district's history of intentionally discriminatory housing policies and inequities exacerbated by the pandemic, this crisis is most prevalent in Black and Brown communities. As displacement ravages neighborhoods where families have lived for decades, The district has a responsibility to do everything it can to address this crisis at the root. Jewish tradition makes clear the responsibility a community has to its members, especially those who are struggling. The Shulchan Aruch, sometimes referred to as the Code of Jewish Law, dictates that it is incumbent upon the community to provide what someone needs. Quote, if he is hungry, he should be fed. If he needs clothing, he should be clothed. If he ought to be provided with lodging, 2, provide a bed for him, end quote. What's more, according to the Shulchan Aruch, the poor in a city should be supported by the members of the community in proportion to their wealth. Those with access to greater wealth are called to support those who have access to less. It's this sense of community care and obligation that the Green New Deal for housing embodies. Social housing is a literal representation of that redistribution and support, with market rate renters subsidizing the rents of low-income tenants in their building. In this way, the Green New Deal for housing will address one of the roots of the housing crisis, economic inequity and injustice. Social housing will also help fill a gap in affordable housing in the district. The need for more affordable housing is becoming more and more pressing for DC residents, but the supply is severely falling short of meeting that need. The Housing Production Trust Fund has started to address this difference between supply and demand, but the Department of Housing and Community Development has not met the statutory requirement to use 50% of the HPTF for deeply affordable housing. The district continues to underfund housing voucher programs with wait lists thousands of people long. And additionally, recent reports on the DC Housing Authority have shined a light on the severe problems that public housing tenants have been speaking out about for years. From over 1,000 vacant units to unsafe and unsanitary conditions in buildings, it is impossible to ignore that this government is failing low-income DC residents. It's clear that programs like the HPTF are not enough. An Office of Social Housing Development, as created by the Green New Deal for Housing, could be a revolutionary new tool for the district to provide stable, affordable housing to its most vulnerable residents. JUFJ encourages you to listen to the testimony of our partners today as they lay out the ways that this bill could build a program that revolutionizes DC's affordable housing system. But more importantly, we urge you to listen to the testimony of the public housing tenants and other residents who have been impacted by our housing crisis. They are the experts. They are going to lead us to the DC we all want, a city grounded in community care where everyone has a safe, stable place to live. JUFJ looks forward to the Council's plans to move the Green New Deal for housing forward and to advocating for its full funding and proper implementation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next is Charlotte. Hey, Charlotte.
I assume that was me. Hi, my name is Charlotte.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I thought Shira was first.
Shira, yes, she is. Yes, she is. I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Shira Markoff, and I have been a renter in Ward 3 for the past 9 years. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice's JUFJ DC Leadership Council and Housing Security Working Group. JUFJ is a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. I'm here to testify in strong support of the Green New Deal for Housing Act because it would both address the need for more affordable housing in the district and provide more climate-friendly housing. Before I begin, I do want to reiterate what others have said about the fact that this hearing was moved after many people had made time in their schedules for the original date, and this means that many working people were unable to participate today. So my support for this legislation, as well as my volunteer work with JUFJ, is inspired by a rich tradition of Jewish activism and solidarity with marginalized communities on economic and racial justice issues. A core value guiding my testimony is that every person has inherent value and no one should go without having their basic needs met, which includes having safe and stable housing. As we've heard from many people, DC has a severe shortage of affordable housing. I see it every day with the growing number of unhoused individuals living on the streets or in tents, even as the weather is getting colder. I also see it with all the luxury developments that are going up around the city that are only accessible to a privileged few, while there are few truly affordable units built. In addition to these visible signs of the housing crisis, there are many more individuals and families who are struggling to pay rising rents or who are facing eviction. Although DC has programs to address housing affordability, we all know that they're not sufficient for the scale of the crisis, and in particular, not meeting the needs of families at the lowest income units. For example, the district has failed to meet statutory requirements to use 50% of the Housing Production Trust Fund for deeply affordable housing. People are waiting years for housing vouchers, and the unsafe and unsanitary conditions in public housing have made headlines. This lack of affordable housing is most acute for Black and Latinx individuals and families, including longtime residents who are being displaced from the district and replaced by predominantly white people who can afford exorbitant rents. The Green New Deal for housing offers a new way forward that could better meet the needs of residents with low incomes. It would create the Office of Social Housing Development to develop mixed incomes, environmentally sustainable social housing, with 1/3 of units for deeply affordable housing, another third for affordable, and another third at market rent units that would subsidize the affordable units. As a longtime DC renter who's fortunate enough to have a job that allows me to pay market rent, this model is very appealing to me. I would be happy to know that my rent payments would be subsidizing the rents of other tenants rather than enriching developers or management companies. I urge the council to pass the Green New Deal for housing to make meaningful investments in deeply affordable housing to promote racial and economic justice in the district while also taking steps to address the climate crisis. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now, Charlotte.
Hello, thank you, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George. I'm so excited to be able to speak and to express my support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. I'm also thinking of those especially scheduled shift workers who can't join today because of time changes and the general unpredictability of when you'll actually be able to speak at council hearings. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. I'm speaking personally as a lifelong resident of Ward 4, born in Columbia Hospital for Women as well, and as a member of Jews United for Justice, a grassroots organization that brings together Jews and allies to advocate for social, racial, and economic justice here in DC. This legislation will strengthen our DC communities, improve the lives of DC residents, and serve for other cities as a model of a creative, community-driven response to the interconnected problems of the moment, being housing and environmental sustainability. Climate change is already worsening the housing crisis in cities across America. According to projections by researchers at Climate Central's Surging Seas program, here in DC, there will be flooding events of over 6 feet above the tide line by 2040, jeopardizing homes in low-lying areas. From autumn of 2020 to autumn of 2021, I served as a case manager at a drop-in center for people experiencing housing instability, housing loss, and homelessness. The clients with whom I worked typically earned at or under 30% of the area median income and included residents on fixed incomes from SSI and SSDI. Households earning under 30% of AMI have few viable paths to secure affordable housing in our city. While inclusionary zoning was intended to mitigate the effects of gentrification and more equitably distribute the benefits of new developments, it has not lived up to its promises, particularly for DC's lowest income renters. Looking into inclusionary zoning with clients, we found opportunities for deeply affordable housing through inclusionary zoning were slim to none. On the other hand, project-based public housing openings were so competitive that clients would wait in line overnight outside of buildings for applications and still report the next morning that they hadn't made the wait list. The current model of private housing developments excludes low-income renters and contributes to displacement and housing insecurity, even as it produces new units. At the same time, public housing does not meet the needs of residents either in quality or quantity of housing opportunities. This is why I am so excited by the Green New Deal for Housing, which establishes a new social housing model for affordable housing in which 1/3 of units developed as social housing will be affordable to households making at or below 30% of AMI, and which addresses the housing and climate crises together. These crises are serious and complex, and I appreciate the challenges that the council and the city have ahead. But this legislation gives me hope that you also have the tools to creatively address the problems of housing and climate. I urge the council to support the Green New Deal for housing so that this important work can begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes that panel. And so I turn to my colleague, Councilwoman Lewis George, to see if she has comments or questions.
Thank you, everyone, for making time to be here tonight. I appreciate everyone's testimony on how we can finance these projects and make this vision a reality. Ariel, thank you for elevating the voices of your neighbors and co-organizers. The Woodner deserves better. Sam and Jenna and all, thank you for your advocacy throughout this entire process and the work you've done. Thank you to Ms. Paula Edwards, new and incoming commissioner, I believe, now, for lending your voice as a Ward 4 neighbor and someone who clearly knows her stuff. And I hear you and I agree with you on the ways in which we have to make sure our other systems are working as well. And I'd love to stay in conversation with you to make sure this bill meets the needs of Ward 4 families and district communities. I appreciate that as well. So I will reach out as well in ways to strengthen it. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks everyone for your testimony today. And I just feel compelled to put in a word that please remind anyone who wanted to testify and was not able to testify to submit written testimony. That would be a part of the record. That's very, very important. So I just want to put that out there, and thank you, Commissioner Edwards. I think we go to the same church. So it's a pleasure hearing your voice and want to talk with you more. Of course, thank you very much to the entire panel. And we'll now move to panel 22. And please don't think I'm rushing things. I'm just trying to make sure that we get to everyone tonight because there are still quite a few people that would like to testify. So Tosha, take it away and tell us who's in the waiting room.
So there are 4 witnesses here from panel 22 and 3 witnesses here from panel 23. Shall I read out all of them?
Yes, please.
So from panel 22, we have Carol Rosenblatt as a public witness, Rose Ippolito as a public witness, Laura Griffin as a public witness, and John Barber as a public witness. In panel 23, we have Caddy Lang, Santiago Lacados, Jude Kranich, and Tom Gregory, all 4 public witnesses.
All right, well, thank you. And so we'll start with Carol as soon as you are available. All right, there you are.
Thank you very much. And I'll just say on behalf of myself, I don't think Council Chairperson Bonds, you're rushing. So we appreciate all the time that's being spent on hearing so many residents and those that are concerned about housing today. So, and also thank you, Councilmember Louis George, for introducing the legislation along with other members of the committee. As you know, my name is Carol Rosenblatt. I am a homeowner, but I've also been a renter in the district. I now live in the Forest Hills neighborhood of Ward 3. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of this bill. I am a public witness, but also am a labor advocate with the Claudia Jones School for Political Education. That is a popular education organization aimed at building the political consciousness of the Washington, D.C. working class community through educational programs, discussions, and activism. And I'm also active with the Coalition of Labor Union Women. I'm proud to live in Washington, but know it is out of reach for so many because of the rent crisis that has made it unaffordable and impossible for the working class. Decent, affordable housing should be a right in this country, and particularly in its capital. The May 2022 data reported from the National Low Income Housing Coalition states that across the district, there is a shortage of rental homes, affordable and available to extremely low income households whose incomes are at or below the poverty guidelines of 30% of the area median income. And in the case of DC, this affects about 46,639 households. Many of these households spend more than half of their income on housing and are likely to sacrifice necessities like healthy food and healthcare to pay the rent and to experience unstable housing situations like evictions in addition. In February of this year, the Equal Rights Center testified before the DC Housing Authority and reported that DC is among the most gentrified cities nationwide. The median white family has a staggering 81 times as much wealth as the median Black family in the city. As the cost of housing has skyrocketed, it has become much more difficult for many low-income Black families to afford living in the district, and they have been displaced from the city at a rate unheard of elsewhere in the country. I am very excited about the Green New Deal for housing, and as it's being forwarded and forward-looking, and it's a way to address the needs of our residents through social housing. We've mentioned Vienna, Austria as a successful experiment with social housing. And in the June 30th, 2022 issue of Politico, they reported that more than 60% of the city's 1.8 million inhabitants live in subsidized housing, and nearly half of the housing market is made up of city-owned flats or cooperative apartments. And the deputy mayor, Catherine Gall, said, and I quote, that this is because social housing policies in Vienna have been shaped by the political commitment that housing is a basic right, end of quote. The bill we are considering today has so many positives, such as focusing on social housing construction being paid for by public entities versus allowing developers to profit, and creating jobs for DC area residents with labor protections, and the training of employees on green and sustainable housing with net zero emissions. The mixed income aspect and incorporation of tenant boards are great features. So I end by thanking you for permitting me to testify, and I urge your support and quick action on the passage of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now hear from Rose.
Hello. Hi, council members. Thank you for hosting this hearing. My name is Rose Ippolito, and I am a Ward 1 resident as well as a member of Sunrise DC. I'm here to show my enthusiastic support for the Green New Deal for Social Housing Act because of its ability to support the housing needs of DC residents while addressing the consequences of the climate crisis. The affordable housing crisis in DC is wide-ranging and has led to evictions, displacement, homelessness, and residents being housing burdened. Our neighbors who experience housing instability are also at higher risk of facing the direct consequences of climate change, including extreme weather events. I support this bill because it would not only support my neighbors, but also would ease my housing situation. Even though I wouldn't necessarily qualify for the 30 or 50% AMI units, I would be eager to live in a market rate unit in a social housing development because of the features that make it sustainable and an environmentally healthy place to live, as well as the tenant empowerment that comes with a tenant leadership board. Having rented since 2018, I have had experiences with unresponsive landlords that have allowed unsafe issues to go unfixed for too long. Through this bill, the tenant leadership board would be able to review and approve agreements for services for the residents, such as maintenance and cleaning. This puts the power back into the people and community to be in control of their housing conditions. Also, as a carless DC resident, I would be thrilled to live in a development that is designed to be pedestrian and biker friendly, and this bill would create housing developments with accommodations like accessible pedestrian infrastructure and indoor bike storage. Prior to moving to DC, I studied public health at Cornell University. In my classes, I learned about the research that shows the far-reaching impacts that housing has on our physical and mental health. Housing instability and lack of housing affordability can increase people's stress levels, which in turn negatively impacts their health. The conditions of people's housing, such as the presence of environmental pollutants, also can harm people's health. On the flip side, high-quality housing has a positive impact on health, which can lead to higher cohesion among neighbors, leading to increased safety and community well-being. In short, the Green New Deal for social housing would improve both housing affordability and sustainability, which can make DC residents happier and healthier. As a young adult, I've been seeing and hearing about the consequences of climate change, and that without significant change, things will worsen as soon as 2030, which is only about 7 years away now. I've wondered since high school when the adults in power would do something about climate change. It is depressing and scary to plan for my future when our future is so threatened by the climate crisis. Today, at 24, I'm using my power to advocate for a Green New Deal for social housing in DC at this hearing. Please use your power to pass this bill and make it a reality. Council, this bill has strong support as it was co-introduced by 8 council members. For all the reasons shared by your constituents, policy experts, and advocates today, it is time to move forward with making affordable, sustainable, healthy housing for all DC residents a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we'll now move to Laura.
Hello, thank you. My name is Laura Griffin. I'm a tenant in Ward 5, testifying in support of the Green New Deal for housing. For those of you who started at 11 a.m. today, and it's been a very long day, so I just want to say Tosha, Scott, city staff, organizers, and council members, thank you. I appreciate your commitment to civic engagement and community voices. When I speak about social housing with friends and family, the question that I hear the most, or one of the questions I hear, is, will anyone actually want to rent the market rate housing units? As my co-testifier Rose said, as you've heard many people say, the answer is yes. I'm speaking today as one of those people who want a public option for housing. I moved to DC about 1.5 years ago, and I love the city, but I also worry that by moving here, I'm displacing lower income residents. This matters to me because I myself grew up housing insecure. My family constantly moved around as we tried to find a place we could afford to live. I changed every school year, maybe multiple times in a school year, and I don't want me living in a city to mean that other children experience the same thing. I want to live in social housing so that my rent money goes back into the community to support permanent affordable housing. I also want to be part of a tenant leadership, the tenant board. I am very privileged to live in one of the few remaining socioeconomically diverse buildings in DC where there is naturally occurring affordable housing. We're a very close-knit community. People dance. When it's someone's birthday, we come out when someone passes, when someone loses a job to support. And part of the reason we have that community is because we formed a tenant association. And it's very small, informal, but it's been really powerful in getting better conditions for our building. All of a sudden, our landlord listens to us when we have complaints. And it's that same type of community and shared purpose that could come from social housing. I'm in support of reintroducing and passing the bill because social housing can address issues that other affordable housing approaches can't. It's permanent, it doesn't sunset. There's a strong built-in revenue base for maintenance. There's also a political base of people who care about this issue. It's affordable not just for low-income people, but for all people, including ones that can't afford market rate units. This encourages social relationships across economic difference and destigmatizes living in affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll turn to John.
Hello.
Hello.
Chairwoman. My name is John Barber Jr. I live on 14 R Street Northwest. I support the bill because we all need jobs. I got hit by 2 cars when I was 7 years old. I was in a coma for 2 weeks. I had started working over, I get Social Security. That means I get fixed income. Rent should not be this high with people with disability. I think people with disability should not be waiting for housing and jobs. They should be the first to get them before anybody else get them. I think housing programs should not. I think housing should help the homeless get. I think housing should help. I think housing should help homeless get houses. I mean, get people off the streets and put them in a shelter and try to work with them and get their life back on point.
All right. Thank you very much, John. Thank you for your testimony. We'll now go to Kathy.
Good evening, and thank you for having us all testify. My name is Katie Lang. I'm a renter in Ward 1 and a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I support this bill, and it's clear that a lot of DC does as well. We're in hour 9 or almost hour 10 of this hearing. As a prior panelist said, we need to pass this bill as is, and even strengthen it. Fully fund the new office. Build social housing on public land. This is a unique chance for DC to be innovative, bold, and subvert the current market forces in our housing system. DC should lead. We should lead on social housing. And for that, I thank Councilmember Janice Lewis-George for introducing this bill and for all the council members for supporting it. Cross-subsidization of the building with rents from different income groups with public ownership just makes sense. Nothing off the top for profiteers, and no heavy reliance on government subsidies, which we know can be unsustainable. And no one is paying more than 30% of rent, something generally agreed upon to constitute affordable housing, not rent-burdened households. Let's mandate that we build this. The detractors always ask, do we have enough money? Will this work? But no one is challenging the current system. Does it work for the homeless, the evicted, the rent burdened, to pay rent to billionaires? Is that a good use of public dollars to give public land away to investors and developers for pennies on the dollar? For who is that working? In the PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, we imagine and we build toward a better world that comes when we put people first. And social housing can be part of that world. So thank you, and I look forward to what DC can do to lead on social housing.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Santiago, you're
Thank
next.
you.
Okay.
Excuse me, sorry. Good evening, Chairperson Bonds, Councilmember Lewis-George. Thank you for sticking with us this long. I know it's getting pretty late, so I'll try and be quick. My name is Santiago Lactos. I'm a Ward 1 resident. I'm a renter. I'm also the commissioner-elect for ANC 1B04. I want to start by expressing my strong support for this bill and for social housing in the district at large. Numerous witnesses before me have well illustrated the need for social housing and the impact it could have on renters across the district. And in the interest of time, I won't repeat anything they've said, but just really reemphasize that strong support. I will specifically highlight in my area, in my ANC 1B, it's home to some particularly prime public land spots that are awaiting redevelopment that would be perfectly suited for social housing, especially given their access to transit and resource-rich areas in the U Street and 14th Street corridors. That's especially important given the climate and transit-oriented goals of the Green New Deal for housing. Specifically, these are the land plots at 815 Florida Avenue, which is the Housing Finance Agency headquarters, 1617 U Street, which is the Fire EMS police site, and 1325 S Street Northwest, which is right off of 14th Street. It's a former DPR office building. These sites alone could produce hundreds of social housing units in the exact kind of resource-rich and transit-dense areas that are so lacking in affordability. And while I strongly support this bill, I'm also cognizant of some of the time constraints that the legislative process might have on, potentially impacting these sites in question. And as such, I would strongly encourage DHCD Director Hubbard, the mayor, DEMPED, to proactively seek to make these sites available for future social housing projects, starting now, even before this bill hopefully passes. There's nothing I'm aware of that would restrict them from attempting to maybe structure public land redevelopments in the style of social housing, and I would hate to miss an opportunity to build social housing on an ever shrinking portfolio of public land. Yeah, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I hope you will return this bill and mark it up out of committee in what I'm guessing will probably be the next council term.
Thank you very much for your testimony. If I might ask, the address on 14th Street was?
There's 1325 S Street, so it's right off of 14th Street. It's
okay,
but it's on
all right.
S. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. And now Jude, if you are with us.
Jude did not accept our invitation to become a panelist. We will send it again just in case, but we may have to move on.
All right. Tom?
Yes, thank you, Councilman Bonds, and I'm Chairman Bonds and Councilman Lewis George. I think this is an important hearing, and I want to speak a little bit to what's behind the urgency for passing Bill 24-0802. There has for years, if not decades, been the appearance of bias from the city and from the council, a bias favoring the profits of landlords in contrast to public needs. You know, this could be a warped, unfair appearance. It could be just the appearance of a bias, or maybe it's a real bias. And here are four well-known examples, and let's take a look at them. Right now, landlords are guaranteed a 12% return on their investment, housing investment. I don't know any other class of DC citizen, and I don't think all DC citizens are guaranteed 12% return on their investments or savings. You decide, is that favoritism, or is that just a warped appearance of favoritism? Here's another example. The Consumer Price Index has been used for rent increases for a long time. And that seems fair. But then the city added a compounding 2% on top of that every year. That compounds pretty quickly. So that as it stands now, rent under rent control always rises faster than inflation. And those increased revenues, that's pretty substantial. I don't know that that's offered to many other industries or individuals. So is that favoritism, or is that just a wild appearance of favoritism? Here's another one. Units under rent control built before 1976 are under rent control, and rent control, of course, is just a public tool to limit price fixing. But would we stand by and accept extortion or embezzlement being limited, that we control that, you know, if it occurred only before 1976, or should be it applied to everyone? And maybe one more. We've been hearing a lot tonight about how the city has been selling for $1 properties valued in the millions. I was never notified of the opportunity to pay $1 and get that, and I don't know how many other people. Is this a bias, or is this just the appearance of bias? We need to stop actions like these, not just stop them, we need to reverse them. Why is there not 70% of all rental property today social housing in DC instead of 0%? If it's zero, let me say that, where are DC values? What are the beliefs and priorities that justify these conditions. I've heard some people say, oh, it's just the American way. Well, no, I don't think it's the American way to give such unfair advantages to certain classes of people and certain people. Thank you for holding these hearings.
Thank you very much to the panel. And I do believe I see one other panel member here, COHEA.
Yes, Oksana Mironova has joined us as well.
All right, okay. We'll take your testimony now. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I really am honored to be invited to testify in front of this committee. My name is Oksana Mironova, and I'm a housing policy analyst at the Community Service Society of New York. I have written about the potential impact of social housing expansion on high rents and poor housing conditions in US cities, studied approaches to social housing in Berlin, and was recently a part of a social housing delegation to Vienna. While I'm not a constituent, I'm asking for the council to support this legislation because it incorporates international best practices while rooting them in DC's local context. It will benefit DC's low-income residents. It will help stabilize the city's rental market long-term, and it can serve as a model for other municipalities in the US, like the one that I live in New York City. The US housing system is predicated on racial and economic segregation. The segregation is not incidental, but is fundamental to how our housing markets function. Risk is distributed inequitably. While low-income people of color bear the majority of it, wealthy investors are almost fully insulated from it. Consider, for example, what happens when a financially over-leveraged apartment building that has been neglected by its owner for decades catches fire. Social housing systems like the one in Vienna reduce the opportunities for exploitation, negligence, and risky behavior by investors and landlords by making it more difficult to speculate on homes. If the social housing sector is well-resourced and supported by the state, owners of social housing developments don't have the financial incentive to over-leverage their buildings, withdraw services, defer maintenance, and to hike up rents to unconscionable levels. The result is apparent. In Vienna, evictions are rare, housing is better maintained, and rents are stable as compared to where I live in New York City, and I'm sure as compared to DC as well. The city is also more integrated because social housing is not seen as housing of a last resort, and it is not relegated to one particular part of town. It is important to note that there's nothing unique about Vienna. It is a capitalist city in a conservative country with a history of genocide, exploitation, and racial exclusion. However, a coalition of labor unions, political organizers, and the municipal government has been able to build the infrastructure for a housing system that makes the city more livable and equitable than it would have been otherwise. Some cities, like Washington, D.C., have the beginnings of the same type of infrastructure. Housing trust funds, right of first refusal laws, tenant protections are all pathways to social housing. And the Green New Deal for housing will be a major step towards further expansion of this housing sector in the city. This is a thoughtful and considered bill that will put Washington, D.C. in the forefront of housing policy innovation in the U.S. It builds upon the success of DC's pre-existing social housing stock, like the limited equity cooperatives created under the city's right of first refusal laws. I encourage the council to support this legislation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to offer comments, and please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now I will turn to my colleague, Councilwoman Lewis George, for any comments or questions that she may have.
Oksana, is that how you say it? Oksana?
Oksana.
Oksana.
Yep.
Okay. Anyway, I'm so excited that you are here to testify. I just finished reading your co-author
Oh my gosh.
report. So I had to show you this. I'm like, oh, this is a moment. As soon as I saw your name, I was like, this is a moment. Okay. So anyone just—
oh my God, thank you.
Of course. So anyone who doesn't know, the Community Service Society just released a report just this November, just this month, called Pathways to Social Housing, It focuses in on New York, but it also talks about 20 policies to shift from private profit to public good. And it goes in depth about social housing and looks at different models. And so when I heard your name, I was like, oh my God, this is one, everybody's been saying like, make sure we talk to experts, do our research. And like, we've been researching and talking to experts and doing the work. And a lot of them showed up here today, as you can see, and one of them is here. So I'm really excited that you are on this panel. Thank you for this work. And I hope others will go out and read. For those, I know we had further panels, past panels, someone said, I want to hear more. So you all can actually get their, I'll tweet it out. I'll tweet out their report. Okay.
Thank you.
Just want to ask you, sorry, I was having a fan moment, guys. Here we go. I'm a nerd. Wanted to ask you just based on, the work that you and the research that you've done here, wanted to see if you had any suggestions around, I think one of the things people have been talking about today is sort of the elements of this that include, empowering tenants. There's also a lot of questions around, the price, what it's going to take to make this. Obviously, we have climate goals and we've asked for some very high standards. And so construction costs has come up a number of times as being sustainable. And then we just had some questions about, the numbers aren't there. And so I just wanted to ask you your take on how this is a sustainable model, how we solve for climate change and that piece, and ways in which we can make the structure of this legislation a center tenant voices and issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I so appreciate you reading the report. I love the fact that it's like being useful in some way. So that's awesome. On the tenant portion, I think that this legislation does a great job incorporating the kind of like the framework for tenants to be able to actually meaningfully take part in managing future social housing and also being able to organize independently. Because I think that with any kind of legislation, there's lots of stuff that legislation can do in order to seed the opportunity for tenants to be able to organize and to manage their properties. But in the end, it can't be a top-down process. And I think that making kind of like putting stuff in there about having social housing boards be able to make decisions about management companies that come in is super important. Having kind of like not a prescribed, but like a suggested relationship with the Office of the Tenant Advocate is super important. But I think that really what tenants need, and I don't want to speak on behalf of DC tenants just because like it's just like kind of like not more my forte and not where I live, but at the same time, I think like making sure that tenants' rights are respected and making sure that there's funding for organizing, that's always kind of like a really key part. So making sure that the Office of the Tenant Advocate is well-resourced is kind of like a really important thing. I know that like in New York City, we have a couple of organizations that do provide technical assistance for buildings that convert into limited equity co-ops, which we consider social housing, and funding those types of organizations is really important too, because they kind of like do the bread and butter work of like making sure that tenants know how to design a board and making sure that they know how to like make choices about management companies. So those kind of things that are super nitty gritty, making having the resources available for people to be able to like learn about those things and meaningfully engage is super important. On the financing side, I think that there are really good beginnings in the legislation around the Housing Trust Fund and the DC's Green Bank. Yeah, like formally naming the places where the money is going to come from is really important. I do think it's important to think about how the kind of like the mixed income aspect of it is really good. And naming tenants that are under 30% of AMI is like further than anything New York City that does. So that's wonderful. But thinking about how that is going to be operationalized long-term is important. And thinking about like if there's ways to bring in housing vouchers, if I know that the community land trusts in the city in New York that work well sometimes do use cross subsidies to fund the lowest income people who live in those buildings. And so is there a way to bring in like operational support beyond the special fund that's going to be created with the housing trust funds? And if there's federal money coming in down the line, like it isn't now, but you know, like maybe something will change 10 years from now or 20 years from now. I think it's good to plan for that as well.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to take time to say thank you to John, Barbara, for sharing your powerful testimony and the stories, especially, you know, people with disabilities shouldn't have to wait so long for housing and for jobs. And I think this is part of how we get people, you know, into stable housing. So thank you for sharing your story and uplifting your voice. And I want to thank as well, thank you, Rose, for using this time and eating support this bill and call for bold solutions on housing and climate justice. And Laura, I thank you. I appreciate your feedback, especially of one of the residents who a public option for housing and how to subsidize others, and sharing your story of growing up housing insecure as well. So thank you. I appreciate the feedback from this entire panel. Thank you, Tom, for your very thoughtful notes and comments back and things we should be thinking of and asking ourselves where our bias, is there bias, where it lies, and what that means about our values, our DC values, which I think you highlighted really well. So thank you, everyone. Laura, thank you so much. Thank you, Carol. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you to the entire panel. Thank you for your testimony. And we'll now move to panel 24. Toshi, if you'll tell us who is in the room.
So in panel 24, we have Aaron Beaufort as a public witness. We also have Sadie Four and Navin Desai, who will both be testifying together as the co-heads of the environmental task force of the Student Action Committee of Georgetown Day School. And we also have Junie Irving, who will be testifying, representing the Georgetown Day School Affordable Housing Alliance. There are also three witnesses from panel 25. Please let me know if you'd like me to call them as well.
Yes, please.
We have Carl Roberts, a public witness, Escadar Grimach, a public witness, and Bianca Vasquez, a public witness.
All right. Thank you. So we'll now turn to hear from Aaron. Aaron,
all right.
You're on. All right.
How are you?
Getting through it.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aaron Beaufort. I think Councilwoman Bonds, this is my first time with Chief Bonds. This is my first time meeting you, Councilwoman Lewis George. We met a couple years ago at OAG. I had just started at Morehouse at the time, and we were talking about Morehouse and everything that was going on. So it's nice to see you again. But I'm here to kind of echo some of the things that people spoke about earlier and add another twist and another view to it. So, you know, I appreciate the opportunity to testify. So I really want to come and advocate for the young potential homeowners as well as elderly homeowners. I know we spoke a lot about tenants, and I believe that this program is really, really good for tenants. And I think it will help people who intend on being longer term tenants or people who are tenants temporarily to get started on the process of becoming a homeowner. Because that's two aspects as well. A lot of people sometimes feel like they're forced to be a tenant because they don't have the opportunity to save and get started on the process of becoming a homeowner. So sometimes they get stuck into the rotation of being a tenant. So I think that this program would be a great opportunity for people who look at it on both sides just so they could understand what's going on. So to get into it, I think that this will change DC again for about the next 20 years or so if this is passed. I think a lot of mainly minority residents who aspire to be homeowners because of the high cost of living. Again, a lot of African-American residents nationwide spend about 30 to 50% of their income on rent. So with those numbers, many fall into the category of just working poor. They're surviving and they're trying to allocate a lot of their income to not only rent, but other things that are a necessity to survive. So with that, things like homeownership kind of gets pushed to the back because of that. So survival is a priority, and those monthly costs take precedence, of course. And with that, and kind of going down to the subgroup of millennials, they take out about 43 to 44% of the home buyers. So with that, they are a dominant group. And sorry, I'm looking at my notes, but they're a dominant group. And what a lot of them are doing now is they're kind of getting discouraged with DC and a lot of the opportunities available when it comes to building a lifestyle and growing their roots here in DC. I'm a native Washingtonian. I've been here my whole life. And I went to college out of state with other people who are from DC, and I'm the only one that's returned back to DC because they just don't feel like it's a place for vertical growth in terms of being able to build a lifestyle that's affordable to someone who is on an entry-level salary. So they're going to other places like Maryland and working back in DC, or going to places in the South who have a much lower cost of living, but a competitive income. So they still have a lot of the same income opportunities that you would have in DC, going other places. So to fast forward, because I know I'm running out of time, to talk about the seniors. Seniors are those people who have held on to DC's legacy for a long time. As people rotate in and out of DC, a lot of them have stayed. And I'm here to advocate for them because they're preyed upon against developers. And what developers do, again, a lot of seniors work on fixed income. So what the developers will do, wait till properties become a little bit distressed, obviously dangle a carrot in front of a senior's face, and try to tell them and let them know that this house is appreciated about a certain amount. And because a senior sometimes struggles to pay their mortgage and do other things just because of a fixed income now, they are preyed upon. So a lot of times what happens with them is that they sell their property to a developer. The developer, like a lot of times in DC, guts the property, turns it into an $800,000 to $1 million home, and raises the property tax in the neighborhood. And this cycle just continues, and I think the problem persists. So I obviously want to help the younger people who want to get started and kind of build that legacy and keep the generations of Washingtonians to stay. But also, we also have to look forward and look at the seniors and try to help them preserve the history and legacy of DC, and make sure that they're not preyed upon against developers and people who, are here to kind of distort the culture of DC.
All right, well, thank you for your testimony, and I'm sure we'll have a few questions. Next, I have Sadie and Navin. You're gonna do it together? Okay, the testimony, all right, okay.
Great, thank you. So thank you, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George, for the opportunity to appear before you all today. I'm Naveen Desai.
And I'm Sadie Four.
And we're high school students from Georgetown Day School's Environmental Task Force. We live and go to school in DC and are concerned with both the affordable housing crisis and climate crisis and how they are and will impact our community. We are asking the council to pass a Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act to ensure a future for our classmates, teachers, and ourselves in the city. 71% of DC's emissions come from buildings, both residential and commercial, according to the DC Department of Energy's greenhouse gas inventories. Working toward a safe and livable climate requires shifting to net zero emission buildings. But to ensure a just future for our city, this change cannot come at the expense of affordable housing. We are already one of the most expensive cities in the US and also have one of the highest displacement rates. Additionally, a lack of affordable housing restricts the amount of students who can take advantage of DC's educational opportunities, like attending Georgetown Day School, where we go. It also provides fewer teachers who are already paid less than they deserve the ability to live near the schools where they teach. By incorporating environmental best practices, such as electric heating, on-site solar, and retrofitting into social housing, we can ensure that homes in our city are both affordable and work toward the ambitious net zero emissions targets set in the DC Climate Commitment Act of 2021.
I worked on a project this summer researching the impacts of net zero policies on gentrification in DC. In cities across the country, attempts to decarbonize buildings, add urban green space, and increase public transportation have displaced residents. Oftentimes, attempts to reduce the climate footprint of housing developments go hand in hand with displacement in a phenomenon called climate gentrification. Developers use green amenities such as public transit, walkability, parks, and LEED certification to attract higher rents, pricing out long-term, oftentimes Black residents. These climate-conscious efforts cater to young professionals who have higher incomes and are able to afford the higher rents, to the detriment of long-term residents. We need a solution that promotes housing that is both affordable and low emission. By deeply incorporating affordability and sustainability, the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act avoids the pitfalls of traditional, affordable, or sustainable housing. I'm only 17 years old.
And I'm only 16 years old.
And we will live in this city for years to come. We want a livable, affordable city, not one with only affluent residents, flooded by rising sea levels and hit with heat waves. We hope you find it in yourselves the significance in passing this piece of legislation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now, Junie? I think, yes. All right.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, Chairperson Bonds, and the Housing Committee for this opportunity. My name is Junie, and I'm going to speak alongside four of my classmates who are joining through a call on my end. We are students at Georgetown Day School in Tinley Town. We are part of our school's Affordable Housing Alliance, and we are speaking today in strong support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. Although we all go to school in Ward 3, DC's most affluent ward, we all live in different wards across this district. A majority of students at our school live nearby, but many aren't able to because of how inaccessible housing in the area is. Some students and even more of our teachers have to travel upwards of an hour to come to school. They would love to live in the city and near the community that they spend so much time in, but they can't simply because of the price.
The area around our school is, can you hear me?
Can you hear? Okay, keep going.
The area around our school is great, and we love being able to learn here. Within blocks of our school, there's a Whole Foods, Target, Wegmans, and a bit further down Wisconsin Avenue, there's a Safeway and a Trader Joe's. We are near metro and bus stops and are surrounded by multiple parks and green spaces, but wards 7 and 8 have 3 grocery stores combined. The average life expectancy of someone in Ward 3 is 85, while the average life expectancy of someone in Ward 8 is 70. The lack of access to resources in those wards makes living there so much harder. Everyone should have access to the great schools, abundance of grocery stores, green space, and transportation that we do.
The absence of affordable housing in our community and across DC is a direct result of violent displacement and racism. In our 9th grade DC history class, we learned that Fort Reno, an iconic park in Tinley Town, has a complex and tragic past. From the time of the Civil War until the mid-20th century, the Fort Reno neighborhood was a thriving, predominantly Black community called Reno City.
But in the early 1900s, a local white-run citizens association that represented Tinley Town and Cleveland Park began pushing the government to obtain Reno and make it parkland and schools for white children. They wished to ethnically cleanse Northwest Washington. They won over DC and federal officials who passed legislation that authorized funds to raise Reno City to allow for the construction of Woodrow Wilson, now Jackson Reed High School, in its place. Over 400 Black Washingtonians were displaced from their homes. We strongly support the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022 because everyone deserves the same access to tools that we are privileged to have, and because our government needs to right the wrongs that they made 100 years ago that are still having disastrous effects today. No one should have to suffer because of their lack of access to resources
especially a city as great and with as many assets as the nation's capital. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much for that, for their testimony. And now we will turn to Carl. You're on.
Hi, everyone. And first and foremost, thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for this hearing, and thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for introducing this bill. My name is Carl Roberts. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm an at-large member of the steering committee and the chair of the political engagement committee for the Metro DC chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. And I'm speaking today not only because I believe in this bill politically and it aligns with my values, but also because I'm a Ward 1 renter. I know what it's like to live in this city and be forced to choose between housing that I can afford and housing that is actually worth living in. I know that this is a thing that people across the district have to choose every single time they look for housing, if they're lucky enough to be able to even find something affordable in the district. As someone who's knocked thousands of doors across the district in the primary and in the general election, I have consistently heard from district residents across the entire city that affordable housing is a key problem. I've heard stories of displacement in every single ward that I have knocked doors in. I've heard stories of people having to be displaced internally within DC, away from places that they grew up, away from places their families are. And I've also heard stories in Montgomery County from people who are forced out of the city because of high rent. I know that this bill and that a Green New Deal for social housing will serve the purpose of letting people live in the places that they want to actually live. It is a vital piece of legislation that will give everyone the democratic right that they deserve, a right to housing. It is not something that we get to choose. It is not a luxury good. It is something that we, as citizens of this country, as citizens of this district, and as people who are not citizens, absolutely deserve living here. It's a vital piece of work that will make sure that the district remains the diverse, wonderful city that I am very proud to call home. I stand in complete solidarity with Councilmember Lewis George, also a Metro DC DSA member, as well as Councilmember-elect Zachary Parker, who testified earlier today, who is also a member of Metro DC DSA in supporting this bill. And I believe that it's a vital move to make sure that everyone who resides in the city has a right to housing. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll turn to Eskada. There we go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eskadar Gurmash, and I am testifying as an organizer with Sunrise DC and community worker on the need for green new housing for social housing to help address our public health crises. Over the past 3 years, Washington, D.C. has experienced some of the country's highest rates of COVID-19, with our low-income and unhoused Black and Brown community members disproportionately impacted. Despite guidance from the CDC to halt encampment sweeps at the onset of COVID, our city leaders have continued displacing unhoused communities, disturbing their emotional, mental, and physical health, and exacerbating the spread of illness. I make this point to voice that displacing homeless individuals is not a solution. It is an act of violence. The Green New Deal for social housing, however, is a solution to the critical need of affordable, environmentally sustainable, resourced, and tenant-controlled housing. I hear from and work with folks navigating housing in DC on a daily basis. From seniors in need of affordable and accessible housing to parents of young children who are not able to afford their rent, to unhoused residents facing difficulty navigating the bureaucracy of our housing system. The simple truth is our city simply does not have the viable and sustainable solutions to these life-threatening issues, which is why this legislation is deeply needed. Many homes across our city are also sites of biological hazards, including allergens from mold, chemical hazards such as lead and asbestos, and physical hazards such as structural deficiencies and inadequate ventilation. These conditions lead to chronic neurological, respiratory, and reproductive complications, exacerbating already drastic health injustices that our low-income neighbors are facing. Additionally, residents are also dealing with the lack of trash collection, rat infestations, and other public health hazards that damage their health and contribute to the degradation of our environment. Having worked in community health settings, I understand the fact that access to medical care will not cure inequities driven by housing conditions. If we are to be a city and society that prioritizes the health of our communities, we must address the root causes of health injustices. Bottom line, people cannot heal under our current housing system, and inaction will continue to lead to stark health inequities and needless deaths. The Green New Deal for social housing is an important first step in eliminating unhealthy conditions across the district. It will create affordable housing for thousands of residents. It will give tenants power over their living conditions, and it will reduce toxic environmental pollutants in our city. This legislation can also improve accessibility within housing units. I have heard from many residents across the district who constantly have to fight their landlords to fix broken elevators, wheelchair ramps with major structural damages, poor ventilation within their units, heightening respiratory complications, and structural designs that are simply inaccessible to mobility devices. The community tenant control model of this bill offers an environment where tenants can come together to prioritize accessibility features within the buildings, and I hope that we can push to prioritize accessibility components for our disabled neighbors within the legislation as well. We've seen measurable success in social housing projects as voiced by experts throughout the day. Councilmember Bonds and DC Council, I urge you to reflect on the historic achievement of this day and leave with the testimonies of individuals who have faced the systemic violences of our housing system. We can be a city that says no more harm, that says we must take care of each other, and with this legislation, we will take care of each other. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am excited to see DC's future as a leader in social housing.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now, Bianca, I think you might be our last witness.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George. My name is Bianca Vasquez. I'm the program director at Beloved Community Incubator, a DC area worker self-directed nonprofit that incubates cooperatives and organizes worker campaigns across the DMV, including the campaign to decriminalize street vending and the Excluded Worker Coalition. Before that, I was an organizer out of Luther Place Memorial Church in Ward 2, and I'm here to testify today in support of the Green New Deal for housing. I, like many others, am also here because of my own experience as a renter in the district. Despite living in DC for over a decade, I always lived in group housing, sharing housing with 4 or 5 other working adults because none of us could ever afford a 1-bedroom, primarily in Ward 4. I was new to the city in 2011 as the 14th Street corridor was rapidly gentrifying. In 1 year, 10 new luxury apartment buildings and 52 new bars and restaurants were built and opened on the 1-mile stretch from Luther Place going north from Ward 2 into Ward 1. The number of cranes across the city was lauded as a thing to celebrate and yet filled me with despair. It was so clear to me that this development was for people like me, college educated and transplants to the city at the expense of long-term, low-income Black and immigrant residents. Columbia Heights, where most of the vendors who testified earlier today live and work, remains one of the most rent-impacted areas today. What's more, my primary work during my time at Luther Place was in community engagement, particularly in the limited equity housing co-ops around Luther Place, such as Norwood Cooperative and the Martin Luther King Jr. Latino Cooperative, which are tenant-owned properties and limited equity housing co-ops. I watched low-income, primarily immigrant communities fight to buy their buildings and end up with buildings that had mold, broken elevators. They found themselves in a building that some developer had deemed more worthy of tearing down than maintaining as housing. But residents saw a different opportunity. Through the Tenant Opportunity for Purchase Act, these tenants invested in these buildings, managed these buildings, and fought against gentrification and displacement. Often, they were the only lower income tenants left on their block. Low-income tenants shouldn't have to fight with the little that they have to be able to stay in the places they call home. I remember talking to a tenant on 14th and S Street who told me that now that there was development in the city, she was expected to pack up and leave, but that she had raised her kids in a place when nobody wanted to be there and that she deserved to benefit from the development in her neighborhood as well. It is clear to me that the city has not met the housing crisis with the necessary energy or tools at its disposal, nor implemented solutions at the scale required. Structural problems require structural solutions. In 2013, I began working with the Washington Interfaith Network to organize churches to use their land to build affordable housing units. One of my first campaigns with WIN, which you may be familiar with, was a stormwater jobs campaign in which we leveraged climate hazards like flooding and the mixing of sewage into our rivers to create good, clean jobs. Together, the work we did back then was an early form of the Green New Deal for housing. Organizers took seriously the need for our communities to have safe water, clean air, and to have safe housing, clean water, and clean air, not one or the other. With some political will and imagination, we could use these massive investments required to create thousands of living wage green jobs and spur green neighborhood revitalization across the city. Now, we know that this Green New Deal for housing would allow us to respond to the climate crisis that is already here and respond to the city's crisis of displacement. To finalize this hearing of 154 witnesses, I'd like to summarize just a little bit of what we heard. We heard policy experts talk about the benefits of social housing and how feasible it is all over the world. We heard organizers talk about the struggle of trying to find affordable housing for themselves and for the people they serve. We heard young people talk about their experiences of dealing with climate change and housing together. And most importantly, we heard from people with life experience, and in my world, they're experts, renters who shared their own stories of struggling to live and stay in the city they love. Each of these groups ended with the same call, the same request, the same thing, that we do not have time to waste and that we need the Green New Deal for housing right now. People from all paths of life and different backgrounds coming together like this speaks to how powerful this vision can be for DC. Council members, you have the opportunity to put DC on the forefront of community and climate-centered housing. Now is the time to be bold. I invite you to stop centering profit and the pleas and needs and desires and pockets of developers and instead create affordable, sustainable housing now. The future is for the people. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you to the entire two panels. And I will turn to Councilwoman Lewis George, who may have comments or may have questions.
No, I just want to say thank you to this the entire two last panels, especially our students. Thank you so much for as students really stepping up, testifying, talking about your lived experience. Just incredibly proud of you, but also incredibly in awe of your handle on this issue, and your ability to fight for your fellow community. So thank you all. Really appreciate your testimony. Our high school students, college students. We had so many students show up today, and I really appreciate you all doing that. Bianca, you really wrapped this up so nicely in a bow. I really appreciate you summarizing what we heard today, and I agree wholeheartedly with your summary of what we heard today, and the bold call that we need to move forward. So thank you so much.
Well, I want to thank all of our public witnesses today for sharing your
My apologies, Council Member. There were just a couple of witnesses who were unable to testify when their panel was called, but are still available to testify now at the end.
All right,
just 5 more witnesses.
All right, so you want to tell us who they are so we can get them in?
Absolutely. We have Tamira Benitez, a public witness. We have Paula Enriquez, a public witness. We have Madeline Salzman, a public witness. Mark Rodifer, representing the Sierra Club, and Michael Ogden, public witness.
All right, well, thank you, because I couldn't write that fast. Thank goodness staff brought the list in. So welcome everyone, and we'll pretend this is the start of the day. And so we're here to take your testimony. We'll start with Jamila and move on down the line. Thank you for being here. No.
Councilmember, did you mean Tamira?
Well, my list says Jamila, but I would be very happy to take your testimony. I do not see Jamila.
Commissioner Jamila White is not in the Zoom webinar.
Okay,
Keep an eye out
all
for
right.
her, but in the meantime, Tamira is our
All
first
right,
public
let's
witness of this
go
panel.
forward. All right.
Thank you so much and buenas noches. My name is Tamira Benitez, Ward 4 resident and DC resident for over 20 years. I am also the Executive Director of Diversity Fund, which is a grassroots funder that resources changemakers of color in DC to advance racial and social justice. I'm so happy to see so many of our grantees in this hearing. Today, I am speaking in the capacity of a district resident in Fuerte, strong support of the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022. I ask that the committee and the council pass this bill fully funds its components. Today, you have heard from professionals in housing and community development, renters, developers, and from several community leaders. We are all saying that this bill is necessary for our community development, for the environment, and racial and social justice in DC. I'm adding 2 quick examples to the endless list of reasons of why we need this bill. Number 1, as a tenant organizer in DC, I work annually with over 80 buildings in DC and 3,500 families, low income, Black, brown, immigrant, hardworking families. I saw too many systemic failures in our government agencies working with private developers who see low-income people as profit or as issues that they need to get rid of. These systemic issues have caused so much harm, monumental harm to our communities and have displaced many of our neighbors. If that's what we consider a decent housing model, we have failed. Number 2, during the time at the DC Council, I heard from individuals, families, trying to navigate the very few affordable housing tools we have. One case that I cannot forget is that of a Black mother with a child with disabilities, trying to get an apartment in the inclusionary zoning program that sets affordability at 50 to 80% of the area median family income. This family of 2 needed to have a minimum income of $41,750 to access a tiny, affordable 1-bedroom apartment, rent $1,500 plus per month. If that's what we consider affordable housing, then we have failed. Social housing will give us affordable housing where we can truly have mixed incomes, where DC can decide how to run DC-owned buildings. This bill will also give us jobs and hope for our environmental future. The Green New Deal is going to change the lives of the majority of DCs. I urge the committee, I urge the council to pass this the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022, because it is what we need. Use DOPA, use eminent domain, build dense, build green, build with dignity and respect for Black, brown, indigenous people of color. Council members, Councilmember Bond, Councilmember Lewis George, I am so excited that you 2 are leading these efforts to establish a national model in response to the unprecedented housing crisis that we have and just keeps getting worse. Thank you for your work. Thank you and your teams for sitting through, almost 10 hours of testimony. Thanks to the organizers that mobilized over 150 people to this hearing and the tens of thousands of people that are going to be in support of this bill. We look forward to supporting your leadership as you champion this historic bill to put people first. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now I'm not sure who, I see Madeline and I see Michael. And I see Mark. Alola, I see. Okay, all right. So we can go to the next one.
Is that me?
Yes, I can go to you. Yes, you're the
Perfect.
next.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I know this has been a long day, so I really appreciate you sticking it out and hearing from folks. Wanted to introduce myself. My name is Madeline Salzman. I've lived in Ward 1 for the last 7 years. I also, I am here representing my own opinions, not those of my employers. However, I will say I work on housing, energy efficiency, and electrification issues for the federal government. And I do work on implementing the home energy rebates programs that have been authorized through the Inflation Reduction Act. This is a space I cannot help but be involved in. And overall, want to echo what other folks are saying. I don't want to take up time repeating what other folks have said, but just that, you know, I'm heartened to see this proposal, and I think it is a really fantastic opportunity to blend a lot of naturally intersecting issues between affordable housing, combating climate change, and economic development into a single office that can actually weigh and optimize across those areas. Often these parts of government that are trying to do this work are siloed from each other and not able to kind of take fully into account all of the potential costs and benefits that are really on the table for folks that are involved, not just from the construction of housing, but also the operations and maintenance pieces. You know, I live in a space more broader than DC, but a headspace of, you know, many people are used to ideas that either housing can be affordable or eco-friendly, you know, accessible to food and medicine or subsidized, right? And like, these are false dichotomies. They don't need to be this way. It's just because, you know, the people who are making decisions are focused on too narrow of a part of the equation and not kind of taking a broader view. So I think this is a really fantastic opportunity to have a single office that's focused in this way. Because I can't help myself, I wanted to bring up 2 items that I thought could maybe be tweaked slightly and could to improve the outcomes of this bill, at least in the version that I was reading online. So for one, I know the plan is to use area median income statistics. I think the definitions of 30% and 50% area median income are the right levels to be looking at. But I did want to, of course, flag that in the DMV, area median income covers an extremely wealthy region outside of Washington, D.C., including the six of the top 20 wealthiest counties in the entire United States. And so when we think about what is affordable for that larger group of people, it might not actually be affordable for the District of Columbia. So if it's ever possible to use census-based, district-based statistics for our region, I think that can be a successful way to really ensure we're meeting affordability as it sits in the district. And then the other piece I wanted to mention is, again, love the integration of both addressing the climate crisis through green buildings here, as well as affordable housing. It does say in the bill to meet net zero via on-site energy production. And I wanted to flag that I recommend updating that to say on-site production as well as power purchase agreements or community solar participation, because otherwise you could end up with a perverse incentive for fewer affordable housing units to overall reduce demand on a given land parcel. So that way you can require solar on the roof or whatever renewable energy on the roof, but also say whatever deficit is left by the fact that you've, you know, have a highly dense area, you can make up the difference through power purchase agreements of renewable energy to be net zero in total, including grid purchases, not just on-site power production. So those are the 2 items I wanted to bring up, but otherwise, thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. And Paola, I think, yes. All right, here we go.
Everyone, are you able to hear and see me?
I can see you and hear you now, yes.
Perfect. Hello and good evening to everybody on this hearing. My name is Paola Enriquez, and I organize with Beloved Community Incubator, a local nonprofit that focuses heavily on building a new solidarity economy. In our work, we work closely we're currently closely working with communities that are consistently affected by eviction, by high rent costs, by debt and other financial hardships that are truly burdening and hard to overcome, especially in their housing environments. These financial difficulties often leave our communities in the hard place of deciding whether DC is even a good place for them to live in, because of the lack of affordable housing that is available for them to fall back on once they lose their housing. It is not just unfortunate, but really detrimental for people to have had to come to DC and have thought of it as a safe haven for themselves and their loved ones, to become victims of displacement due to lack of safe and affordable housing. We know that housing and the climate crisis are intrinsically connected, as housing is part of the environment we spend most of our days in. According to the DC Interagency Council on Homelessness, we had 7 preventable deaths during the hypothermia season, from November 1st of 2020 to March 31st of 2021. Moving forward, though, we won't just have to worry about hypothermia. We'll have to worry about inundations due to rising sea levels and urban heat island effects that cause DC and other cities as well to feel heat waves more strongly than perhaps suburban areas. Our houseless neighbors will have nowhere to go and will continue dying in very preventable ways. According to the DCist, we will also see large areas around Washington, D.C. and Washington, D.C. itself be inundated if we don't move fast toward net zero emissions that can help reduce the city's total carbon pollution. DC can and should take the proper measurements to prepare and prevent the effects of the climate disasters that honestly await all of us by passing the Green New Deal for housing now. We know, and these are scientific findings that have been published by the EPA, have been published in the Washington Post, and other credible sources, that Black, Indigenous people and communities of colors are already disproportionately affected by the climate crisis, and will only continue to be exposed to these effects if we don't actively prevent them from happening. Let's make it possible for youth who have been raised in DC to continue living and be able to stay within their communities that have made them who they are, for them to stay in the communities their ancestors have been in for generations, and be they are migrants that have immigrated into the city in waves across these past decades, or be they descendants of Black people who have built the city and who have made the city what it is today. And let's make it possible for new arrivals of migrants to feel safe and capable of staying by offering true, sustainable, and accessible housing. Please, 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 let's make social housing possible, all the while making it environmentally friendly. Thank you so much. That's my testimony, and good night to everybody. Thank you for being here for such a long time. And for
Thank you very much, and good night to you too.
Yes, of course.
All right, we'll now hear from, I have Michael.
Hi, sorry for missing my earlier testimony. I was trying to listen to the stream while working. You know, I work as a community support specialist at the McLennan Center, which works through the Department of Behavioral Health. We serve primarily people who are have severe mental illness and are also on, Medicare and Medicaid. So they're severely, they have severe mental illness, as well as they're exacerbated by the economic conditions that they're in. As someone who has a background, my education history in psychology, I feel a imminent need for meeting the things that are exacerbating people's mental health conditions. So what I mean by that is, whoever has a mental health condition, that mental health condition is exacerbated by the condition of being poor, in poverty, being food insecure, being on the edge of houselessness. These issues also work in a cyclical nature, where if you're facing houselessness, your mental health issues are further exacerbated, and then those issues could also cause you to have farther issues that might cause you to farther be closer to houselessness. So if you're not being able to take care of your mental health because you're so close to poverty, and then getting the opportunity to go, find a job that's going to get you out of that situation is going to be exponentially harder. These things work in cycles too, and I'm newer to the DC area, so I haven't seen the opportunity. I haven't had the opportunity to see this longitudinally. How this has been affecting residents here, but it seems to be getting worse and worse for the residents of the DC area. From the people that I've served, they are constantly facing the possibility of losing different services that they have, or waiting forever for our current system to provide them with the services that they need, such as vouchers and Section 8 housing. We need a better solution to the housing crisis that we're facing here in DC, as well as the crisis at large in America. I grew up believing that we were a country founded on the guarantees of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. But it seems to me that the silent, you know what I mean, was always there. Well, we also, I think, as the seat of the nation, we have a historical opportunity to be the forerunner on this, to provide the housing that people need, and better serve everybody. That I'm sorry. Sorry. I don't know if Janice Lewis George was speaking, but it didn't say anything. But also, I'm kind of nervous. I've never done this before. That's why I also, didn't know that, when I was going to testify, because I was looking like 3 hours in, and it was on like panel 7, and then like I looked 2 hours later, and it's on panel 13 or 18 or something, and I'm like, oh, I missed my thing. But yeah, I'm sorry about that, missing that.
Thank you for your comments, your testimony. Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to Mark.
All right. Well, I want to echo the comments we just heard. Thank you for accommodating those of us who weren't here at our point in the witness list. And I just also wanted to say I really appreciate you all allowing so many DC residents to testify today, going late in the night to hear from everybody who signed up, even those of us who didn't make it at the appointed time. And, we don't have full democracy here in DC, but the part that we do have, the local democracy, I think works. And I think that this is proof. So thank you, Councilmember Bonds and Lewis George. I really appreciate it. Now I'll get to the testimony that I had written. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for holding this hearing today on the Green New Deal for Housing Act. And thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for introducing this important legislation. My name is Mark Rotifer, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Sierra Club. We are the nation's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with chapters in all 50 states and DC. The Sierra Club has approximately 3,000 dues-paying members in DC, and tackling climate change is our members' top priority. We also advocate for climate-friendly affordable housing that is accessible to all. We support preservation of existing affordable housing, building new affordable housing in dense and transit-accessible communities, and ensuring that affordable housing is powered by clean and affordable energy and not saddled with the increasing costs of dirty fossil fuels. A new report from the Maryland Office of People's Counsel forecasts that the cost of fracked gas supplied by Washington Gas will be up to 10 times more expensive in 2050 than it was in 2021. Maryland People's Counsel David Lapp said of the numbers, quote, "Our estimates are generally conservative," and he stated that Baltimore's gas utility, quote, "acknowledges the unsustainability of maintaining its gas distribution system. The cost of fracked gas is increasing now, hurting many families as they heat their homes this winter, and it will only get worse in coming years and decades. DC must protect affordable housing residents against unaffordable dirty energy costs. The Green New Deal for Housing shields residents in the social housing proposed in the legislation from rising dirty energy costs by requiring that social housing be net zero, meaning the buildings are highly energy efficient and use little energy, maximize on-site renewable production, and have no energy from combustion or other sources that emit greenhouse gases. Since Councilmember Lewis George introduced the Green New Deal for Housing Act, the DC Council unanimously passed and the mayor signed the Clean Energy DC Building Code Act, which requires all newly constructed buildings to be net zero by 2026. Section 2A3 of that law defines net zero as requiring renewable energy shall be generated at the building wherever feasible, To the extent a building procures energy from off-site sources, the building may not use renewable energy credits for electricity that does not directly serve the building, and on-site fuel combustion shall not be permitted for the provision of thermal energy to the building. The Sierra Club urges the council to amend the Green New Deal for Housing Act by stating that any social housing built in DC will comply with the net zero requirements from the DC Building Code Act, even if the social housing is built before the 2026 deadline contained in the Building Code Act. And to get to Madeline Salzman's concerns earlier, the DC Building Code Act does allow power purchase agreements or PPAs for off-site energy, but that has to be electricity that actually serves the building, not a renewable energy credit that doesn't serve the building. So adopting this language from the Building Code Act would address Madeline's concern. Net zero social housing will also reduce indoor air pollution. When appliances burn fracked gas in our homes, they fill indoor air with many of the same pollutants as car exhaust. This is things like carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, particulate matter, even formaldehyde. This can result in aggravated respiratory symptoms and higher susceptibility to lung infections, a 42% increased risk of children developing asthma and IQ and learning deficits in children. One study found that asthma rates in children living in homes with gas stoves are similar to those of children living in homes with people who smoke cigarettes. Poor indoor air quality has a disproportionate impact in Black and lower income communities, with children in Ward 8 being 10 times more likely to go to the hospital because of an asthma attack than children in wealthier areas of DC. To protect public health, we must eliminate indoor fossil fuel combustion in our homes, and this bill does exactly that for social housing. DC has faced a housing affordability crisis for years. No single piece of legislation will solve the problem, but the Green New Deal for Housing Act, if passed, will reduce displacement, lower housing costs, improve public health, and protect social housing residents from indoor air pollution and high utility bills caused by dirty energy. So the Sierra Club asks that the Housing Committee quickly approve this legislation. And thank you again, Councilmember Bonds, for the opportunity to testify today, for going so late, for letting all of us testify. And thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for introducing this transformative piece of legislation.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, but I think we've been together previously in hearings, and the hearings, you know, whenever we talk housing, they seldom end before 10 p.m. Tonight, we might go to maybe 11, I don't know, but maybe not. But housing is that by nature, it is a part of us. And so it really takes the time and the energy. So I'm very proud we've had so many witnesses. And of course, Ms. Moffitt, I guess you're saying, wait a minute, I've got to testify. It's your turn now. So thank you.
Gosh. Well, I'm so appreciative, and I actually could not believe that you all are still here. I was happy to tune in at 11 when you started and hear your opening remarks, and then tried to watch throughout the day while I was at work, and I got called away to meetings, had to go pick the baby up, put the baby to bed, and then I just ran to put my shirt back on because I had my pajamas on. You all are a force to be reckoned with. I cannot believe it. So thank you so much. I'll be quick. I actually didn't prepare remarks. I'm Lena Moffitt. I'm a Ward 4 resident and proud constituent of Councilwoman Lewis George. Thank you so much for your incredible leadership, and so fast, and was so excited when you won, and just seeing this kind of innovation and bold, putting DC on the map. This is exactly the kind of leadership that we, as the seat of the nation, should be showing. So in my day job, I'm former volunteer at Sierra Club colleagues with Mark, but I work in environmental policy at a small nonprofit called Evergreen Action, where I am chief of staff and have worked on climate policy for 15 years. And both help highlight for the country that the economic inequality crisis that our country is facing, systemic racism underpinning our entire country, and the climate crisis are all inextricably linked. And the way that this bill recognizes this and also proposes the solutions that can help us tackle those multiple crises at the same time, again, is exactly the kind of leadership that so many people want to see in this country and in DC. And as someone who is trying to lead a business in DC, as many of the younger folks who I saw testify earlier today have said, this kind of affordable housing unto itself, just being affordable, would help me attract candidates to come to DC and work here. The young people that I want to work at my organization hardly can afford to live in DC. And at the same time, they are looking for places that reflect their values. They want to see green housing like this. People love community housing like this. And I think this would just be such a boon for our city in so many ways. And as a mother and as a resident who is deeply concerned about our housing crisis, just the tents that we're seeing everywhere, it is heartbreaking. And again, it doesn't have to be this way with these multiple pathways to solutions like you are proposing here. It's just so exciting. And I hope that the committee will pass this. I also just wanted to note, again, my day job is focused on federal policy. With the Inflation Reduction Act passage, there's so much money available to states, cities, municipalities for programs like this. I think that DC taxpayers like myself, I'm a homeowner in Ward 4, we want to pay high taxes to support programs like this. So again, Councilwoman Lewis George, please know your constituents are with you and want to see this kind of thing. And there are federal dollars to help us do this in a pretty affordable way. You know, there's $1 billion for HUD assisted affordable programs, but maybe there's a way that we could get some to support this. There's so much money from under EPA going to states, and DC would be eligible as well. So anyway, I think we could do this in an efficient way, and I would be happy to help on any of the IRA funding programs. We're helping cities do that. I will send in my email. Thank you so much. And I hope you get some sleep tonight. I appreciate you all.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll ask Councilmember Lewis George if she wants to make comment or ask questions of these two panels.
I'm ready to get to our government witnesses. Thank you to this amazing panel. You all killed it being the final panel. You covered all the areas. You really dug in. Madeline, I took your name down because I want to follow up with you on some federal funding stuff. And I think Lena's saying federal funding is available. So let's connect on getting this federal money, y'all. Mark, as always, thank you, Sierra Club. And I heard all your suggestions. I agree. Let's get them in. Michael, you did an excellent job. Don't be nervous testifying. You see Councilmember Vaughn's friendly face. You can't be nervous with that. So you did a great job. Appreciate it. Thank you to this entire panel. Way to go, ending us out strong. Thank you, Tamira Benitez, for all you do in this city and in our ward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you again for bearing with us through a very long day. Happy to have you and hear your perspective. And now we get an opportunity to hear from our government witness. Government witness, are you awake and with us, or? Of course you are. Of course you are. We're going to hear from the government witness, which is the interim director for the Department on Housing and Community Development, Drew Hubbard. And so Director Hubbard. All right, my goodness, bless you. Okay, we'll now swear you in. All right. Please raise your right hand. Oh, you have it? Okay. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right. Thank you. And you may begin.
All right. Well, good evening. I'll start by saying I've been with you from the beginning also. I got to hear the testimony of almost every witness that appeared before the committee. And my team has been taking notes of some of the recommendations, some of the thoughts on the bill, but thought it was important to hear all of the residents and the other folks who had testify on the bill for perspective. Again, good evening, Chairwoman Bonds, Councilmember Lewis George, and members of the committee. I'm Drew Hubbard. I serve as the interim director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. DHCD's mission is to produce and preserve affordable housing for low and moderate income residents and to revitalize underserved neighborhoods in the District of Columbia. I would like to begin my testimony by thanking you for the invitation to testify on the bill on behalf of Mayor Bowser. As you know, my team and I have been working tirelessly towards our goals of creating 36,000 new housing units, of which 12,000 are to be affordable by 2025. As I will describe in my testimony, these efforts have incorporated many of the tenets of this bill. We know safe, affordable, sustainable housing is central to DC's comeback. Every month, mainly virtually, but at least once a year in person, I meet with the housing directors and commissioners of other high-cost cities. And that group includes New York City, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, Chicago, Boston, Denver, and Miami. When we meet, we discuss our programs and policies and share best practices. Of course, we also discuss difficult lessons learned, our budgets, and hot topics among our residents, stakeholders, advocates, and elected leaders. Due to Mayor Bowser's historic investments in housing in our city, I always perceive a little envy on the part of my fellow housing department leaders when I discuss the broad support we receive from you, the council, and the public for our affordable housing mission. They also envy the responsiveness, innovation, and breadth of our affordable housing programs. As you know, the progress we have made in affordable housing is due in large part to the engagement of our stakeholders and their constant demand that we do better in all kinds of ways, from building and preserving affordable housing to growing and sustaining ownership, from boosting resident empowerment to delivering financial efficiency and fiscal transparency. In this tradition, the bill we were discussing today is clear as a call for those in the community that the district should do better in this area. In ways, doing better at creating economically viable mixed income and mixed use communities, better at leveraging district-owned land and land value generally in creating these communities, better at providing opportunities for resident engagement and leadership, and better at integrating climate resilience, energy efficiency, and healthy housing standards into our affordable homes. At DHCD, we are aware of these imperatives. We share these goals and are working towards them every day. And we're very interested in discussing with you and our residents how we can better achieve them together. At the same time, the bill is written, we feel needs some tweaking before we can fully support it. While serving as a succinct summary of the goals of social housing advocates in the district, it falls short in a few practical ways to achieve the useful progress in meeting these goals. The primary premise of the bill is that the district should establish a new office reporting to the mayor to create social housing, using district land and a variety of funding sources, including federal and local grants, such as from the Housing Production Trust Fund and the Green Finance Authority, and enterprise bond proceeds for additional land and capital funding. When it comes down to it, the actual resources complemented by the bill are already active in the district today. The idea is that, one, by using district-owned land and limiting the opportunities for private profit and setting rents at levels so that some residents cross-subsidize affordable rents for others, the new housing projects will be able to cover their ongoing expenses and become self-sustaining, mixed income, mixed use housing that has generally eluded affordable housing providers in the past. The approach may seem quite reasonable, but we must recognize similar assumptions underlay the development of public housing programs in the 1930s. While it was also assumed that cross-subsidizing rents and providing public land and construction funding would be sufficient to keep rents modest for the working class into perpetuity. Even in its early years, however, it became clear that these assumptions were flawed. In many public housing projects, rents set to assure quality building operations eventually far exceeded what low-income households could pay. Many properties had trouble charging higher rents to cross-subsidize affordable units due to the competition from other housing. Then, as now, when provided with choices, few households can be expected to pay above market rents, even if the purpose is to support their less well-off neighbors. These projects quickly fell into disrepair and bore the markings of countless cost compromises. Because public housing was struggling to meet its public purpose and maintain and manage its properties adequately at the time, there were increasing calls for public assistance to help those properties. Ultimately, the Brooke Amendment to the Housing and Urban Development Act of 1969, which was introduced by Senator Edward Brooke III in response to a tenant-led rent strike in St. Louis, set rents at 25% of the residents' household income. It also provided government operating subsidy to public housing. This assistance was intended to make up the difference between the lower rents residents could pay and what it cost to operate the housing. At that moment, public housing, as we know today, was born. The Brooke Amendment made public housing both more financially stable and more affordable. Yet federal support has often been less than actual expenses, and the deferred maintenance continues to be compounded. The public housing system nationally is still plagued by a lack of sufficient operating capital assistance and a myriad of other difficulties. My purpose in reminding you of this history is not to revive public housing or denigrate continuing efforts to improve it. It's quite the opposite. Despite all its difficulty, public housing remains as a very important valued source of affordable housing for thousands of district residents. Its persistence, despite long periods of federal disinvestment and inconsistent policy, is a testament to the valuable contribution it can make providing necessary affordable housing. My message, therefore, is that we should not ignore the lessons of this history in assessing the bill before you. The bill presents cross-subsidization as a simple and revenue-neutral solution, but history and experience tell us it will not stay that way. Beyond the ongoing escalating costs of operating and maintaining the properties, the bonds contemplated by the bill must be repaid by project rents, further limiting what can be achieved with cross-subsidization. If the bonds are to be paid and the properties are to be maintained, while the properties continue to serve a significant number of low-income households, operating capital subsidies will be needed. But no new sources are contemplated by the bill. When it comes to financing and operating residential properties, the major difference between the early public housing model and the bill before you is the requirement that the Office of Social Housing hire private management firms for its projects and that they allow for mixed-use commercial space at those projects. In fact, the model in this bill is in most ways very similar to today's public housing. Public housing authorities can and do use private property managers, including resident organized management corporations. Public housing is also required to have resident representation on PHA boards of commissioners, resident advisory boards, and resident organizing and participation structures reminiscent of the tenant leadership boards proposed in this bill. Public housing authorities may also issue bonds, which are secured by future federal payments of capital funds and do not reduce the amount of tenant rents available for property operations. And since the 1990s, there's been a renewed effort to encourage mixed income public housing communities, both for greater cross-subsidization and expected social benefits. Thus, it's not clear how the tools and requirements included in the bill we're discussing today would be sufficiently different to make social housing more self-sustaining than early public housing or even current public housing today. Many advocates for social housing will say that the comparison to public housing is unfair. They will point to what they perceive as a more positive experiences in social housing in other countries such as Finland, Austria, or Singapore. But here again, while there may be lessons in those more positive international experiences, the bill before us does not reflect many of the lessons learned in some of those areas, including addressing differences in social safety nets, tax policies, mortgage lending, and the approach to long-term asset management, to name a few things that underlie this apparent success abroad. Indeed, after reading this bill, the question remains, what needs to be different in the United States, and specifically in the district, to support the financial stability and success of this model? And that's whether we call it public housing or social housing. I say that to say, we need to look at practicalities to really make this work when and if we see this go forward. So we recognize it is the very question that we're asking as we face the immediate challenges of the district's existing public housing today. Creating a new organization and social housing stock to compete for the same resources may leave the existing stock and its residents in greater need. The bill before you does not address these practical trade-offs and the issue of equity that may arise. Once we recognize some of the limitations of the central premise, there are some redundancy in current district law and some of the things we've already are using in this space. For example, the new Office of Social Housing would have to construct housing to high environmental standards. Affordable housing developments assisted by DHCD already follow some of the strictest environmental and climate resiliency standards in the nation, and proposals receive additional points in our consolidated RFP for exceeding those standards. The same can be said about labor standards and local business utilization that the bill requires. There are also important inconsistencies. For example, the bill explicitly states that the new housing office will leverage existing federal and local grants, including the Housing Production Trust Fund, to develop its housing. It is unclear that the requirements and the different standards in this bill will align and not conflict with these other programs, and why a separate office is necessary if it will be primarily reliant on DHCD funding for development. In a similar vein, is it anticipated that there will ever be an opportunity for the district to sell or raise a property? Under what circumstances would this be allowed, and relatedly, will there be an opportunity for tenants to purchase the property from the district? Or are these properties to be exempt from TOPA as public housing is today? And I think we heard some earlier folks who testified that brought up, where this will intersect with some of the other existing programs like TOPA. Such unresolved issues are to be expected in the first effort to codify such an ambitious idea. But it further suggests that this current bill is more a statement of intentions, and we need to really look at a practical roadmap for creating social housing. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered in order for some new form of social housing to fit into the district's existing housing system in a positive way. At the same time, I would ask you to recognize the significant process we've been making across the district to achieve many of the same goals motivating this bill. For instance, we at DHCD have been working hand in hand with DOEE to increase the minimum green building requirements for affordable housing developments. The changes made in the 2021 Qualified Allocation Plan and the Consolidated RFP, for example, make DC's green building threshold requirement the most stringent in the nation. We have also worked with DOEE to incorporate additional incentives for delivering housing with increased energy performance standards that go beyond the already stringent minimum requirements. For example, by including sustainability preferences for electrification in our last Consolidated RFP, we're going to build our first fully electrified multifamily building, which includes backup batteries, and deliver one of the first communal heat pump water heaters on the East Coast. Additionally, I've directed my team to think through new approaches to finance affordable housing and to stretch our limited resources even further through possible ground lease structures that can enable the conversion of privately owned land to new district assets while ensuring long-term affordability. We're at the forefront of innovating housing solutions, and we remain excited to engage in the discussion about what a Green New Deal for housing could really look like in the District of Columbia. We will also continue our efforts to create diverse communities that limit the displacement of our low-income residents and provide opportunities for resident ownership, growth, and leadership. We will do this while also furthering climate resiliency, energy efficiency, and environmental health of our communities by creating more affordable housing, investing in energy efficient infrastructure, and developing policies to protect residents from displacement. In closing, at the most recent ICAW Cities Housing Forum, the group I mentioned earlier, all of the local housing department leaders said they were facing similar calls for the production of social housing. As we went around the room, however, every single city had a different definition of social housing being used by those pushing for its inclusion that appeared different. Interestingly, in many cities, enacting social housing meant policies such as tenant opportunity to purchase, limited equity co-ops, and community land trust, all tools we have significant experience with within the district. Clearly, the idea of social housing is a new way to meet old challenges. It's a powerful motivator across the country, but we have some work to do to understand what it means practically as policy in the District of Columbia. The bill may be a good starting point for this discussion, and it raises important questions, but we need more detail to really bring it to the fore of how to work on the ground. In the district, we have valuable experience, not only with the successes and failures of existing programs, but also with what it takes to turn a fresh idea into functional policy. My team and I pledge to continue working with you on these ideas in new council session. This concludes my formal testimony, but I'd be happy to take any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Lewis George, and Councilwoman, you want 6 minutes, 10 minutes?
Let me get 10 minutes. Please.
All right, 10 minutes. Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Director Hubbard, for hanging in there. I appreciate you saying that you and your team have been listening to every single witness, the hundreds of witnesses. I really appreciate that engagement and that willingness to hear from district residents from all across the board. Okay, so let's start because I'm hearing a few things. So I want to summarize what I'm hearing from you and see if we can unpack that. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the first thing I'm hearing is this comparison to public housing. And that's interesting. I want to note that any failure of public housing is a failure of our government. So saying public housing is failing, and that's the reason why social housing is going to fail, is a little problematic coming from government. But it's my understanding that part of why public housing fell into disrepair is because it's been so segregated and relegated to 100% low income tenants. And part of social housing is including market rate residents, which to my knowledge isn't something that DC Housing Authority does. This has similarly popped up with regards to vouchers, where 100% voucher buildings are popping up and not creating mixed housing. Social housing would mandate mixed income housing. Can you speak to this difference and the facts regarding whether DC Housing Authority really is doing that, and the ways in which segregation and relegation of 100% low income tenants really have led to the failure of public housing falling into disrepair?
And let me just start by saying my point with bringing up the history was to talk about, when first originally put in place, public housing did include different income mixes. And it had some of the cross subsidization that we're looking for in social housing. I brought that up just to say that we need to learn from where it didn't work originally to really make sure that we have the right mix of income levels in particular buildings across the board, to make sure if we put this forth as a policy and we build buildings under this model, that it works, that it doesn't fail. So please don't take it to say that we don't think it can work. Should be very intentional about what the right income mix is that would actually get to what we would be trying to do.
Yeah, I hear you. I just, when we talk about public housing, I think one of the important things is just that, and I hear this conversation about, social housing and everyone having different definitions. I think I've repeated mine several times. It's DC owned, i.e. our land, our DC public property. It's DC owned property. We are giving away dollars, land for $1 disposition property. So that's one part of the definition. It's mixed income levels. We talked about the different levels of mixed income housing and the ways this would fit in. It's also considering our standards, which we just talked about in the last panel with Sierra Club, but our green standards. It's empowering. I think one of the biggest parts of this is it's empowering leadership as well, tenant leadership in social housing, which would be more empowered than I think in public housing. Mixed income rents would help ensure there are good enough funds to sustain the properties in good condition and good management. And mixed income housing also helps prevent the racist and classist segregation that fueled the systemic neglect of public housing over decades. And so I think it's more realistic to not look at public housing, but realistic to look at current mixed income housing for a realistic view of what to expect.
I agree 100%.
In this space.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. And I want to talk about some things because I know one thing you mentioned was successes. And I think, some of the conversations, we've been having, and reason we need this is because we need to, meet our housing production goals, right? So how many units of housing did we produce or rehabilitate at the extremely low income level, 30% of AMI or less during fiscal year 2022?
Let me pull that, if you give me a second.
Okay.
And let me just be clear, you're talking about that were delivered or funded?
How many units did we produce, so delivered?
My team's pulling it up now.
Okay. And while they're pulling it up, I'm going to ask about the very low income level, which is between the 30% and 50% AMI as well.
After the rescue. All right, so we are at, and the way I have it broken down, it's actually over the 3-year period. It's like 2019 to 2022. At 0 to 30, we have produced 768 units. And at 15 below, 2,085 units.
Okay. It's not enough, right? It's just, it's not enough for our 30%, for our below 30% AMI, and then between 30 to 50% AMI, we haven't produced enough. So based on that number, are we on track to spend 30% of our housing production trust fund for extremely low income housing? I think the OIG report stated, it was aspirational. Do you still believe the 50% target is aspirational?
So the target, is part of the trust fund itself, the legislation. Where we are trending, and we've discussed this in past hearings, we've produced more 0 to 30% units than we ever have, and we are trending towards hitting that goal. Where we fell down before, and our greatest success really has been at the 50% and below, and we meet the target of the 31 to 50% and have for the last several years. So our task now is to get that dollar amount and the amount of units at 0 to 30 at that threshold level.
Okay, so you still think you believe it's still aspirational at this point?
It's what we're moving towards, where we set our policy, we put in additional considerations in RFP, to projects that come in with more emphasis on 0 to 30 are scored higher. We have totally, looked at our paradigm to shift towards looking at more 0 to 30 units.
Okay, let me ask you something that would be helpful in sort of understanding what we can do to sort of tweak this to make it even better. What have been some ways in which, what's been the most successful tool in producing extremely low income units and very low income units, in your opinion?
It's the mix of the construction dollars that come out of the trust fund coupled with LRSP. You need the operating subsidy if you're really going to talk about 0 to 30% units, and it's marrying those two together. And what we've been able to do more recently in the last few years is to make sure that LRSP is at a level where it supports the production of 0 to 30% units, and we have the operating subsidy in the back end to make sure these buildings operate properly.
Okay, so that mix of construction funds from the Housing Production Trust Fund and the LRSP subsidy really are the two ways in which we.
For the extreme low income 0 to 30, you have to have the two together.
Okay, and what have been some of the challenges, sort of with hitting that 50% target?
As we look at projects to fund, we want to make sure that there is an income mix, right? We're kind of scrubbing our data now, where kind of in the past with some of our legacy data, we just assumed that what we funded would stretch across the whole project. That's actually not true. We look at, and we're getting more granular on the actual units that our money goes towards. We also want to balance that. We don't want buildings that are full 0 to 30 just because of the lessons we've learned over the past about contracting poverty. So it's very important that we still find ways within the confines of the structure of the trust fund that we get mixed income buildings. We want, just like the spirit and what this bill wants to accomplish, having those mixed income buildings, we want to be able to do that using our sources at the trust fund. So it's marrying the tax credits to our gap funding out of the trust fund and the other sources to get that healthy mix, across particular buildings.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. And one of the components of this bill, and one of the things we've been talking about all day and hearing from witnesses, is really about tenants' rights. And is there anything built? And one thing this legislation takes into place is really empowering our tenants. Is there anything built into the housing production trust law now that helps empower tenants? And what I'm getting at is the underlying question is basically, what does the district government do now to protect tenants' rights and to help them organize?
It's not built into the trust fund. You know, trust fund is almost particularly focused on funding. But what we do with a large amount of our federal dollars is we fund community-based organizations, some of which were referenced today, to do tenant advocacy, to do technical assistance when it comes to TOPA, when it comes to individuals' housing search, financial literacy. So we take our federal dollars to really empower a lot of organizations, nonprofits on the ground that really take ownership of helping our residents navigate our system. And just some of our tenants' rights laws are some of the strictest and most empowering in the country, frankly, that really protect rights of tenants.
I know I'm over time for this round. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Hubbard, I just want to follow up really quickly on this issue of tenants' rights. Although we do not have any provision within the Housing Production Trust Fund law currently, there, I believe, is nothing that would prevent us from adding a clause that would stipulate that the tenants have a right to organize. And am I? Is that possible?
Makes more sense to me in the trust fund law, perhaps in the Rental Housing Act. You know, we have any number of places where we could add and strengthen language. And like I said, you know, some of the other jurisdictions that we talk to regularly are chasing, in the name of producing their own social housing program, some of the things we already have on the books, including TOPA, including supporting co-ops, things like that. So in a lot of areas, we are ahead of the game, and we do lead the nation in our housing policy and what we do on the ground.
Well, I know that we have a tenants' bill of rights as it relates to our public housing residents, new communities. So it just seems to me we would need that, you know, uniformly. I just wanted to check with you on that. You heard all day the discussion about social housing. And I have to ask, since the Housing Production Trust Fund is the bucket for developing housing in the District of Columbia, affordable housing, I want to know, what's your thought about, should there be a limit on how much of the trust fund dollars would be used for social housing? Because if we're talking about 100 million, or we're talking about 500 million, it's a judgment call.
I would think so. I think you would call out, you know, what percentage or what discrete number would go to support this if it goes in that direction. You know, a lot of people reference Montgomery County's program. The way that they structure theirs is markedly different than what's in this bill. Even to the extent that the way they cross-subsidize, you know, their affordability requirement is only 20% at I believe 31 and 50, and then another 10% up to 65. So you have the rest of those market rents to cross-subsidize really on almost a 2-to-1 unit share. So we just have to really look at how it would work here in the district. What we would segregate in the trust fund to support the issuance of bonds. Would we do discrete bonds, or would we do bonds that are backed by the full faith and credit of the district? So these are all things that really just we need to talk about how it would actually work to put this into use. I think some of the ideas are strong. We just need to think about really, you know, in our market, how would it be different from the model that's in place in Montgomery County, that's different than in some of the European countries that are referenced, to really make it work. If we're going to advance this, we want it to work well.
Oh, you've offered you have offered for us a lot of fuel to talk about what this model might look like financially. I agree that it sounds like it could be almost anything, but it has to be something that works. And customarily, when I've spoken with the development world, they're very clear that in order to get to 30% extremely low income housing, the subsidy is tremendous. In other words, it's the greatest. But we're saying using the Housing Production Trust Fund money, 50%. And I did that law. I mean, I understand that 50% must be for this category of need, or to address this category of need. Now we're hearing that in Montgomery County, they address that need with approximately 20%. Developers say once you get past 20%, it's too much.
Right. But to be clear, Montgomery County doesn't set aside any 0 to 30 units in their program.
They do the 30 to 50.
Correct.
Okay,
And
30 to 50.
We've been on the phone. We've been on the phone.
Which is very low and not extremely low. I guess
we've been on the phone with their administrators to, in detail, talk through their program.
Yes, and the testimony we received tonight. But I'm trying to figure out what is that portion that we can really depend on that can be financed for the extremely low income. 10%, 20%, 30%. That is always the question.
So I might suggest this, and definitely would love to work with you, Chair Bonds, and you, Councilmember Lewis George, is to really look at some real world examples and put a pro forma together that we can really sketch out what a deal would look like, and really go from, you know, soup to nuts, sources and uses to see what a project would cost, what timelines would be in place, including, you know, the environmental standards, and really cost out a real world example at the scale it would need to be to make this work. Because we're talking about not, you know, a small number of units, you know, we're talking in the hundreds, in the multiple of hundreds in order to make this model work.
Okay, and so would you think also about where we and how we would locate this housing in a community? I was trying to challenge one of the speakers, witnesses tonight, to think about their neighborhood and whether or not their neighborhood would lend itself to having affordable housing in that neighborhood. And it's a neighborhood of row homes, mostly ownership. It just seems to me, if we're going to do this, we've got to begin to look at where we can put this.
Absolutely, and I think it fits with the direction we've gone in policy-wise over the last few years. If you're looking at increased density, especially along our commercial corridors, our more traveled corridors, I think that's where you're looking, with the caveat, this cross-subsidization may work better in some parts of the city than others. For example, if you're looking at charging what the market rent is at Ward 8, you're going to look at a totally different income mix to get to subsidizing the lower income levels versus perhaps doing a similar building in Ward 3.
I hear you, but why would we focus on Ward 8 when Ward 8 has an abundance of affordable and extremely low income, you know, units? There are other parts of the city, because it sounds like we have maybe 5 different disciplines that we're trying to accomplish. One, the fair housing law, which stipulates that we need to spread the wealth around, so to speak. Then we want to make sure that we have increased density, and we want to make sure that the housing is near a transit hub or a area where it's accessible. And when you think about all of those disciplines, it seems to me we have to start somewhere.
I would say this, and I don't mean to be too general. This work is not, it's not simple, it's not easy. Just thinking through, you know, kind of what you're saying. How do you bring all those things together to make a viable project? Is something we just need to be careful about. Thinking about where is definitely a very crucial consideration. Taking advantage of, again, those metro and transit accessible areas is something we want to do, something we do with our current system, with our current offerings. Again, like I said, the environmental standards are stressed in what we put out on the street as far as funding. But it's not simple to put those projects together, and we just have to be very careful about how we structure this.
And Mr. Hubbard, we know it's not simple to put those projects together to come up with, you know, a solution, but we're at a point where we need a solution. And so that is why 100+ people were out talking at 10 o'clock at night about this all day long, because they would really like to see something that is more stimulating, which is more definable, which is more definite, and providing stability in the housing arena. And so, I mean, I'm throwing all of these ideas out and just trying to figure out, where do we start? I feel like we have to have a starting point somewhere.
I agree
and
with
so
you.
where do we go?
Yep.
You know, we did the IZ program. You know, somebody somewhere decided IZ would work with the lottery, and I'm not a fan of it under any circumstances, because of, and you heard tonight some of the issues that people have with it, and they're very real. But we started somewhere. We started with a project, and so I'm asking, how can we begin to zero in order to start with social housing? We will need suggestions from you.
Absolutely. And if I didn't say it, let me say it more plainly. We're here to help think this through. Like I said, I think a good place would be, let's do a pro forma. Let's actually see on paper what this would look like as a real project.
All right. Well, my time is up, and we'll do a second round. Councilwoman Lewis George.
Thank you. I want to follow up on a few questions. One, I want to thank you. I'm willing to work with you and Chairwoman Bonds in our communities to see what tweaks need to be made and ensure the model we're putting forward is effective and obviously meets our city's needs. A couple of questions, though, from me before we call it a night. First, I want to ask you about, because I'm still very interested in this mixed income, and I honestly, we've heard from several Ward 3 residents tonight, just to be clear, this evening and during the day. Ward 3 is like, we're ready, okay? We are the location in the city that we think actually can do this. We heard them talk about library location. We heard them talk about the Wardman. I mean, they gave several locations. So I think, you know, Ward 3 has said we're ready. Ward 1 residents have also said we have some spaces, we're ready. We're disposing lands every day. I think the council literally has, dispositions every day. So I do think we can and are ready to do this. I do think it's important for us to get these mixed incomes right. And so I want to ask you, is there an optimal mix of incomes for a mixed income property, I guess, both socially, but also financially?
In general, with some of the traditional projects we fund, we try not to go above, we look at it around a third at the 0 to 30. Mm-hmm. And, you know, as you creep up, it makes more sense in some instances that projects that have more 0 to 30 units tend to be more senior focused, as you have folks that may be on a fixed income, et cetera. But I mean, there's a tipping point. It's not a magic number, like a bright line. You know, we have to look at each individual deal, but I don't think it's kind of by accident that Montgomery County has set their level where it is. Because you need, if you're going to use that market rent to subsidize the lower ones, you need enough to actually support the lower rents.
Okay. And so how would you approach developing an income mix that could, through cross subsidization, become self-sustaining?
I mean, I think it's math, right? So you got to look at, you know, size of the building, number of units, what it costs to operate. Again, the goals of the bill is to take the profit motive out of it, so you can subtract that out. We're looking at owning the land, fine. It's really just looking at, again, what it really takes to operate those buildings and set the lower rents at no more than 30% of whatever the family's income is. And you have to, you know, kind of go in the opposite direction on the higher rents. And if the only way you make it pencil out, and I know people didn't like it termed that way, is setting the higher rents above market, then we have a problem.
What do you mean? What do you mean that's the problem? So for example, in a 100-person building, what level of rent would you need to charge at the high end in order to sustain at least 33 units affordable at the 30% AMI level or below?
And this is not apples to apples, but, you know, kind of based on some of the cross subsidization that we look at, it kind of depends. But you heard some folks say that it's almost a 2-to-1. And I think that's a safe place to start. And really, let's do the data, do the pro forma, look at a particular unit mix and building, and really look at what it would look like in the real world. But I think we started a 2-to-1 and tweak based on that.
Okay. How can we use, I guess, better leverage DOPA to produce or rehabilitate affordable housing? Could we use DOPA on single family or small apartment buildings that are long vacant?
So that is currently written. DOPA is subordinate to TOPA. So we're talking about buildings that are occupied and to making sure that they stay. And that's kind of the trick. You know, in its best light, TOPA and DOPA are really advantaging the current renters to stay in their building, right? And using DOPA would be that backstop to make sure that we're not getting buildings that are sold and you have anything going on where they would be used for a different purpose besides the affordability levels they're already at. Again, we are looking at acquisition strategies separate from DOPA to do just what you're saying. One area that we are pushing forward is actually in current developments, looking at buying the land from the development team so that we own it into perpetuity. So it does a couple things. It reduces the reliance on some of the funding sources because we own the land and we keep it in control. They would build the housing, run it, you know, based on our normal process, but we would have the say of what happens with that land going into the future. Acquisition of existing buildings we're looking at too. We have some federal funds that we're looking at existing buildings to acquire for low and extreme low income individuals too. So acquisition is an absolute strategy that we are putting forward this year also.
Okay, great. I think it is a strategy that we have to put forward. There's been a lot of conversation today about us using eminent domain, us using, instead of surplusing properties, utilizing those properties. What issues have we run into when it comes to eminent domain that we need to be aware of?
I mean, it's a judicial process. It can take a long time to do. I mean, I guess I'll go here, but if you take the Wardman as an example, the Wardman sold for $152 million at auction. We would have to pay fair market if we were going to do eminent domain to take over the Wardman. So that's $152 million or whatever the determination, the proceeding assessed as the fair value of that property to take it over. So, but it can be depending on, how willing the current owner is to cooperate. It can be a long process.
Okay. But I think we've been, utilizing, I think we've been working and utilizing it now more often than not. We've had a few, used eminent domain a few times over the year. So I do think it's something we can work through, but I do appreciate that piece. I think we also have 500 million in the Housing Production Trust Fund. So 500 million and 150 million of 500 million really isn't, I don't think, that concerning given that amount for the ROI, for the return on investment we could get on housing at the Wardman. But that's another conversation on specific on the Wardman. But I think that's sort of the conversation today we're having, using our funds in a way that we get a larger return on investment, and that larger return being actually producing the affordable housing, the lower income housing that we need, the critical housing that we're not meeting the goals for.
And if I could throw one more thing in, I don't think I have to tell either of you this, council members. One of the biggest considerations, no matter what the model is, land in DC is expensive. And whether we use eminent domain, friendly sale, or otherwise.
I agree with why we shouldn't be giving it away for $1.
Yes. And they're not making any more of it either. So
that's true. Okay, but I want to environmental piece, because we didn't get to hit the environmental piece, and I know my time is running through. And another component you heard today is really addressing our climate crisis in the district. And we heard some of the impacts it particularly has on Black and brown residents as well. We talk about asthma and some of the environmental issues. We've heard today about issues with lead paint, mold, and other environmental hazards in affordable housing. We know it exists. We've heard from residents. We see it every day. We hear from them. What can we do? To ensure everyone lives in healthy and safe housing? In what ways is public housing, not even public housing, any of our housing going to really meet the needs of, the climate crisis that we have before us?
Yeah. So, and one of the panelists, I think on the last panel, mentioned this. The DC Building Codes Act has enshrined a lot of this. It's going to go into full effect in 2026. There's money in the budget to do retrofits. There's going to be very stringent requirements, not just on new construction, but going backwards to existing buildings. We take this very seriously. I also said I didn't say who we're racing, but there's another large jurisdiction about 200 miles north of us that we're racing to have the first fully functional building that will meet these standards. And ours is going to come online in a couple of months, and we're probably going to, miss beating, I'll say, New York City by a couple of months to have the first example of this in DC that we can look at and say, this works.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. And I think we could also be the first here to do some social housing and be the first and beat everybody in figuring this out. And I think we have the knowledge, we have the funding, we have the willingness, what we heard from witnesses today, to do this. So I know I'm running out of time here, but we had a strong coalition of people come out today and gather and say they're willing to make this happen. And I think we have the land. We have properties that we are disposing of every day. We've used the tool of eminent domain for other things in the city. And so I look forward to working with you and Councilmember Bonds in tweaking this, but I don't want, I don't want you to look at this as something that isn't and can be an effective tool to meeting the goals that I think I share with the executive and wanting to produce deeply affordable housing. We're not getting there, and we have the tools to get there. And this is one of the tools I think it's just not being used in our tool shed to do it. And I think there's a way to get it done. And I think we have the knowledge base across the sections of our city to get this done. So, and we can work and tweak out the things, but I appreciate your time today. And I really do hope that it's a genuine desire to work together to create a way for us to make this happen.
It's genuine. Like you, I sat here for 10 hours and listened to the hundreds of folks who had ideas on this. So we took extensive notes. Like I said, we've already talked to our colleagues in Montgomery County. We were excited to see Miss Oksana and her report because I think we were aware of that. So we've been doing the work to try to figure out how it could work in DC.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. I have just a few questions, but I think given the lateness of the hour, we'll just sort of close on that. I had a thought about existing public housing land and how we are trying to do the necessary, cleanup, modifications, renovations, and wondered if some of those properties might lend themselves to this social housing model. I'm from the era when we were talking 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Okay. And when we spoke of that, we were thinking 1/3 would be market rate, or the highest income would be eligible for it. And we would also have the public housing component, which would be the extremely low income, element, because at that time, public housing was explained at 0 to 30% of the area median. And then the middle would be, we were talking then, it would be sort of like the working poor or the moderate income persons. And so when we explained it that way, we were the attempt was to make that happen. And so in other words, the only real subsidized piece was the extremely low income piece. The middle piece was partially subsidized. And then of course, the market rate was taking care of whatever the project needed. So I'd like for us to dust some of those ideas off and take a look at them and see what kind of modifications we can do there, because some of it might work. But again, we've got to have a starting place. We've got to have a starting place. We can't have this very wholesome idea, this very interesting idea, go on the shelf for 10, 20 years. We got to think about how we can implement it.
We're going to help think through how to make it work.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks to my colleague for hanging in here. Usually, colleague, I'm the only one, and I just have to solo it some kind of way, but I see you are a trooper, so I'm inviting you
in there with
anytime.
you. I wanted to hang in there with you. I appreciate you and your staff so much, and I just wanted to hang in there with you all. I know we put together a large list of witnesses, so really appreciate it. Really appreciate you and your staff for hanging in there all night and really listening to district residents.
Oh, it's our pleasure, and it's what we do. And so I want to thank everyone who participated in today's public hearing for their contributions to the legislation, and a special thanks, a shout out to my staff and to my colleague, of course, for we're the strong for the city, everything for us, for our community. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to present or provide us with written testimony regarding the legislation, please email it to housing@dccouncil.gov, G-O-V. And it will be included in the hearing record, which will close on Friday, December the 2nd at 5 p.m. The committee's next meeting will be on Wednesday, November 30th. And it will be a public roundtable on the DC Housing Authority's response to the DC Department on Housing and Urban Development's assessment DC. Okay, and this concludes today's hearing. Thank you profusely, Director Hubbard, for hanging with us. The time is now 10:29 p.m. on Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, and this meeting is adjourned. And we all are saying good night.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Good night. Happy
All right, good
Thanksgiving.
night. See you all.